Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Rip and Tear Quirk. Now before starting, give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. At age 5, Izuku was excited to go find out what his quirk was and why it was taking so long to appear. Hand in hand with his mother, they walked to doctors to see if he truly had a quirk. His mother didn't say anything, but she was worried for her son. She doesn't care what kind of quirk he develops or if he develops one at all. But she knows what quirkless people go through growing up. Izuku always wanted to be a hero, to stop the bad from hurting the innocent. Ever since he saw a hero stop a villain from attacking a civilian when he was a bit younger with his mother at a mall, he was enraptured with the idea of protecting the powerless. He didn't care about ranking. Sure, All Might is awesome and he is the best at stopping people from getting hurt. But he admires him just for that, being the best at stopping the bad guys, not for being the #1 hero. Back to the present, they wait for the doctor to call the Midoriyas for their appointment. "Mama, what do you think my quirk is?" asks Izuku excited. "I'm not sure, no one is, sweetie. We are here just to see if you have a quirk. How we find out what it is will be by trial and error." Inko replies happily to see her son so full of life. Izuku tilts his head in confusion. "What do you mean? Trial and error? What does that mean?" She coos internally at the sight of her son being adorable. "I mean that I didn't know what my quirk was. I found out by accident when I was about your age. I was watching TV on the couch with the remote out of reach and I tried to reach for it without having to get off the couch. I was being lazy. And suddenly it's in my hand," she explained. They hear a nurse call their name and they follow. After a couple of blood tests to see if he had a quirk factor to begin with, they meet with one of the doctors in the clinic. "Hello, I'm sure you're excited to see if you have a quirk," the doctor says with a smile to see a child vibrating with anticipation. He tells them that Izuku does have a quirk factor, but so it confirms he has a quirk, to the relief of Inko. Izuku just vibrates more in happiness. His mom puts a hand on his head to calm him down. He looks up with a beaming smile. The doctor looks on with a smile to see the interaction. "We have some further tests to see if we can find out what his quirk is. Just some experiments to see if he activates anything. Or you guys can call it a day and try to figure it out on your own. Up to you." The doctor interrupts the sweet moment. Inko thinks for a moment before looking at the excited child. "What do you want to do, Izuku?" she asks. Inko personally would like to do the tests in a safe place but will let her son decide. "I want to do the tests," he exclaimed, making his mother's wish come true. "Well, alright, please follow me," the doctor says, leading them farther back into the clinic. They go on to do some different tests. Trying to lift a rock without touching it, trying to set said rock on fire. After many tests later, the doctor notices some weights Izuku tried to lift beforehand had some cracks in the handle. Thinking Izuku's quirk had to do something with his hands, he calls him over to try the 10 pounds weight again. He fails to pick it up, too heavy for a 5-year-old child. The doctor sees it has a larger crack going down the handle and he thinks he has an idea. "Here, try to bend this," as he hands Izuku a thinner wood rod. Izuku looks at it and tries to break it. It snaps immediately. So he hands him something thicker wood. Snap. He goes to a wooden 2x4. It takes him more effort, but Izuku breaks the board in half. While Inko looks on in confusion, how is he strong enough to break a board but not lift a weight? The doctor gives Izuku a thin metal plate. "Try to rip it apart," he asks the child. With a mighty effort, he hears a creak of metal before he is too tired to continue. Izuku looks at the plate to see he had sheared half of it apart. Izuku is so confused about how he ripped metal apart but did not lift a weight off the ground. "Interesting," the doctor says as he takes the plate from Izuku to look at. The metal is torn about 2 inches, a couple more and it would be 2 pieces. The plate is not deformed like he has seen on strength quirk users try, but this is more like 2 people with telekinetic quirks pulled on each side. The small group heads back to the office. Mother and child are confused about how Izuku's quirk works. They all sit down as the doctor takes some paper, about 10 sheets, and gives it to Inko. "Try to rip them and tell me how much effort it takes," as he gives 10 more sheets to Izuku. Inko does so with some force showing on her face. The doctor gestures to Izuku to do the same. He does it without much effort at all. Inko thinks she understands what her son's quirk is. Quite an odd mutation from telekinesis and fire breath. Izuku, still confused, asks, "How does my quirk work if I'm not strong but can rip stuff like metal?" The doctor smiles and says, "That's what your quirk does, it rips stuff apart. Very unique, to be able to tear metal but not lift a weight. Then again, just remember, quirks are weird." He shrugs. Izuku, thinking of how he could be a hero with this, almost misses what the doctor says. Now any idea what to name your quirk? Izuku thinks he has a good name. Yes, name it Rip and Tear. His mother thinks it is a bit violent but doesn't say anything. Happy that her son has a good quirk, they leave the clinic. As they head out, Inko asks him if he wants anything for dinner. Of course she already knows what he will say. Katsudon? He exclaims. The next day Izuku runs to school, excited to tell Kaken what his quirk is. Kaken already had his quirk, explosion. He has been getting louder and a bit mean, but hopefully he calms down some as they grow. He runs up to his friend. Kaken, I know what my quirk is. He yells, drawing everyone around to his voice. Oh really, I bet it's nothing compared to mine. Katsuki says with a look of superiority. As Izuku explains and shows what he can do with some paper. Kaken laughs at him for having such a weak quirk, mocking him by ripping some paper himself. As all the other kids around start to join in, Izuku tries to say he can tear different things, but Katsuki pushes him and says, "You're probably lying, you don't even have a quirk, do you?" As Izuku gets more and more frustrated not being able to say that he could do more, he pushes him back and leaves in a fit of anger. Katsuki thought, how dare he push him, the best. Attacking Izuku with his quirk pushes him to the ground as Kaken's friends watch on with a laugh. Kaken yells, "You're nothing but a quirkless Deku." As the teachers come over to break it up, Izuku stares in anger, betrayal and sadness. Why would Kaken attack him and say mean things? Friends don't do that. Later as Izuku is in his room he thinks about the day. If Kaken wants to be mean, fine, he won't be friends, but this will not stop Izuku from his dream of being a hero. As he plans what he needs to be a hero. His mom comes in to check on him and see he is determined to be a hero. In worry she thinks it will be dangerous, quirk or not. She leaves to see how she can help him achieve his dream. She sees a flyer in the mail for martial arts for kids and thinks, perfect. Inko tells her son about it and he eagerly agrees. Talking about training his quirk, his mother thinks of what would be a good idea and thinks up of a beach full of trash. That could work, but only she was close by. They sign him up for class and look up what else Izuku would need to be a hero. Looks at the animal closely and sees it is dead, not moving. He immediately sees the cause of death. Its jaw was ripped open. Ignoring the beast, he runs to the boy and starts applying pressure to the bite. The boy was crying and in pain. Eraserhead looks and tries to calm the kid. It will be alright, I've already called an ambulance and they will be here soon. What's your name, kid? And what are you doing out so late? The hero asks. Gritting his teeth in pain, Izuku replies, I was getting something for mom at the store and the dog attacked me. He whimpers in pain. He looks at the man helping and asks part in trying to distract himself from the pain, and part of him is curious. Who are you? You won't recognize me, but I'm an underground hero, Eraserhead. What's your name, kid? He says as he continues to apply first aid. Izuku Midoriya, hopefully mom won't freak out too badly. The green boy replies. The hero huffs in amusement as he hands a phone next to him from the ground to Izuku. Better call her now, I think I hear the ambulance. After the kid calls her and the mom screams in worry as to where her son is, he tells her the situation and asks him if he is alright. After a bit of back and forth, he hands the phone to the hero and he looks at it dumbly. He takes it after a sec and is showered in thanks for helping her son. Just trying to claim it's his job. After a bit he hangs up after telling her where the ambulance is going to take her son. So Eraserhead waits with the kid and asks him what he did to the dog and what happened. Izuku goes on to explain his quirk and tells him that he is working to be a hero. The sleep-deprived man tells him to keep up the hard work as the ambulance comes with a cop car to take him to the hospital and the cops to look at the scene of what happened. After seeing what happened and seeing it was a child as what he did to the dog in self-defense, they were all quite shocked. Not that the kid did the right thing, protecting himself with his quirk, but that it was so violent. After the hero explained what the kid's quirk is, they more or less understood. After being in the hospital, Inko burst through the door looking for her hurt son. After being directed to a room, she finds him on a bed with his leg bandaged, looking at his mom as she rushes to his side in a crushing hug. After telling her that he was alright, she calmed. Since it was not a bad wound, they decided for Izuku to stay the night for a doctor to heal his leg in the morning. After the nurse gave them the options left, Inko sat next to Izuku to ask, "How are you?" "I told you I'm okay, just scared." He replied, "That's not what I mean. From what the hero said, you violently ended a dog. And I want to say first and foremost, I don't care that the dog is dead or that it was violent. You were protecting yourself and that's good, but how do you feel about it?" Izuku thought about, and it was indeed pretty brutal how he defended himself and ended the dog, but that's how his quirk works, and if he didn't he would be dead or at least severely injured. So he didn't feel bad, he supposed. Although he did feel a bit queasy from how violent it was. But he will have to get used to it. Maybe he should study more biology to see what would be the best non-lethal way to use his quirk. Maybe other ways to use his quirk. It is pretty straightforward, rip and tear things. But that's for later. He looks at his mom and says he feels okay. Glad her son is so resilient, she goes home to grab an overnight bag for both of them. After they wake up, Izuku is in slight pain from the pain meds wearing off, and Inko is from a couch in the room. They meet a doctor to fully heal the bite. After some testing to see if the dog was rabid or had other diseases, it didn't have anything of the sort. Izuku was healed and able to see he will have a scar but nothing so bad. After seeing the wound scar, the old doctor said, "Don't worry, I hear girls love to see a guy with some scars." As Izuku reddens a bit, the doctor chucking gives Inko just some release forms. As the green hair family returns home, Izuku goes straight to his room to look up Eraserhead and more about how he could use his quirk on living beings. After a few hours of finding little on Eraserhead and moving on to his quirk, it's safe to say he can't use his quirk on people. His quirk is meant for ripping and tearing. He can't exactly use it on a person without them losing a limb at best. So he will have to double down on martial arts. But that doesn't mean he won't give up on his quirk training, not just need to find new ways of using it. Now at 10, Izuku heads in on his way to a metal shop to test the limit of his quirk. He knows he has been steadily improving with the trash beach being ripped to shreds apart at times. But all there is at the beach is scrap, nothing hard. So he found a metal shop that has a variety of different metals from aluminum to some pieces of tungsten. That's all he needs to test himself as metal. Anything else is very simple for him to tear apart, and plastics and fabrics are as easy to rip as a piece of paper. And from his mom getting some thick bones to test on from the butcher shop, it's safe to say he doesn't plan on using it on people. Arriving at the metal shop, he asks the man behind the counter if he has some metal he has that is going to the scrap bin. After the man gave him an odd look, Izuku explains his quirk and his goal of being a hero. With that, the man agrees but tells him he had some metal he can test himself on. The owner has some thicker steel he hands to Izuku to try on. As he goes through a pile, he gets to the thickest the man had, but barely does anything to it, only starting a small crack on top. With the shopkeeper quite impressed with how strong the kid's quirk is, they continue with different materials the owner has in stock. Aluminum is torn easily with its low density. Brass and copper were close to the same as aluminum, where he had to try with a couple of plates of tungsten. A very high density and tough metal, but he still tore through it all. With all that done, the owner fuses the metal back together with his quirk and they head back to the counter. As Izuku leaves, he thanks the man for his help. As the man watches him go, he thinks of how terrifying that boy's quirk is. Able to see him tear through metal like paper was incredible. He hopes he stays with the hero side, because if he were to go villain, all he would need to do is get a grapple on his opponent and he has won. Time skip 13 years. As Izuku grows more and more, he understands his quirk and how dangerous it is. Not because of the incident with the dog, no, he already understands how easy it would be for him to end someone, but he decided when he uses his quirk, not something else. He has come to peace with that, not that he thinks his quirk is dangerous because he can rip and tear anything he can get his hands on. So far at least. He has been practicing his quirk still at the beach and decided he will clean as he goes. Tearing a car in parts to drag them to a dumpster and collecting garbage. So far it is about half done. While practicing, he learned a new way to use his quirk. Instead of finding an edge or some way to pry things apart, he is now just jamming his hands into the metal itself and pulling them apart. After all, he is tearing into the metal, so why wouldn't it work? Lo and behold, it does. Now he can just jam both his hands into whatever he wants in 2 pieces and be done. He was very happy with this development. But back to the matter at hand, how dangerous his quirk is. He sat at his desk and thought about, and he could, in theory he was wary of trying it, tear a hole in the air in front of him. In doing so, one of a couple of things would happen. He tears a hole in space and makes a portal, hooray, a new way to use his quirk. Or tear a hole in space, sucking everything around him in like a black hole, not good. The last thing that could happen is to tear a hole in space and break the universe. The last one is more because of a movie he watched with his mom and got stuck in his head. But he really wants to open a portal. While yes, he is happy with his quirk and what he can do, how can he be the best hero he can be if he won't use all he can? In the dojo, he uses all his limbs and muscles, so in being a hero he should use all he has to offer. So he says F it and heads to the beach. When he gets there, he starts by focusing on what he wants to tear. The space in front of him to 5 feet farther ahead. He pictures a portal going in front to the point he wants. Because how else is he going to try this? Ask his teacher how to rip a hole in space. So he will do what he does best, his best. So he focuses on point A and point B and jams his hand in the air in front of him. And he feels something, maybe the air he tore. He tries again and again. Some people walk by seeing a kid throwing their hands in the air and walking on, shaking their heads. So he continued trying to tear a hole in the space in front of him. After the 20th try, he sees something happen, a green and black outline on his hands. He stops and looks at his hands and fingers and feels alright. So he tries to summon that green and black light again. After 4 more tries he does it. A green and black lightning is emitting from the points of his fingers. He observes it and how it feels, then he pushes his hands deeper into the muted light. It is a bit hard, but he sees his hands go deeper until they are in the middle of his palms. Now he pulls apart, tearing a hole bigger and bigger. After some effort he lets go, expecting it to snap close. But no, he succeeded. A green and black tear in the space with a bit of lighting arcing out the edge is standing in front of him. With a victory scream into the air and a fist pump he looks at the tear. He sees through and sees about 5 feet in front of where he was standing, just like he wanted. He ran to the other side of the tear and he see through it. Smiling, he decided to test it. Now he is smart enough to know to try throwing things through first. Good thing he is on a trashed beach. After a few things go through he looks at the other stuff and sees it's all good. Now something organic. He grabs an apple he brought for a snack later and throws it through. He grabs it and looks at the apple, looks fine. He bites it and tastes fine. So by that logic it's fine. He finished the apple and decided for the ultimate test. He runs and jumps through the tear in space. And he is fine, just with a jackhammer of a heartbeat. He starts to laugh and then cackle in delight that he can make portals. He can help so many people. Once he is a hero with a portal to a safe location. So excited he turns to look at the tear again to see it gone. He looks and it seems to have closed. Good, because he had no idea how he was going to close it. That's the next test then. He tries to open another tear and does so on the 3rd try. He needs more practice to where he can open them in a second. This time he opens it with the other end as far as he can see on the beach, which would be about 125 feet. All seems to be fine. He shrugs and jumps through. The tear closed after, so it seems if he goes through the tear it closes behind him. But what if he wants to close it without going through it? So he opens a tear, this time as far as he can see into the ocean, to test his limits. It opens. He feels no strain, no pressure, nothing, all good. He looks through the tear and sees all blue. He doesn't know how far he opened the portal, but he sure isn't going through it. Lest he wants to drown, who knows how far from shore. So he focuses on the edge of the tear and tries to close it, but nothing. Okay then, grabbing it also doesn't work. It's fixed in place, so he just thinks close. And it works. How simple. This is great. As he was celebrating he receives a message from his mom that dinner will be done soon. Looking at the time he sees he spent hours working on this. With a happy smile he heads home, but before that, one last test. The picture's a tear in his living room. He opens a tear on the 2nd try and looks through the tear to see his mother standing in the kitchen looking straight at me. Izuku cackles some more at the success and jumps through. His mother still staring at him, waiting for an explanation. He smiles even more and goes to hug his mother. While I do love the hug, can you explain why there was a hole in the living room that scared the green from my hair? And you came through it? As she hugs back, demanding an explanation. He was confused. Why did you get scared? It was quiet. No? He asks his mother. Also confused, she says no, there was a tearing sound coming from the living room, that's why she got spooked. Thinking back to the beach, he doesn't remember hearing a noise, maybe only from the end tear. You can hear it. Shrugging, he goes on to explain how he had a theory that he could tears a hole in space, basically making a portal from one end to the other. He most definitely did not mention the possibility of getting ended in the process. She looked at him with some wonder on how to make a simple quirk and trained it to this. So proud of her son, she hugs him and tells him so. The next morning he heads off to school to deal with Katsuki and his loud proclamation of how he is the best and how he is a useless Deku. Izuku long has given up on correcting him and just accepts whatever he yells. He does defend himself, but never with his quirk, otherwise he would be blacklisted from going to UA. The teachers always are a bit confused since they have access to his record and can see that Izuku does have a quirk and is quite strong, so why does Katsuki yell about Izuku being quirkless? They do stop Katsuki from assaulting outright him in front of them, so that's nice. So it goes on, he goes to school, then the dojo, then the beach for cleaning and quirk practice. In his martial arts studies, he is very good at grappling and some others based on getting his hands on his opponents. Izuku, of course, never uses his quirk during class lest he ends another student. But it is a dojo where you can use their quirk during spars, and he always tells his opponents to do so. After all, in real life, a villain won't use their quirk just because Izuku is not. It's not a fair world. As he went through he saw many robots coming towards him. He smiled, thinking how well he will do. He began to rip and tear through any robot that got close. Grabbing parts of one robot with one hand, and he ripped parts until he knew what to take out. So he ran through the city, sometimes taking a robot apart, other times helping distract another to help another test taker. He didn't mind. At one point he just began running through the robot, shoving his hands through the chest and pulling it apart without stopping. By this point in his life, his hands are just all callous from endless ripping and tearing. His quirk does work with gloves, but they end up being torn after a little while, so bare hands he will do. After all, why does he need any defense in his martial arts? He discovered that for him offensive is the best defense. But all means he is not super strong or extra durable, he is a man that can rip and tear very well. So instead of trying to block a robot swing at him, he instead grabs the limb and tears as he rips with the other hand. He has long lost count of how many points he had, so he had to make sure it was enough. As others watch him, they feel slightly horrified at how easily Izuku can tear robots apart. Thinking he has super strength, they move on. High above, the teachers of UA watch over. Most though have eyes glued to one screen with a green-haired boy tearing through a robot, sometimes literally. "Hey Nizu, what's that kid's quirk?" Present Mike asks as he watches and thinks he has some sort of super strength. The rat, bear, and thing respond with a name and simple quirk description. Rip and tear, the ability to rip and tear anything he likes. Oh, that is unique. As he thinks of the possibilities of that quirk. So not strength, just good at pulling stuff apart. Says ectoplasm. I wonder if he can tear into T-. Midnight was cut off by a coffee styrofoam cup hitting her in the head. Stop that. Eraserhead says as he remembered the kid from long ago. Glad to see him doing well enough. Well, I think it's time, no? The Chimera says as he hits a button next to his chair. Back in the exam area, Izuku just finished tearing apart a 3-pointer's head off. When he feels a rumble in the ground and a large 0-pointer comes around a corner. Holy shit, that thing is massive. Izuku yells. As he watches other test takers run past him to get away from the Goliath robot, he notices a person fall and get pinned with rubble. Thinking he has enough time to get to them before the 0-pointer splatters them like a ripe watermelon, he sprints to them. Seeing that it's Uraraka, once he is close enough to see through the dust that picked up. He asks her if she is alright, and she tiredly responds she is just pinned and has used her quirk too much and can't use it on the rubble. He starts to tear into the block to light the load to pick it up and move it. Finally, he succeeded and shoves it to the side, but the pale look on the girl's face makes Izuku spin to see the 0-pointer. Too close for comfort and raising its fist to flatten them. He immediately tears a portal in the ground, the other side leading to the entrance of the fake city. Grabbing her in a princess carry, her yelping in surprise and fright, he jumps through just in time as the fist rockets down and destroying the space they just vacated. Falling, Izuku turns and uses his own body as a cushion so Uraraka doesn't get more hurt than she needs to. Slightly shaking at the way to a near-death experience, he looks down at the girl still clinging to him. Are you alright? Izuku asks as he tries to get his breath back in his lungs. He faintly hears a buzzer signaling the end of the exam. Shakily she says, "Thank you. Yeah, I'm okay, just my ankle hurts, but better than being ended right." She laughs weakly. They both hear a steady tapping. Looking over, they see Recovery Girl, the school nurse. "Should I come back later?" she asks with a small smirk at their position. Both blush furiously at how Uraraka is still on top of Izuku with her holding him. They immediately separated, him helping her so she doesn't hurt her foot anymore. Not looking at each other. Izuku asks Recovery Girl to look at her ankle. As she heals her, the nurse hands out gummies. "The results of your test will be mailed out in a week. You guys can head on out." She turns and looks for more injuries. Izuku helps Uraraka up and both start to head out. "How did you do?" he asks. "Alright, I hope. How about you?" the Gravity Girl asks back. "Pretty good. I lost count after a while and just focused on getting enough just in case." As they continue to talk about the exam, they part ways and exchange numbers to keep in contact. Izuku heads home happy that he might have made his first friend in a while. A pretty one at that. He shakes the thought out. He finally gets home a bit tired from the adrenaline leaving his body. His mom is there asking him how he did and if he was alright. Smiling, he says he is tired and tells her he made a friend. Happy for her son, she tells him to go take a shower and that dinner will be ready soon. Agreeing, he heads off. He feels a buzz and sees it's a message from Uraraka. "Gravity Girl, made it home and I'm ready to sleep for the rest of the week." Smiling, he started to reply when his mother looks down the hall as Izuku stands in the middle of it. "What are you doing?" she asks, confused. What would have made him stop in the middle of the hallway? He responds without thinking, "I'm texting Uraraka." As he hears a cry and turns to see his mother with tears in her eyes. "A girl, my baby is growing up." She wails as she tackles Izuku in a hug. He tries to explain it's not like that, but is drowned out by more cries. A week later, he is doing some light exercises in his room, every once in a while texting back to Uraraka. His mother bursts in with an envelope with the UA stamp in the middle. He tells Uraraka he got his results and goes to open it with his mother in his room with him. A disc slips out and he looks at it curious as it turns on loudly, All Might yelling. Scaring both the green hair family members, He throws it and lands upright, continuing where it left off. I am here to give you your exam results. You may be wondering what I am doing here, while you are looking at UA's newest teacher. What's that? Hurry up. Alright, so you passed the test ranking number 2 right under a recommended student. Congrats, but now onto the practical. You scored a mighty 78 villain points, giving you first place. All Might exclaims. Izuku starts to tear up, happy he is on the road to achieving his dream. His mother cries with him, hugging him, proud of him. But wait, there is more. How can we call ourselves a hero school if we don't reward those with heroic actions? As he shows clips of Izuku helping and assisting other test takes. Finally cutting to Izuku rushing to get Uraraka out from underneath the rubble, and the video missing when he portals out, oddly enough. Just showing him with Uraraka on top of him. Izuku feels his mother poking him with a smirk. Embarrassed, he decided not to look at her, and he continues to watch. That's why we are awarding you 70 rescue points. At a total of 148 points, I look forward to seeing what kind of hero you become, and we'll see you later. He finishes up and the device shuts off. Looking at his mother in joy for getting into the hero program. He sees her looking at him, saying, she seemed to be clinging to you very tightly in the last clip. Anything you need to tell me, Izuku? She asks while having a scandalous smirk on her face. He blushes so hard, his mother laughs at his embarrassment. Hugging him, happy he got in. They hear a buzz and look at Izuku's phone with multiple texts from the said girl. His mother wiggles her eyebrows at him and heads out to cook something in celebration. After he calms down, he looks at his phone to see Uraraka also passed and will be in the same class as him. He blushes thinking of his mother's actions just minutes before. On the morning of the first day of UA, he struggles to tie his tie. Getting frustrated, he is tempted to tear it apart. He looks at it and says, F it good enough. He head out and says goodbye to his mother with a big hug. Taking a short train ride to the campus, he looks up at the gate of UA. With some time to spare, he finally finds his classroom door. Someone definitely built this place like a maze. Praying to any god willing to listen that Katsuki won't be in the same class as him. Opening the door, he is greeted by shouting, the gods have forsaken Izuku apparently. Sighing, he takes a few steps in when Uraraka shows up behind him and greets him happily. I'm glad to see you again, Midoriya, she says to her savior. She looks at his messy tie and frowns slightly. Noticing her gaze, he says in an embarrassed tone, yeah, I know it looks bad, I never had a reason to learn how to tie a tie. So I ended up with this. Freezing as she reaches forward and unties it, she flips his collar and ties it properly. Patting it with satisfaction, she realized how close she got to him. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, just wanted to fix it is all. She backs up looking at him with a slight blush. Sporting his own blush at her actions, he waves it of trying to move past it. Thanks, I appreciate it, I'll try to learn how to do it right next time. Uraraka looking in the classroom, she sees some unique people, some talking between each other, and a pair of golden and black eyes looking back right at her with huge teasing smile. Knowing she will be trouble, she looks away to another pair of eyes looking not at her but at Izuku. And not just looking but glaring and sneering so hard he looks like he is trying to set his head on fire. Not liking the look, she is about to ask Izuku when she sees him looking at the ground behind her. Looking back, she sees the largest worm on the ground shuffling towards them. With a slight shriek, she jumps behind Izuku staring at the grub. Izuku in his infinite wisdom crouches down and pokes it. It wriggled some more. Don't touch it. What is it, a worm? Uraraka says to Izuku. I was thinking it is a caterpillar, a really big one. Maybe it's someone's quirk. Looking back to the now quiet class, thinking maybe it's one of theirs. The rest of the class is now looking at what is going on, some shaking their heads to his unasked question. Don't worry, bud, we'll find your owner. Patting the caterpillar, as it wriggled some more, he sees it stand and a zipper sounds as a tired black-haired man stand out of his sleeping bag. He looks at Izuku with a complicated look in his face. Why would you think a caterpillar is roaming the halls? With a confused tone. Completely embarrassed that he was patting his probably homeroom teacher and the man that prevented him from bleeding out. He can only reply with a question of his own. Why were you crawling on the ground in your sleeping bag? Completely ready to get expelled in his first day of UA. Pinching the bridge of his nose with a sigh, he just moves past it all and looks at his class. Introducing himself as the homeroom teacher and his name, Shoyuta Aizawa, he tells them to change into their gym uniforms and meet him at the field. Rubbing his face with his hands to dispel the lingerie embarrassment, he feels a pat on his shoulder. Looking over, he sees Uraraka holding in a laugh. She says, "It could have been worse." As they line up in front of their homeroom teacher, he explains that they are going to do a quirk apprehension test. Uraraka asking about the introduction ceremony, he just says it's a waste of time. Throwing a ball to Izuku, he says, "Midoriya, You came in first in the entrance exam. What was your longest throw in middle school? Responding, about 70 meters. Alright, now do it with your quirk, do whatever, just do it without leaving the circle. Aizawa says. Ha, that Deku doesn't have a quirk. I don't understand how someone like him got here in the first place, let alone first in the entrance exam. He probably cheated. Katsuki sneers at Izuku, with some quiet talking between classmates about what he just said. Uraka glares at the boy, annoyed already with his attitude. Izuku meanwhile rolls his eyes. You didn't listen when I was 4 and you won't listen until now. Izuku says with an angry glare back at Katsuki. Getting into the circle, he thinks of the farthest point he has been to or can see. He looks around and sees something that gives him an insane idea. With a wild grin, he looks over to his teacher and asks, "Do you have something to tie me down so I don't get swept away during my turn?" With confused looks all around, Aizawa nods his head and wraps Izuku around his waist with his capture scarf and gives him a nod, curious to see what he is going to do. Telling everyone else to brace themselves, he starts. Dropping the ball at his feet, it won't matter anyways. He gets ready and hopes it will work. Looking up at the moon still visible during the day, he throws his hands forward and with more effort than he ever had to he pulls and tears a hole in front of him. Immediately he sees the black void of space and sees the greatest view of the earth. With the sight so came the suction of space. With some gasps in the crowd of students, he feels the scarf hold him in place. With everything getting sucked into the tier in front of him, he sees the ball go through and immediately shuts the tier, falling backwards with no more pull forward. He thanks Aizawa for holding on to his literal lifeline. Glad that worked out, Izuku says, and he stands up, dusting himself off. While Aizawa glares at him for such a dangerous stunt he pulled off. His device beeps with an error message that it is out of range of the earth. Showing it to his students. While his did what he was asked of, please don't try do something like that again. With all the students talking with excitement, one wasn't. Angry that he has been tricked all these years, he rushes at Izuku, yelling, "Deku, tell me how you did that." With Eraserhead scarf still wrapped Izuku's waist, he couldn't stop him in time before he reaches his target. Izuku immediately goes on the offensive and grabs Katsuki when he swings at him and throws him to the ground, still holding his wrist. He twists it behind Katsuki's back to pin him down. Aizawa, the pro hero he is, rushes to break it up before it escalates any further. Katsuki continued to scream and struggle, but no avail. When Aizawa got close enough, Izuku released him and backed away quickly, still prepared for him to attack again. Before that, the teacher got his scarf on Katsuki as he got up to charge at Izuku. What the hell is this made of? Katsuki yells and struggles some more. Enough. Eraserhead yells as he glances at Izuku but is not worried he will attack. Seeing him still in his defensive form, he turns back to Katsuki. You are on very thin ice, Bakugo. Give me a reason why I shouldn't expel you from my class for attacking another student unprovoked. Katsuki, stunned at what the hobo said to him, yells back, because I'm the best, and the future #1 hero. That Deku shouldn't even be here lying to me about being quirkless all our lives. He glares at Izuku. I never ever said I was quirkless. You are the one that didn't believe me when I showed you what my quirk could do. You are the one who told everyone at our school I was quirkless. I never corrected you because I didn't see any reason you deserved the truth you covered your eyes from. Izuku said calmly, seeing his homeroom teacher have him handle. I'll give you one more chance, but if you do something like this again you are out of my class, understood? He looks into Katsuki's but knows already he won't last very long. Whatever. Katsuki looks away. As the others look on, some murmur about how violent Katsuki looked, while Uraka is glad to see Izuku unharmed and glares at Katsuki for what she is putting together from what she overheard. After that, Izuku walks back to his class and is greeted by congratulations on how insane his so-called throw was. Never receiving praise to this degree and this many people, he stutters a thanks and rejoins the line. Someone saying to the others something about having fun, the mood changes. You are not here to have fun. You are here to learn to be the best heroes you can be. How about this for fun? The last place will be removed from this hero course. He looks over his students. Most complaining but not have no other option, they move on. Izuku not too worried about the tests, he will probably land in the high middle. Uraka slinks up next to him and tells him how well he did. With a slight blush he thanks her and they do the rest of the tests. As he watches all these unique quirks he wishes he had his notebook with him to write every detail. But later, as he lines up for the 50-meter dash, Katsuki glares at him and says something about destroying him in this. As they started, Izuku just dives into the air and tears a portal open while rolling forward past the end of the line. Getting first in that exercise as well, he can hear Katsuki grinding his teeth. Thinking about how much he must do that, he wonders how damaged his teeth are, poor dentist. Izuku gave his all, using his portals where he could like the distance jump and high jump. His fit body could land him in a good enough place in the test. As they went along, he was greeted by his classmates seeing how friendly he was. He got the names of most of his new friends. One got very close. Mina grabbing his arm and squeezing it, trying to get a reaction from Uraka. As she looked at the other girl, she froze. She felt again and felt how muscular Izuku was. From endless practice and cleaning the beach, he was a beefcake. Now getting more and more embarrassed. Mina, can you please let go? Izuku almost pleaded. Is sure sorry? Mina let go while seeing Uraka giving her a look from the corner of her eye, sweating at the intense look. One short student was glaring at Izuku, jealous of the attention he was getting. Catching the glare, looked back. He was slightly confused and wondering what he did to him. In the end of all the tests, Izuku placed first. Kinda surprised, he thought he was high middle of the pack. Seeing the last place, Mineta crying about how he will never get any. He was disgusted, kinda glad he was getting removed now. But Eraserhead telling them it was a ruse to make them do their best, burst that bubble. Now getting changed back to his school uniform to go home. He chats to the other boys. Finally heading out, he meets up with Uraka and head out to the train station. While walking, she realized she doesn't know what his quirk is. Asking this, how does your quirk work, Midoriya? Oh, it lets me rip and tear anything I get my hands on, not the flashy, but I made it mine. Izuku turns to her with smile. Confused, she asks, then how did you make those portals? That's like a whole another quirk. Izuku laughs and tells her about he first opened a tear, ready to break the universe. Uraka horrified looks at Izuku and hits him. Don't do that, you'll end up hurting yourself if it didn't go as you wanted. Uraka lectures. Rubbing his arm, Izuku replies, alright, but don't worry, think it worked because I was thinking of the other side of the tear. Otherwise, well, I guess I wouldn't have to worry about this conversation. Smiling at Uraka. He asked her if she wants to end it quickly or does she want to show what she's got. Confused, she asked what he means. I could portal us to the building across to see where the bomb is located and then portal right into the room and boom, we win. Or we go in without portals and show what we can do. Izuku explains. Uraraka chose to go through the front door. They plan to split up as soon as Katsuki jumps them. Her going for the bomb and him taking out Katsuki and then joins her. It's all going to plan. Katsuki jumps out and tries to take out Izuku while screaming about how he lied to him about his quirk, and Uraraka runs to the stairs. They fight with Izuku redirecting Katsuki's explosions and throwing in a punch every chance he could. Katsuki didn't hurt Izuku very much, only slight burns. Getting frustrated, he gives a heavy right hook while screaming, "Where is that quirk of yours? Are you looking down on me, you Deku?" Izuku hates that name, it's so annoying. Like a fly that would never go away, always buzzing next to his ear. Getting mad, he grabs his right hook by the gauntlet and tears it apart, leaving his arm exposed. There is my quirk, happy now? He grits out. While Katsuki is shocked, Izuku grabs him by the other arm and pins him to the ground just like the other day. Shaking off his shock at how Izuku tore his gauntlet so easily, he realizes he had been captured with the tape. Screaming over AM's voice saying that he is out. Izuku looks at him and prays he takes the loss. But he knows he won't, he should have knocked him out. Too late now, hopefully Katsuki won't do anything too stupid. Running up the stairs while asking Uraraka where she was. It's one floor above, she is in the room with Ida and she can't catch him. Telling her to corner him by one wall, Izuku waits. When he gets the signal that Ida is by the wall specified, Izuku tears through the wall and surprised Ida. Seeing him distracted, Uraraka jumps for the bomb and wins the trail for them. Nice work, Izuku. She freezes as she calls him by his given name, trying to back up. He stops her. It's fine, you can call me Izuku, Uraraka. He says with rosy cheeks even though no one can see because of his helmet. Then you can call me Ochako. She looks away flustered. As AM calls them back, Katsuki bursts through the doorway. No way I'm going to lose to someone like you. Do you know what my quirk does, don't you, Deku? As he raises his other gauntlet, aiming it right at him. With AM yelling not to fire, the trial is over, and Katsuki will end him if he fires. He won't die if he dodges. He yells as he pulls the pin. Meanwhile, Izuku with Ochako and Ida right next to him gets in front of them both. Knowing this will only escalate, he readies himself. Seeing that he is actually trying to end him, he tears the biggest portal to cover himself and more importantly the people behind him. Opening the other side to outside the building, he waits until he feels the heat disappear. Closing that portal with a thought, he opens another right behind Katsuki. With a brutal hit to the back of his head, he grabs the other gauntlet and tears it apart. Pinning Katsuki roughly to the ground, he looks up to see Ochako and Ida alright, but he can see a tremble in Ochako's hands. With adrenaline running through his body, he makes sure Katsuki can't move, and if he uses his quirk again he will only hurt himself. Am finally arrives at the bomb room and looks over the students to see all of them still whole. "Good job, young Midoriya, I'll take him from here," he said with steel in his voice. Knocking out a howling Katsuki, he picks him up and takes him away. Heading back to the observation room, Ochako and Ida thank him for saving them both. Happy to see them all right, he waves them off. As soon as they open the door, they are bombarded by their classmates. Not used to being the center of attention, Izuku backs up slightly. Telling them all they were all right, they relent and give Izuku some breathing room. Am shows up after dropping off Katsuki in the nurse's office, making sure he was secured. "You will deal with that later." "Well, that could have been worse. Let's move on to who was the MVP of this round," Am says, looking over his charges. Yazuruzo raises her hand and says that Izuku is the MVP. From planning and then saving the three from getting torched by Katsuki. Am agrees and they move on to the next match. That's how the rest of the day goes. Some matches are more interesting than others. Ochako is next to him while she listens to him mutter to himself. Not interrupting, just trying to absorb what he is saying. Mina smirks and points them out to Hagakure. She giggles with her new friend. They're going to have fun this year. The day ends with no more injuries than bumps and bruises. With the majority of the class walking out of the gates together chatting about the trials, they split off. Meanwhile, AM and Eraserhead are sitting with the principal and Katsuki. While discussing what happened in the trial, Katsuki grits his teeth, thinking about how it's all Deku's fault. As punishment, you will be suspended for the rest of the week and will attend anger management classes. This is your second strike, one more and you are out of the hero course, if not UA as a whole. Accepting his punishment, he leaves, planning on how to put that Deku in his place. Waking up with a slight headache, Izuku gets ready. Not even trying with his tie, he just throws it around his neck and lets the ends dangle. He knows some bullshittery will happen today, he just knows it. Downing his coffee, he meets up with Ochako. Seeing his disheveled appearance, she asks, "You alright, Izuku? You don't look so well." As she grabs his tie to fix it. With a smile at her actions, he already feels the headache leaving. "I'm fine, just woke with a headache. I feel some shit is going to happen, I just know it." With a suspicious squint of the eye. Giggling, "I don't think I've ever heard you swear, then again I've heard worse at my parents' construction sites," she says, looking at him. "What makes you feel like something is going to happen?" "Anytime I wake with a headache, something has happened. Lost my phone one of those times and another villain attacked me. For example," he says with his head on a swivel. "Are you alright?" she asked with worry in her tone and eyes. Izuku just waved it off, saying the villain never touched him, and AM stopped him. As they walk on, they hear some voices and see a crowd of reporters. They stop and look at the sea of cameras and microphones. Waving his hands at the reporters, he says, "See, bullshit." Not wanting to get closer lest the parasites grab onto them. With a chuckle, Ochako agrees with his powers to sense bullshit. They stand there as they think about how to get past them without assaulting a civilian. They throw ideas from a distraction to jumping the UA walls. As they give up on another plan, other students of UA from other courses including his own join the two. Looking over, he sees about 20 random students next to them, also thinking of a way to get past the leeches. A couple from his class gets close to him and Ochako. Looking at the time, he says, "Fuck it. I'm breaking the law today." Throwing his hands in the air. With the other students looking at him, he throws his hands forward and tears a hole from him to the other side of the UA gate, next to the entrance doors. Eraserhead, on his way to try to disperse the crowd, sees the portal open and prepares for a villain, but recognizes the green lighting edge of the portal. As Izuku gestures toward the tear in space, he says, "It opens right next to the building, go ahead, I'll be the last one." Kirishima and Kaminari both thank Izuku and walk through. With the rest of the crowd of UA students going after seeing it's safe. "You're not going through?" Ochako asks as she stands by Izuku. "No, I have to be the last or else the tier closes behind me," he explains as the last of the students go through, with Ochako last and Izuku following behind her. They come face to face with their homeroom teacher, looking at him with a dead look in his eyes. Thinking he is going to reprimand him, Aizawa just turns and tries to get the reporters to leave. With a sigh of relief, Izuku and Ochako laugh a bit and head to class. As he gets to class, he sees Katsuki not in his seat or the room at all. Ignoring this, he waits for class to start. A tired Eraserhead shows up and goes on to tell them how they did on the battle trials yesterday. Explaining how Katsuki has been punished and will return in a week. Looking at Izuku, ready for a talking to about his illegal quirk use or how rough he was taking down Katsuki. All Aizawa says is, "Good job." With a nod, not sure what he was referring to, Izuku just accepts it with a smile. Then Aizawa goes on to tell the class to choose a class president and promptly goes to his sleeping bag. Poor guy, I'll get him a coffee later. Sound erupts about how almost everyone wants to be the president. Ida tells everyone to vote for it and we will decide that way. In the end, Izuku was voted in with Momo as vice. He looks directly at Ochako and mouths, more bullshit. With that, he goes up to give his speech. Presidents do that, right? As president, I do declare that this is a bad idea, that is all. Yaoruzo beside him just chuckles and goes on to write her phone number to make a group chat for 1A. They all agree and have a chat room made up in a few minutes. As lunch rolls around, Izuku sits with Ochako. With a heavy sigh he digs in. Ochako says, "Oh, calm down you drama queen, it's not that bad." With more of their classmates sitting down. "It's just more responsibility that I didn't want is all," he says with another dramatic sigh as he eats. With laughs going around the table, Mina speaks up. "Don't worry, you'll do fine, that's why I voted for you. And also for opening a portal past those reporters." Agreements go around the lunch table. With Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Ida at the table. With more sitting down as they get their food. An ear-piercing alarm goes off, with one of the third years saying it's an intrude alarm and should leave. Izuku instead gets on the table looking around to see if he can spot anything. He is about to follow the crowd when he sees it's the reporters. He looks for a way to get everyone's attention when he sees Ochako get swept up by the crowd. Getting angry that she might get hurt, he tears a portal to the top of the door next to the exit sign and rips his fingers into the wall for a handhold. Yelling that's only the reporters and to calm down, he jumps down and checks on Ochako, seeing she is alright. He gathers the rest of 1A and heads to class. He sees on his way to class that the gate is now dust. It seems that even more bullshit has arrived. Next morning Izuku wakes, but he feels like something is going to happen. He has no headache, so that only makes him worried. Praying it's only something he ate that is making him feel like this, he prepares and head out. Meeting up with Ochako like always, with the fixing of the tie, they walk in a peaceful silence. Until someone yells out to them. Turning around they see it's Mina. "Hey guys. How are you doing?" The pink ball of energy asks, with a bit too much enthusiasm in the morning to be normal. "I'm good, how's your morning, Mina?" Ochako responds, "All right." With a shrug, looking at both of them with a smirk, she asks, "You two are always together, are you mayhaps a couple?" With the tips of her fingers covering her mouth. Both with a bright blush, Izuku says in a rush, No, we're just good friends. We met during the entrance exam and we became friends. That's all." Feeling slightly odd at saying that out loud. Ochako nods along, but not liking the feeling inside her at the last part. "Oh really, so you're single, Midori?" Mina hooking her arm in his as they continued to walk to school. Not knowing what to do in this situation, Izuku just answered in the affirmation. Ochako not liking how close Mina is getting, she also hooks arms with Izuku's other side. Looking at Mina, ready to defend her territory. Mina looking back with a grin, internally laughing at getting the reaction she wanted. Meanwhile Izuku can only look back and forward from Mina and Ochako in confusion of what is going on. Arriving at school, with many looks of confusion and some of jealousy seeing him with two pretty girls on his arms. Finally arriving at the classroom door, Izuku still confusion at his predicament. Mina quickly lets go and opens the door and heads inside with the best sheet-eating grin at Ochako. With the door open, everyone could see Ochako on Izuku's arm. Now with embarrassed blush Ochako lets go and heads to her seat, glaring at a giggling Mina planning her revenge. Izuku just sits down trying to get past the feeling of Ochako leaving his arm. He didn't like it. Shaking his head, Aizawa opens the door and announced, "We are having a special class today based around rescue. We will take a bus to a different facility, change into you suits and meet me outside." With that he walks back out. With excited chatter everyone filters out. While changing in the locker room Mineta says out loud, "Hey, check it out, there is a peephole into the women's locker room. We can see what they look like." With perverted grin getting closer to the hole. Ida about to reprimand him for his actions, but Izuku beats him to the punch. With a calm fury, he grabs Mineta by the top of his head making sure he doesn't tear into his skull. Yelling out in more surprise than pain the pervert looks at his captor. With eyes that scared him to his core he brings him close and whispers in his ear. One boy in the room silently watched as the grape's face went from surprise to scared to pale-faced horror. No one else could hear what Izuku said to the other boy, but once he let him go, Mineta grabbed the rest of his suit and quickly walked to the other corner of the room to finish changing. Watching him go, Izuku goes back to finish changing with everyone else curious to what he said to scare Mineta so badly. In the other locker room Jiru had one of her jacks in the wall ready to poke an eye out. Here's what Izuku said to Mineta and is both horrified and glad that there is good guy in the class. "Everything alright Jiru, you look a bit pale?" Momo asks. I'm fine, just glad Midoriya is on our side. Also, can you make something to plug this hole? The girls giving her odd looks, they finish changing and plug the hole. Meeting up with rest of the class, Izuku approaches Momo to tell her about the peephole, but she already has it covered. Counting heads, he confirms that everyone is here and ready to get on the bus. Ida blows a whistle saying loudly, "Line up in alphabetical order to board the bus." Izuku walks up to him. "Hey Ida, tone it down, we don't need to do that, also it won't matter, it's a different bus layout," he says, gesturing to the bus. They all board, Izuku next to Tsuyu and Ochako on the other. After a bit, Tsuyu speaks up. "Midoriya, can I ask you what your quirk is? It seems to be two different ones, strength and that portal ability." That got everyone's attention. Izuku says back, "Sure, I don't mind Azui dash. Call me Tsuyu." "Alright Tsuyu, it's only one quirk. And I'm not super strong, my quirk is called Rip and Tear. Simply put, I can rip and tear anything I get my hands on." As he closes his hands in front of him, looking at a certain boy as he does this, Mineta looks away in a panic. Seeing confusion, he explains further. "For example, I can't pick up a car or bend steel like most anyone else. But if I give you a thick paper book, I could tear it like it's only one page. I trained it so I can tear more than just paper, but that's the basic of it. Anything I can grab, I can rip it apart." "What about the portals then?" Kirishima asks. "Oh, I completely winged that one a couple of years ago. I thought if I can tear anything I want, then why not the space in front of me?" Izuku says, remembering the first time he did that. Momo in the back paling at the thought of a tear in space. Good thing that worked out, otherwise, who knows? Izuku shrugs. It got quiet for a minute when Kirishima speaks up again. "So why didn't you use your quirk on Bakugo on in the trial?" With the absence Katsuki, Izuku responded simply. "Then he would be missing a limb. My quirk is to rip and tear, can't exactly use it someone without maiming them." Everyone on the bus realized how dangerous Izuku really is, with his mobility with portals and offensive power and tearing anything in his path. "Good thing you are on our side then," Kaminari says, dispelling the thoughts going on in everyone's heads. Soon they arrive at the dome of the USJ, Ochako freaking out and shaking Izuku about her favorite hero. Hero 13 greets them and talks to Aizawa for a moment before getting back to the class. "I'm sure you are all excited about today's lesson, but first I want to talk about my quirk black hole. Yes, you have used it clear our rubble to help so many people," Ochako says, excited. With a chuckle they continue, "Yes I have, but just as easily I used it save, I could use it to end." With that the mood changed again, some looking at Izuku. He already thought long and hard about how dangerous his quirk is, just listens. "You all have quirks that could harm just as easily, that's why we are here to teach how to use them properly in this facility," she says with enthusiasm for the lesson ahead. While the class was clapping, the lights went out and in the center of the plaza a purple mist appeared. With a sinking feeling Izuku yells out, "Eraserhead, look!" Spinning around he curses, he sees dozens of villains come out, with three notable villains, a big bird-looking monster, one lanky with hands on him, and the purple mist came together to a man. Where is All Might? He should be here. Maybe ending a few students will spawn him. "Move up, boys." With a manic look in his eyes. With the order the villains rush forward. Eraserhead quickly orders, "Midoriya, evacuation now." As he charges forward himself to hold off the tide of people bent on hurting his students. Izuku, not wasting time, turns and rips a portal to the front of the UA main building. "Go through now." As his classmates run through, he waits and looks back at how Eraserhead is doing. He is holding his own but is slowing down. With the lanky villain watching his EXP leave the combat zone, he furiously scratches his neck. "Shigaraki, do you wish for me to stop them?" The mist asks. "No, Noma, stop him." Pointing at Izuku. Izuku, seeing this, looks at the Nomu and sees it disappear and appear in front of 13 with a burst of speed, putting themselves in between of the villains and the escaping students. Seeing the monster backhand the hero, Izuku turns quickly to see the last student besides him, Ochako, look of horror at the monster. He immediately grabs her and pushes her through the gate before the Nomu grabbed him. On the other side of the portal the students can see the Nomu holding Izuku by the arm. With a worry that it will go through the tier and end everyone on campus, he shuts the gate. Ochako, seeing this, gets up to go back through but is too late. "Damn it, at least we got the one." And the heroes. As Eraserhead finished the last villain, Shigaraki runs to him to finish him off. But blocked the elbow to his face as it starts to crumble, the hero backs away with a pant. Looking back to the stairs he sees Izuku in the Nomu's grasp. "Bring him here and get rid of this hero." The Nomu speeding off with Izuku struggling to get some wiggle room to slip out, but he can't. The Nomu doing the same as it did to the other hero backhands him into the fountain in the center and not get up. Seeing this, Izuku goes with the lethal approach and tears the Noma's hand, gripping him off. With a drop, he goes for the leg next and tears it off as well. Falling to its remaining knee and hand, he backs off as he sees it start to grow its limbs back. With manic laugh, "You are violent one, aren't you? But no matter, my bioengineered super weapon doesn't just have strength and speed quirks but regen and shock absorber one too," the handyman boasts. Izuku, hearing this and seeing Aizawa not getting up, decides he doesn't want to die. He promised Mom long ago he would be careful. So he will rip and tear to get back home safely, no matter who he has to go through. Charging at the Nomu just as it was getting on its feet, he runs past and tears off the other leg. Jumping on its back as it screeches, he tears off the other limbs, not allowing it to get back up. Knowing he has to work fast before it can regenerate and get back, he begins to RIP and tear at it back. Hand in hand, reaching the spine, then the heart. He stops for a moment to see if that did it. He sees the hole in the back of the creature's clothes. So he starts again. Before that, he feels it get up on its feet. Cursing himself for forgetting the limbs, he digs his head into the back and holds on. As it thrashes around, Izuku climbs up quickly and grabs its head and rips it off. With a shudder, it falls to its knees, then face down, not getting back up. Shigaraki, seeing this teenager covered in the blood and holding the head of the Nomu, yells out. The Misty Man, in a bit of shock of the brutal display, opens a portal for Shigaraki to reach forward to dust him. Out of breath and bloody, not his own, he sees the hand reaching for him from a mist in the air. Knowing what is going on because he has done the same in training with his portals, he grabs the hand by the forearm and tears it off without hesitation. Screaming out in agony, he pulls his arm back with a missing hand. Shigaraki screams out, "I am going to end you?" But before that, the front door burst open and multiple shots rang out, injuring Shigaraki even more. "Kurogiri, gate now." With murderous glare at Izuku, he disappeared. Izuku runs over to Aizawa to see if he was alright. He see him bloody but breathing steadily. Just knocked out, he breathes out a sigh of relief. Our heroes on top of the stairs look at the bloody corpse of a monster, with a missing head and multiple limbs around of the belonging to it. "Jesus HF-. Snipe says, looking over the body. Seeing all the villains knocked out, Nizu and Am approach Izuku. Standing up, he greets them. "Oh hey, the bad guys are gone and Aizawa needs help." Coming down from the adrenaline rush of the close brush of death. "It seems that you also need some assistance, Mr. Midoriya?" Nizu says with a gesture to the boy's appearance. "Are you hurt, my boy?" Am follows up. Looking down, Izuku sees his arms covered in the Nomus blood with some on his visor. Taking off his helmet with a hiss. "It's not mine, none of it is. It all belongs to that thing." Pointing at the headless Nomo. Shigaraki, the head villain, said it was bioengineered with multiple quirks to end you. Izuku says in a shaky voice. Looking at Am, he notices that his face is a few shades paler and took minuscule step back. Nizu looked only slightly better, knowing what multiple quirks means. Izuku's legs give out and he falls to his knees as paramedics come to get Aizawa. Am and the principal rush to him, helping him to keep his feet under him. "We better get you to see medical and have you tell us and the police what happened exactly." As he looks around. "Alright, is everyone else safe? How is 13? My classmates?" Izuku remembered as he was helped along. "Yes, your classmates don't have a scratch on them, and as for 13, they say they will make a full recovery." Though young Uraraka was very distraught, so were the rest of 1A, but mostly Uraraka. Nizu said, leading Izuku up the stairs and out of the USJ. Wincing at the thought of Ochako panicking and not know that he was alright. He quickly pulls out his phone and sends a mass text to his friends and his mom that he is alright and with the heroes. Arriving at UA a few minutes later, he sees his class waiting and see him quickly rushing over. They all stop when they see the blood covering his arms and chest. Looking down, he still sees the gore coating him. "It's alright, it's not mine." Wincing immediately after saying that, Izuku just waves them off to show he is still in one piece. "I'll explain later, but you guys dash." He is cut off as Ochaka wraps him up in a tight hug. Don't think you should hug me right now, I'm filthy." Izuku stutters out with colored cheeks. "You idiot," he hears from his chest, giving her a quick hug back so that he doesn't cover her in the grim as well. She pulls away, wiping tears, looking at him with a worried smile. Am guides him to the nurse's office to clean up and get checked out. After RG sees he is unharmed except for a bruised arm from when the Nomu grabbed him, they lead him to a conference room with all the staff. Except for 13, Eraserhead, and Am, there is two others that Izuku never met before. One very cliché detective and a tall skinny blonde with blue sunken eyes. Understanding that the detective is needed for a police report, he looks at the skinny blonde. Nizu introduces the two men, Midoriya, this is Detective Tsukachi and Yagi Tashinori. We would like to talk to you about what happened in the USJ. I understand the police, but who are you? Izuku looks at Small Might. I am the secretary for AM, I will be in for his stead. He replied somewhat quickly. With the principal giving a nod, he accepts it and starts with 13 finishing her lecture about the dangers of quirks. When Kurogiri appeared with the mob following then Shigaraki and the Nomu, he tells them Eraserhead ordered him to evacuate the class knowing Izuku had a portal ability. Here the detective asks why he didn't follow his classmates. That was my intention, but Shigaraki ordered the Nomu to stop me and I couldn't get through the tear in time, so I pushed Uraraka through and closed it behind her so that the Nomu didn't get through and do who knows what here. Izuku explained, feeling more weary. He continued on about 13 getting injured, the Nomu brining him to send her close to Shigaraki, Eraserhead getting injured then setting himself free from the Nomu. Explaining what his quirk does to the detective so he understands what he did to get free. After ripping the arm off it began to regrow, with Shigaraki laughing out loud saying it was created with multiple quirks to end AM. Regenerate, shock absorber, strength and speed quirks. And probably stamina if you think about it. With that there was a quiet in the room. Nizu gestures him to continue. He does so as he tells them he was going to have to fight the monster if he wanted to live. So he did so, he tore off the limbs to stop its mobility then its spine. Hoping that would stop it. After seeing the spine grow back he goes for the head to end it. At that Vlad King asks if he thinks he did the right thing ending that Nomu. I promised my mom I would be as safe as I can be as a hero. And if that means ending that monster so be it. He says looking at the teacher in anger. How else was he supposed to stop something meant for AM? The detective speaks up. That makes sense for the multiple limbs matching the Nomu, but what about the normal arm at the scene? That was Shigaraki's. After seeing me end the Nomu he got angry, his arm was warped with Kurogiri's help to attack me. So I took his arm off. Izuku says without remorse. After that he was sent to his mother. With a tearful reunion and his mother checking every inch of him for any harm, they head home. Seeing that all his classmates are already gone he feels sick. How was he going to explain his appearance when he looked like a bloodthirsty murder? At least Ochako seemed to understand maybe. Well, that's his Izuku one day in the future's problem. Izuku woke up with his mom at his room's door. Izuku, some of your classmates are here to see you. She says then with a quieter voice. Which one is Ochako? She looks back, eyes snapping to a brown-haired girl. With devious smile she looks back at her son and runs off. Quickly putting on a shirt he runs out to stop his mother from embarrassing him. He stops at the hallway to see Ochako and most of his classmates except Todoroki and Katsuki. Oh hey guys. How did you find where I live? Izuku waves. A few chuckles and he realized he just woke up and tries to fix his unruly hair with no success. We looked you up and got it from a phone book. Uraraka said you guys meet up near here and narrowed down the search. Yaoruzo speaks up. How are you doing? She continued. Knowing that he will have to explain he sees most of his class cramped in his kinda small apartment. Let me go change real quick and I'll take you guys somewhere with more space and to talk. He runs off with a smile at Ochako. Inko in the kitchen sees her blush and just knows this will be fun. After getting changed he goes back to living room and tears a portal to the edge of the beach he cleaned and trained. Where does this go? Mina asked. To the beach. Izuku says as he tells people to go through. Mina not going yet asks, the famous trash beach? Why there? She wrinkles her nose at the thought of the smell. That's where I trained for a long time and it's private enough for quirk use. Not saying he cleaned it up. His class going through he waves to his mom and sees her smile. Suspicious, he looks back and sees Ochako grab his hand and pull him through. With some red in his cheeks he squeezes her hand and moves on to his classmates looking at the pristine beach sand and waterfront. I thought you said it was a dump? So you said to Mina. It was. Like it was all covered in trash. She exclaims while looking around. Yes, someone cleaned it, who knows? Izuku says looking away. Ochako being near sees this but doesn't say anything. He pulls them all to the pier to talk. There he explains what happened after he evacuated them. Telling them he couldn't keep the tier open without the monster going through, how he had to end it to stop it. Here Ida got upset. Heroes do not end. How could you do such a thing? He says getting up. Some trying to defend Izuku he waves them down while restraining his own anger. How could I stop something that is meant for AM? Something with multiple quirks? They were planning to end us and I had no option. And I wasn't going to leave Eraserhead and 13 there to die. Izuku says with steel in his voice looking at the blue-haired boy. Shrinking down under his gaze Izuku continued with his telling of the attack. I refused to get ended so I did everything in my power to return as safe as I could. And I'm not going to apologize if that makes any of you uncomfortable. he says while looking away, scared that he will see fear in his new friends. Ochako was the first to reassure him that it's okay, and he did what he needed. More followed. In the end they were all somewhat alright with it. Grateful that he ended up with such understanding people. Alright, I think that's enough gloomy emotions. We are at a beach, how about we relax today? Hagakure says, getting up and stretching her arms. Yaoruzo, that never got a beach day with friend, claps her hands and starts to make rolls of towels and a couple of other things for a beach day. Since she was filthy rich, she just bought whatever food they needed. Izuku showing the class where to get some food for the beach. He shows them to a small shop. With the owner greeting Izuku, since training he comes in often. They chat and he thanks him for doing a good job on the beach. Freezing, he doesn't look back at his classmates, knowing they will find out soon. What do you mean, good job on the beach, sir? Kirishima asks. Izuku tries to walk away but his arm is caught by Ochako, still looking at the old owner. Oh ho, I mean that Izuku here is the one who cleaned the beach over the years. I've seen him come almost every day for a good while and now all done, my shop is getting more business. He says with a big smile. Everyone looks at Izuku, but he tries look nonchalant about it while picking something to snack on, with Ochaka still gripping his arm, also looking at him with wonder in her eyes. The first to break the silence was Kaminari. Bullshit, you cleaned the beach? I've seen pictures of how bad it was. What did you do, send it all to the moon? No, that test was the first time I opened a tear to the moon. And yes, I cleaned the beach over a couple of years. With that everyone started to tell him what a good job and how manly he was. Finally getting back to the beach, Izuku sits down on a beach towels while some of his classmates run out to the water. Tokoyami, Jairu and Kota sit near thinking the same as him. With Yaoruzo making everything including bathing suits, everyone was enjoying their days off of school while the school updates its security system. After a while, Ochako finally convinced Izuku to join her at the water. Taking his shirt off, showing off his hard work and training, he goes into the water. With multiple people watching, stunned at how chi-sled he was. You can grind metal on those muscles. Hagakure says in a low voice. Forget the metal, grind me on that. Slapping her hand on her mouth, Ochako runs to the bathroom with steam billowing out. With Mina and Hagakure laughing behind her, Yaoruzo shakes her head. At the end of the day they all had fun relaxing, with only Mineta getting sunburned. After cleaning up, Izuku walks everyone back to the train station to send everyone off. Waving at everyone goodbye, he joins Ochaka on her ride home. You didn't have to walk me home. Izuku waves her concerns away. It's fine, plus I can just tear home in a second. Accepting that, they chat about their beach day. Enjoying their time together, getting off the train they walk close and arrive at an apartment. You live alone? Izuku asks, a little worried. Yeah, my parents are working farther away, this is closer to school and a bit cheaper. Getting quiet, she grabs Izuku in a tight hug, thinking back to how scared she was for Izuku when she was pushed through the portal. Izuku, surprised by the embrace, just hugs her back. I'm glad you are okay, she says quietly. Reaching up, she kisses his cheek and with a smile she goes into her apartment. Frozen by what happened, he stands there for a few minutes. With a smile he portals to his living room. Getting used to her son tearing a hole in space in her living room, they made a specific area where not to go for Izuku's portal. She sees her son with a dopey smile holding his cheek. Sitting there in the living room sipping tea and with the TV forgot, she just chuckles and says, looks like you had a good day, what made you smile like that? She says, covering her mouth with the teacup, still looking at her boy. Jumping at her voice, he looks at her and sees his predicament, decides to run to his room. With the sound of his mother continuing to ask questions to his back. Talking classmates greet him and Ochako when they open the door of 1A. Greeting everyone, he notices that Katsuki is back, and of course glaring at Izuku. He decides to ignore him. Sitting down, everyone chats about who will be the sub since Aizawa was hurt at the USJ. He was thrown and hit the center fountain by the Nomo. The time came near to the start of class and everyone sat down. Chatting quietly, the door opens and in come Aizawa, bandaged on his arm that got touched by Shigaraki and also some on his head. With tense shoulders he walks into a suddenly quiet room. Scanning the seats he sees Izuku. Relaxing, finally he steps in. After seeing Izuku fight for his life before he blacked out, he was in a panic when he woke. Thinking of the worst happened, he was informed that Izuku was in one piece and the League of Villains escaped, but not before seriously injured the head villain and ending the Nomo. Knowing his boss wouldn't lie to him, he still feels better seeing him alright himself. With shouts he stands at the podium, the class asking if he was alright to teach. Waving them off he starts homeroom and informs them about the sports festival. By the end everyone was chatting about the festival when Aizawa says to Izuku, Midoriya, please meet me after school. I have an assignment that will help you in your heroing. Confused about what the assignment could be, he nods and agrees to meet him at the end of the day. After class, some of his friends and Ochako approached him and asked him what that was about. He sees Ochako and thinks about the goodbye kiss before break. With a blush, he tells them he had no idea, but if it will help it, he's all for it. The day goes on, and then the meeting with Aizawa comes up. He waves his classmates goodbye and goes to find him in the teacher's lounge. He knocks on the door and President Mike yells to come in. "Hey listener, here to see Shoyuda?" Nodding, he pointed to the same caterpillar that he saw in the first day of UA. With the sleeping bag rolling over, he sees Aizawa. Bringing Izuku over to a private office, he asks, "How are you doing, kid? I've been given the reports of what happened after I passed out." He asks when they get settled into their seats. With a sigh, Izuku says, "You remember that dog that I ended for attacking me when I was younger?" He looks at Aizawa as he nods. He continued, "It was like that again. I don't feel bad for ending that monster, and I've studied on how to use my quirk on people without ending them. It's not really possible for me to use it on someone who wants to remain whole." Glad to see his student still wanting to be a hero after causing some carnage, he goes on. "It's good to hear that you are all right, and I want to let you know that I can see why you had to go lethal on the Nomu." With a grateful nod, Aizawa continues. "For the assignment, you have an incredible quirk for moving people out of harm's way. Just like in the USJ, you will be one of the most valuable heroes on the field for movement. So how does your portal ability work exactly?" "The parameters of how I can tear portals open is if I've been there before or in line of sight. The moon was the farthest and hardest, but right now I have a few places I can portal to," Izuku says as he has an idea of what the assignment is. "Perfect, I want you to have as many portal points you can go to. From hospitals to populated areas. A web of points where you can send people to in an emergency." As his teacher hands him a paper of my locations of Japan. "This is a longer-term assignment. Over time, collect places you can go to help you. Maybe over time even different counties." Nodding with agreement, they end the meeting and Izuku heads out. He sees Ochako at the gate waiting for him. He should talk about things that make his stomach flutter. "Hey Ochako, you waited for me?" he calls out. "Yep, so what was the assignment?" she says, turning to him with a smile that made the flutters worse. Telling her about the assignment, she agrees that it's a good idea. "Hey Izuku, can you help me train for the sports festival?" she asks hopefully, thinking on how he could help her with what he has. He realized how similar their quirks can be used in combat. Just one touch from Ochako is a KO, and it's the same for Izuku. Grappling is his specialty. With shining eyes, he looks at Ochako, excited to teach her his fighting style. "Of course, and I know exactly how I can help you out. Want to start now?" he asks her. With a nod, he looks around and sees they are alone, tearing a hole to the doorway to her apartment. They step through quickly. "So what's the plan?" she asks as she unlocked her door. Stopping at the doorway, he tells her that he will show his fighting style that will help her. Looking back to see Izuku stopped at her door, she drags him in. "It's fine, I'll go change into something, then we can go." With a blush, he stands in the apartment and looks around. It's very minimalist but nice for a single person. Still embarrassed by being in the house of a girl that he has feeling for, she walks back with sweats and a tank top. "Alright, let's get you changed and we can go wherever we can go to train," she says, putting her hair in a ponytail. With a nod, he tears into his living room and sees his mom on the couch with a blonde woman. Ochako greets his mother and the guest when Izuku comes in. "Oh ho, Izuku bringing in a girl to his house?" Misuki says, getting up to greet him with a smirk. She and Inko have been friends since high school, so were the kids until they fell out. But the two mothers stayed close with some regular visits to each other's houses. With Ochako blushing, Izuku says in a panic, knowing his aunt's teasing, "It's not like that. We are here so I can change and train for the sports festival." Hugging her nephew, he looks at Ochako and looks her over. Nodding without saying anything, she lets go and waves them off. Izuku rushes to his room to change and head out. Coming out, he sees Ochako laughing with the two women. He thinks, oh no, what could they be telling her? Embarrassing stories flash through his head. Seeing Izuku approach, she gets up and waves goodbye to the two women. Tearing a hole, they walk through to the beach. The two women bet on how long they will last before becoming a couple. At the beach, they head to a less visible area just in case. He explains to her his fighting style of grappling that complements his quirk, and tells her it's perfect for her as well. Nodding, she agrees and they get started. 2 weeks go by doing the same thing: house, beach, and then endurance training. They only got closer and closer with each passing day. Final day before the sports festival came, and while packing to leave, a group of people wait outside the door. Izuku tells Ochaka that today will be a rest day for the sports festival. He opens the door to leave. "Can I help you all?" With a tilt of his head, he was pushed aside and Katsuki yells out, "Get out of the way, Deku." You extras are here to see the real competition, well here I am. Now move. As he walks out alone. Wow, this is 1A, not surprised, a bunch of arrogant brats. A purple-haired kid walks forward. Izuku looks at him and says, "Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A rep, and know that is just Katsuki, he won't change anytime soon." With some surprise at the greeting, he looks him over and is not impressed. So this is the famous class that fought the villains, not very impressive. Not liking how he was talking, he looks right at him. Skinny, no muscle mass, and looking down on everyone. "Whatever, I'm here to declare war on your class. Did you know anyone who doesn't do good in the sports festival in the hero course can be replaced?" The purple-haired says as he leaves. Another voice pipes up, "Yeah, don't let all the glory of fighting some villains get to your head. After all, Class 1B is better in every way." A blonde boy says with mockery in his voice. Izuku, getting angry at everyone making assumptions of his class, speaks up, "No one here fought any villains. I evacuated everyone before I was stopped by a monster. If you have a problem with us fighting villains, then you only have a problem with me," he says as he turns to look at the blonde, always a blonde. As the student gets close, he reaches out to do something. Izuku grabs his arm, stopping him. His class watching remember his quirk and winces, hoping that they won't see a flying limb in the air. "What are you doing?" Izuku says with steel in his voice. "Something to do with his quirk? You must have a powerful quirk, and I wanted to see what it was." As he pulls his hand away, his class thinking all the same thing. "No you didn't." Ochako intervenes before something goes bad to worse. "Alright, let's go, Izuku." As she pulls him away, headed to the exit. After that they head off with the blonde glaring at him while he rubs his arm. He had a strong grip. They leave and head to park to relax before tomorrow. Ochako turns to him, "Thank you for helping me train. It means a lot to me," she says with a smile. Returning the smile, he says, "Of course, I'm happy to help you anytime." They continue on enjoying their day off before the festival. Class 1A gathers in the waiting room before they head out into the stadium. Ochako and Izuku are talking to their classmates near each other, some more nervous than others. Ochako was nervous because Izuku had helped her train with her quirk so that she almost beat Izuku in one of their spars. Their quirks were similar enough that she could mimic most of the time. Grappling and throws are perfect for someone who either needs to get all 5 fingers on their opponents or just a good grip. While sitting down and focusing on what's ahead, Izuku heard footsteps headed towards him. Looking up, he sees Todoroki. He has never spoken a word to Izuku and doubts that Todoroki is going to give Izuku a pep talk with the look on his face. "Midoriya, I am stronger than you. I don't know how you beat that villain at the USJ, but I don't care. I promise that I will win today," he says with a cold look on his face. Totally confused on why he decided that Todoroki wanted to throw down like that, he responds, "Not sure why you think I pissed your Cheerios this morning, but I'm not just going to lay down and die for you if we fight." Thinking of his quirk, he has a good chance. If you use your fire, though, it will be harder. But he does have a secret move that not even Ochako knows about. Turning around with even a colder look on his face, he says, "I will never use his fire," and walks away. Katsuki, hearing all this, is furious that one of the top students in class challenging Deku instead of him. Getting ready to shout how he will take the spot, gets cut off by the intercom, saying all students in the room to move to the stadium. Izuku and Yaoyorozu lead the class through the doors to see thousands of fans cheering for students to show what they got. Izuku has never been in a situation like this before, and looking back, he sees most of his class in a similar situation as he is. Some, though, like Ishido, take the attention of thousands in stride. With President Mike announcing his class and mentioning the USJ in the process. Getting to his seat next to Ochako, the introduction of classes continues until the umpire walks out. Questioning his school if they wanted a lawsuit in their hands would be rude, but he wonders how Midnight got the position of umpire today. "Quiet down, kittens, we start the festival with the student's oath. Izuku Midoriya, come up here." She whips her riding crop directly towards him in the crowd. Completely thrown off, he looks at Ochako to see she is also confused, then to Yaoyorozu. She says quickly, "You place first in the entrance exam. You have to give a speech." Getting up and accepting his fate, he walks to the stage and takes the microphone from his teacher. Standing there, the crowd quiets down and he thinks quickly. He looks up the box where his homeroom teacher is and says, "Thank you, Eraserhead, for the head up." He hears through the speakers his homeroom teacher's voice, "Shit, I knew I forgot something." The mic is still on Fu Dash. He turns back to his competition. "Well, all I have to say is for everyone to give their 100% and don't give up until the bell has rung, plus ultra." With that, the crowd cheers and he gets down and stands with his class with some pats on his back. Midnight continues after that with the announcement of the first event. The obstacles race and everyone immediately gets up and rushes to the gate where it begins. Grabbing Ochako by the hand before she can leave, he tells her to wait. Trusting Izuku, she nods but asks, "Are you just going to tear to the end?" Looking at her with a smile, "What's the fun in that?" With a bang, it starts and the class body is crushed by the narrow exit. Looking ahead, he picks a spot at the end of the gate above the crowd of students. Tearing a hole, he motions her to go through it. She does so, and so does Siro, who saw them and decided to cheat with them. Shrugging, Izuku runs through himself and is now in the race, quirks going off left and right. He sprints to see the next obstacle, robots from the entrance exam. Without stopping, he sprints and does what he does best, rips and tears. He does not stop running as he faces a three-pointer head-on. Dodging the first swing, he gets into range and goes through the robot. Jumping out of the back like a horror movie for robots, he continues. Ahead, he sees a pair of 0 points and shudders at his near-death experience with them. He has too many of those to be healthy. Looking ahead, he sees Todoroki freezes them both in an awkward way that they will collapse if someone is not careful. And such happens as he sees Todoroki run safety pass, but someone is still under the collapsing titans. Thinking quickly, he tears a hole right next to the student and pulls him through to safety. Seeing he is alright, he decided to be a D to Todoroki. Getting on top of the 0-pointer, he sees Todoroki and tears a hole in front of him. Without a way to stop, the half-and-half boy runs through the portal. Now about 100 feet back, he glares at the only one who could have put him behind, but before that he sees the green-haired boy run through the same portal to where he was supposed to be. Running with the portal closes behind him, he sees the next obstacle, the pit. Without a second thought, he portal through and continues. The next obstacle was just a minefield. Looking ahead, he sees Katsuki close to the finish line. Explosions keeping him in the air. Thinking of doing the same thing as he did to Todoroki. Izuku puts the portal exit in front of the minefield, then tears it open right in Katsuki's way. Katsuki though did have a way to stop himself, but it only made it worse. Going through, he uses his quirk to stop himself from landing on the mines, but that set them off. After all, explosions and mines don't mix. With a loud pink boom, Katsuki goes flying out of control. With a mad cackle, he runs through the still open tier and right to the entrance of the end of the race. Walking like he was at the park, he meets the crowd of cheering onlookers with smile and waves. The first place winner strolls to a nice patch of grass and sits down to wait. More and more of his classmates run through, two in particular ready to jump at Izuku. Katsuki ended up in 7th and Todoroki in 10th. They did not look happy, though Izuku didn't care all that much. With Ochako coming through, she plops down next to Izuku to rest. Finally, the 42nd place goes through and the next event is announced. The roulette wheel was about to land on Calvary Battle when it went one spot further and landed on King of the Pillar. Midnight was confused at the change but goes with it. King of the Pillar is simple enough. There will be pillars with the higher it is the more points you earn. By the end of the round, the top 16 will enter the tournament. There are no teams, but teamwork is not discouraged. With that, Midnight walk off the stage and Cementos creates pillars of cement, the tallest being 15 feet high with many more below it. Looking at how they are arranged, one can see a way to get to the tallest pillar by either climbing or jumping from one to another. The pillars only have enough room for 2 to stand on top. Everyone began to scatter and some began to make teams. Ochako stuck close to Izuku, also looking around. She looked at Izuku and said, "Want to make a team in the sense we don't attack each if get on the same pillar?" Izuku thought about it only for a moment before agreeing. After a little while, the countdown began for the round to begin. Many of his classmates made teams, but many others like Katsuki and Todoroki were alone. With the countdown hitting 1, Izuku tears a portal to the top pillar, Ochako going through first as always. They land on top to see a fight going on each pillar. Looking around, Izuku sees Todoroki propelled by an ice pillar head towards him with Katsuki not far behind. Katsuki gets to Izuku first with a shout and a curse to Izuku. He sends a powerful explosion toward his pillar. Tearing a portal to next to Katsuki, he redirects the blast back at him, sending him flying back. Next, Todoroki shows up and makes a slope of ice to get the pair off of the top. Ochako, with no way to stop, slides off but lands safely with her quirk. Izuku on the other hand stops himself by tearing into the slope with his hand. Trying to get back up, he sees Todoroki foot headed right towards him. Instead, he decided to let go and land on a different pillar. He landed right in front of Kendo, the class rep of 1B. Without hesitation, she swings her large hand to slap Izuku away. Izuku, thinking quickly, puts his hand forward like a spear and tears it into her hand. Like getting a splinter, she jerks her hand away and shrinks it to see the damage. Only a small bleed like a splinter. Looking up, she sees Izuku grabbing her and throwing her off the pillar. Looking and seeing that she landed safely enough, he takes the next threat on. Every time he tries to go for the tallest pillar, Todoroki sends a mini glacier toward him. Getting frustrated, he doesn't see the same purple-haired student that declared war on his class gets to his pillar. Looking back, Izuku sees the insomniac try to push him off, but he was weak like he never exercised a day in his life. Looks like your quirk saved you again. How lucky of you to get a strength quirk, he says with venom in his voice. I'm not using my quirk, Izuku tries to say, but the other's quirk takes hold as soon as he tries to respond. Foggy but still aware around him, he hears the other say, "Get off my pillar." With no other option, he obeys. Jumping off, the shock of the landing jolts him awake. Looking up with an annoying look, he decided that no one gets the top pillar now. Getting to the base of the tallest pillar, he positioned himself just right so that when he brought it down it would hit the one he just left. Ripping and tearing like he does, he shouts out, "Hey guys, what does a lumberjack say again?" Many heads turn to him and see what he is doing, getting out of the way so they don't get caught under the falling pillars. Many of his classmates shouted at him for being crazy bastard, other just screamed in general. With the pillar falling, he jumps on the closest and starts to climb. Digging his fingers into the pillar, he arrives to see Zero looking at the fallen pillars. Without a second thought, Sparta kicks him off and settles himself in. Only a few minutes later, the end of the round is announced. Looking at the leaderboard, he sees he is placed second with Todoroki first and Katsuki fourth. The third was surprisingly Ochako. Those training lessons must have helped her greatly. The tournament matches were next shown. Midoriya vs Shinso. Todoroki vs Zero. Kane. Looking at the picture of Shinso, he sees it's the one who used his quirk to get him off the pillar. Heading over to Ochako, he congratulates her on doing well. With a smile that made him sure of his feelings for her, she responds, "Thanks Izuku, it's all thanks to you I can make it this far without struggling. Let's get some food." As she grabs his arm to head for the lunchroom. While eating with Ochako and some of his friends, he thinks of how Shinso's quirk works. Being the quirk nerd he is fascinated by some sort of mind-controlling quirk. It only activates when he talked to Shinso or when enough time passed close by. If that proximity is the activation, then Izuku will need to end it quickly before it gets a hold of him, or if it's based on verbal or even non-verbal responses, then he will end it just as quickly. Izuku doesn't care that his opponent is from 1C, a non-hero class. He knows of quirks that appear to be non-combative and end up being dangerous in a fight. For example, his mother's quirk, attraction of small objects. He has seen her use it hundreds of times to help her in the kitchen or simply to get a remote from the table. But Izuku has a theory that if an emergency came, like a threat to her life, she could use it in a deadly fashion. After all, what qualified a small object, organic or not, just like his quirk? Capillaries in the brain are small. But back to his thoughts on Shinso. Ignoring his quirk, he doesn't seem to have any way to fight. There was no muscle mass on his arms when he confronted Class 1A or when he caught Izuku with his quirk. Maybe too much reliance on his quirk. Either way, end it quickly. Finally done with their food, Izuku and Ochako lean into each other unconsciously. Both lost in their thoughts about the future matches. Ochako's on how to fight Bakugo. Both are unaware of the snickering of their friends watching the two act like a couple. Mineta and Kaminari come into the lunch area with smiles on their faces. Some of their classmates see this and know they are up to something. Most notably a green-haired ending machine, but he will hold his judgment until he knows what his is dealing with. Going up to Yaoruzo, he says, "When are you girls going to ready for the cheerleaders tournament? Shouldn't you have already changed?" The little slime ball says. After watching Mineta and Yaoruzo talk about this fake tournament to get the girls into skimpy clothes, Izuku has had enough. Getting up and going to a window looking out into the arena, he spots the announcement booth. A boxed room on the other side, easily visible. With everyone's eyes on him, he rips a hole in space right into a one-sided conversation with present Mike doing all the talking to a large grub on the floor. Mike, never seeing the portal up close, screams like a girl some say, but thankfully without his quirk. "Hey Aizawa, is there some cheerleaders tournament coming up soon? I figured since I'm the class rep I would have known about it. Odd that Mineta is giving the news," Izuku says on the other side of the portal. With a feeling of impending doom, Mineta tries to run, but like in a horror movie, a tendril of white cloth grabs him from the opening of the portal and pulls him through. Seeing the little problem gone, he closes the tier and sits back with Ochako to rest for the upcoming fights. After a bit, the sound of present Mike comes out and announces the start of the tournament in 15 minutes. Izuku headed down into the waiting room with a hug from Ochako for good luck and many pats on the back from his other classmates. While sitting there, he thinks of his feelings for Ochako and finally decided that he will ask her out, but after the tournament. Izuku doesn't want to distract her from her fights. With that decision, he focuses on his fight with Shinso. End it quickly. Ring out or knock out, that way his quirk can't activate. While in his thoughts, the intercom tells Izuku to go to the arena. Arriving at the entrance, he gets a bit nervous, all those eyes on his fight. Steeling himself, he powers through and walks out to fight. staring right at him as his opponent across the ring. Midnight began to set the rules of the fights. Lose by knockout, ring out, or tap out. No lethal attacks, as Izuku feels Midnight look at him slightly longer. Not taking offense, he sets himself ready to charge at Shinso. With the end of the rules, the purple-haired boy began to talk. Must be nice to a powerful quirk like yours. A golden spoon in your mouth the day you got your quirk. Never having to fight to get what you want. He says with a sneer on his face. Gritting his teeth at the thrown insults, he waits for the start. Shinso doesn't know what he worked for or how hard he trained. So he will show him what it is to fight someone who got into the hero course instead of him who relied on his quirk. Start. Midnight yells. Without giving any sort of response, he runs towards him. Shinso backs away, but not fast enough. Throwing more insults, he ignores them and goes into a trance. When he goes into unconscious, it happened when the dog was mauling his leg, and the USJ against that monster. All he thinks is fight, so without a word said, Izuku grabs a sloppy punch Shinso through and sweeps his feet from under him to pin his arm for a tap out. With his face on the ground, he tries one more insult but nothing. Feeling his arm ready to break, he gives up. The first round goes to Izuku Midoriya. She yells as Izuku helps Shinso up. My quirk was weak when it appeared, and so was my body. I trained both endlessly for being a hero. Martial arts based around grappling. Did you do anything similar? As he got Shinso on his feet. Without waiting for a response, he walked away. Getting up at the stands for his class, he was greeted by congratulations and cheers. He sat down when Ochako waved him over next to her. Watching the matches was interesting. Todoroki and Siro's match ended with a glacier. Mina and Aoyama fight was alright with her uppercutting him. And finally Ochako's fight came up, walking her down to the waiting room. Sitting down, she says, "It's gonna be a tough fight, isn't? Less a question and more a statement." He nods and tells her, "Give it all you've got, that's the way to improve, that's the way to win." With the intercom announcement of the beginning of her match, he hugs her and gives her his best smile. "Kick ass out there," he says with her smiling back. As she goes, he stays back at the entrance until she is up on the arena. He tore a hole to the stand to get the best view and scaring his classmates in the process. Watching as it started, he hopes for the best. The match was a one-sided beatdown. Only Katsuki was able to land hits and keep her at a distance. But she didn't give up, she kept getting up every time. Then she began to throw rubble. Without gravity, they tore through the air. With the smoke in the air, she was throwing blind, but some hit. Two especially hard hit Katsuki, one hitting his knee and making him fall to his other knee in pain. The other is on his temple right above his eyebrow, right in the place where it bleeds right into your eye. Reeling from the last hit, Ochako uses it as an opportunity to get close to Katsuki, but like a wild animal he lashes out with a powerful explosion toward the sound of her footsteps. Shooting up to his feet, he looks down to see if he can spot her. Worry filled him more and more until he spots her. Getting back up, struggling to get back to her feet. He was immensely proud of her. Midnight was shouting to see if Ochako could still fight, but didn't look like she wanted her to continue. Ochako waved Midnight off and charged at Katsuki again, but only stumbled a few feet in until she was passed out. Katsuki only sneered and looked up at the stand to look right into Izuku's eyes. With a cruel glint in his eyes, he walked to get patched up and ready for his next match. Seeing Ochako loaded up on the stretcher headed to the infirmary, Izuku followed where it was going, bumping into Katsuki on the way. Not even looking at him, Izuku walks past him. Katsuki, getting angry at this, says, "That beach didn't stand a chance and neither will you." That got Izuku to turn and look into Katsuki's eyes. When the bomber looked into those eyes, he saw the seething anger and promise of pain. Without saying a word, he continued to see his crush. Arriving and seeing her banged up and awake took a weight off his shoulders. She doesn't look into his eyes. Leaving the healing station, Izuku pulls her aside. "Are you all right?" he says, worried that she is still hurt. Saying something that he couldn't hear, he asks her to repeat herself. "I lost," she says with a sad voice, still not looking at him. Still not looking at her closest friend and crush, she feels his arms wrap around her and he says, "You did great out there, you almost had him with that last hit. That was a brilliant plan, using the rubble. I'm so proud of you." Crying, she looks up at him. "You're not mad that I lost, even with all that training you gave me?" Squeezing her in his arms, "No, that was a bad matchup, and even then you almost had him. You did great." With a smile to reassure her. More tears came out of her eyes as she hugged back, relieved that Izuku didn't think less of her. She knew Izuku wouldn't, but that little voice in her head didn't stop its whispers. A bit after her tears stopped, he steeled himself for the nth time that day. "Ochako, do you want to go with me?" Not looking at her in his arms, feeling an intense heat on his face. Ochako pulled away and looked at Izuku. Rushing back into his arms, he hears a muffled yes come from his chest. The rest of the class wonders where the two not a couple are when they hear a tear and look over to see the two walk out of the portal holding hands. Freezing when they see all their classmates' eyes on them. The girls, specifically Hagakure and Mina, squeal and grab Ochako while some of the guys pat Izuku with smiles. Ho-ho, looks like you are getting closer. Kirishima says with a shark smile. The ladies' man you are. Sato says, stroking his invisible beard like an old wise man. With Shoji and Tokoyami in their seats giving their silent support. Thanking them all for their word of encouragement, Izuku looks at the match going on and sees Kaminari held upside down by vines. A blonde head pops over the divider for Class 1A and 1B. Looks like it's our win. How does it feel to get kicked off your pedestal? Monoma says with a haughty sneer. The class ignores him in favor of talking to the two lovebirds. As he was going to say something else, he was knocked out and another head pops out to apologize but sees no one even paying attention. The class settles down with Izuku and Ochako next to each other holding hands. Izuku analysis each match and Ochako happy that she didn't have to make the first move. The matches processed with Izuku's predictions coming true. Ida's match was hard to tell but he won by default. In the end it was Izuku and Todoroki fight next. Getting up and leaving with a good luck kiss on his cheek by Ochako, he left with a goofy smile. On his way to the waiting room, Endeavor turns the corner and sees his son's next opponent. Izuku never liked the number 2 hero, too aggressive and no care the people he saves. Izuku Midoriya, you are the one who fought that beast at the USJ. You will be a good stepping stone for Shudo, make sure you put up a good fight. As he says to Izuku. As he was walking past the boy, he says with his good mood gone. I fought and ended that beast meant for All Might if that's what you mean. And don't worry, I'll make sure I'll put up a good fight. As he stares up at the hero. Getting angry, Endeavor reaches out to grab the boy but Izuku grabs onto his hand faster than he could react. Tearing his fingers into the so-called hero's wrist and drawing blood. You remind me of Katsuki, thinking himself God. What would the press think of the number 2 hero attempting to rig the match for his son by burning his opponent? As says with a cold voice and deadly look in his eye. Pulling his hand back to stop the bleeding of the 5 wounds on his wrist. He takes another look at the boy in front of him and sees great potential and greater danger. Huffing, he turns and leaves, not wanting to cause a bigger mess. He will keep an eye on him. Making sure Endeavor didn't try anything, he waits and sees him turn a corner. Looking at his hand and bloody fingers, he thinks if that is how he is with a stanger, what is he like to his son? Wiping his hands clean in his pants, he walks out to the arena. Ready to fight, he sees Todoroki across from him. Decided to make some banter, he says, your father is an a-hole. Is he that bad at home too? Only loud enough for Todoroki to hear. The spit-haired boy, surprised at what his opponent just said, nodded. Wondering what Endeavor did to make Izuku say that. Looked up at the stands and spotted his father with a bandaged wrist that wasn't there before, then to Izuku. Spotting blood on his pants, he can only wonder what transpired. I will not hold back and I don't think you should either if you want to win. Izuku says as he prepares himself for the fight. I will win with only my mother's ice. Todoroki says with finality. Fine, then Izuku will just need to make him see that he is holding himself back. With that, Midnight shouts, fight. Todoroki started with a wave of ice. Taking a chance, Izuku tore a portal in front of him to next to Todoroki. The ice user, seeing the portal appear, dodges as he stops the ice. Looking back at where the other end of the portal is, he sees it close with Izuku out of sight. Not getting a chance to look back, he feels a hard punch to his ribs. Izuku jumped through the portal as Todoroki dodged to get close and it worked like a charm. Now in close combat, Izuku got to show how good he was. But he didn't want to win, not yet. Only when Todoroki uses his fire will he go for the win. Staggering back from the hit, Todoroki sends another wave of ice toward his opponent. Izuku, already prepared for the attack, jumps over it and runs to Todoroki, the cold biting his hands whenever he touched it. Hopefully he didn't get frostbite like he thinks Todoroki will if he doesn't use his fire. The youngest Todoroki, seeing his attack fail, prepared to fight in close combat. Something he is not confident in because of the close combat specialist running right at him. Covering his chest and fist in ice for some armor, he braces himself. Izuku saw the armor and didn't think anything of it. It would only take a moment to tear it off of him. The icy gauntlet, though, if he gets hit by that, would not be good. Getting up close, he dodges a jab from Todoroki and grabs the icy fist. Before he could tear it apart, ice began to crawl toward him on the floor. Jumping back, he observed Todoroki for a moment before looking at the ice spikes he sent to Izuku in the first attack. Just going by the smile on Izuku's face, Todoroki should have been worried. Spotting what he wanted, he tore the sleeves of his gym uniform, exposing his toned arms. Wrapping the sleeves around the tip of the spike and breaking it off, he made himself a club. Quickly doing the same to another, he ran at Todoroki with two icy clubs. With a flurry of swings, his opponent began to retreat. Not being able to get close, he shot more ice at Izuku, but he worked hard on his speed and mobility. "How can you beat ice? Fire sounds pretty good to me. Why don't you use it?" Izuku said as he continues to swing at him. "I'll win with my ice only," he said with a shiver. Getting more and more sluggish with every ice wave sent. "You're getting slow, use your fire and fight me," the club user said with more swings, breaking Todoroki's chest armor in the process, then his gauntlet of ice. As Todoroki was swinging his arm to send more ice to Izuku, it was hit by one of the clubs. Shouting out in pain, he looked at the injury and is certain that it is broken. "Show me your fire, Todoroki. Show me it and fight," Izuku shouted as he backed away, ready to charge in for another flurry of swings. He really didn't know to use clubs or any kind of weapon, but he has grown attached to clubby and bludgeon. Hearing Izuku's voice, he realized it's his fire, not Endeavor's. He is right, he is holding himself back. Firing a blast of fire right at Izuku, he gets ready for the fight. Izuku, seeing the flames rushing at him, can only smile and also use his clubs as a shield. Getting pushed back, he looked at his new friends and only see the melting handles. "Clubby, bludgeon, my comrades. You bastard," he said as he rushed at Todoroki with a smile that could only be described as battle-hungry. Realizing that he couldn't get close without getting burnt to a crisp, he began to tear portals not close to Todoroki but around him. Not knowing where Izuku would pop out of, Todoroki began to burn the air and freeze the ground to make an explosion. Izuku knows what happens when you introduce hot and cold, began to run for cover. Behind one of the waves of the ice spikes out of view of everyone, he tore into the arena floor to dig his trench or his grave. Laying flat, he waited for the explosion with his hand anchoring himself in his shallow trench. With a deafening boom, the blast cleared everything off the arena. Everyone in the stand also pushed back. Ochako stood up worried for her soon-to-be boyfriend. Aizawa in the announcement booth also was a bit worried for his favorite student, but relaxed when he spotted something odd about the arena. Todoroki was a bit shocked at how strong that was and looked at Midnight. Why was she not calling the match? Midoriya wouldn't have been able to stay in and he sees nothing in the arena. Worried that he might have injured him heavily with that blast. Izuku's plan worked, he was still in. Tearing his fingers out of the ground, he peeked over the trench and spots Todoroki with his back towards him. Getting up and rushing at him, Izuku got a hand on his neck and one on his uninjured arm, his fireside. "Death blow," he said in his mind, a small habit from his martial arts when he got a grip on his opponent. Even if the match wasn't called at the time, he knew he had won. Pinning him face down, Izuku sees his opponent is tired. "Do you yield?" Izuku says to Todoroki below him. "Yes, I yield," he said as Izuku falls off of him to rest on the floor. With the audience cheering on, they lay there side by side. The first to speak was Todoroki. "How did you stay in the area?" Izuku looked at him and then pointed to the shallow trench he dug. "I kept myself lower than the blast and it went over me. Sorry about your arm," he said as he pushed himself to a sitting position. "It's fine and thank you for opening my eyes," Todoroki said with a small smile. As they got up to go to the medical center. Getting patched up and arriving at the stands for his class, they were bombarded with shouts of congratulations and good match. Ochako of course gave him a big hug and congratulated him on the win. They soon settled down for the next matches. They went on with Ito winning his match against Miss Vines. Tokoyami moving up after beating Ishido. And of course, Katsuki beat Kirishima with a barrage of explosions. Meanwhile, Izuku sat up there next to Ochako eating popcorn out of a bucket she got. He soon got up and went to his next match against Ida. With a wave, Ochako sent him off. Izuku only had one plan against Ida, but it should work well. Walking out to fight the speedster, he shouted out, "May the best man win," as he lowered himself into a ready position. Ida shouted back of course and they started. Izuku wasting no time tore a hole behind Ida and right to the edge of the ring. Quickly he grabbed a handful of ground and tore it up, keeping it in his hand. Ida turned and saw Izuku at the edge and ran to him, thinking a good kick would push him out, but as he got close, Izuku threw the rubble in his hand at his face. Blinded, Ida kicked without being able to see his opponent. Izuku of course planned for this and dodged as Ida sailed over him out of the ring. After Izuku helped Ida clean his eyes out, they headed back to the stands, but Ida split off getting a call. Izuku thought nothing of it and waited for his next match, already knowing it's against Katsuki. Tokoyami is strong with dark shadow, but Izuku knows his weakness is light. An explosion causes a lot of light. Ochako came down to the waiting room with him and just chatted. It's incredible that they clicked so well together ever since they met at the gates of UA. They chatted until the final fight was announced. Ochako hugged him. Knowing Izuku didn't like Katsuki one bit, told him, "Please be careful." Izuku looked at her and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll end it quickly, then we can get something to eat together." Tearing a portal to the stands for her, she walked through and he closed it. Walking out to the ring, he looked at Katsuki and the blonde sneered back. "Ready to lose, Deku?" he said as he lowered himself. Izuku hated that word. That's why he will end it in the way Katsuki will hate even more. Because when Aizawa gave him that assignment to get more locations to portal to, Izuku also found places he wanted saved to go to. Places like the beach, a nice clearing in the woods next to a river 20 feet under the water in the ocean. So when the match started, Izuku didn't move until Katsuki was too close to dodge properly. He tore a wide hole, and to that place he swam under the water. Katsuki first saw the portal begin to open, so he began to move, but he was hit with water, salt water to be precise. With the pressure of the ocean, a torrent of salt water washed Katsuki away, and with his sweat rinsed off he couldn't escape. Izuku knew Katsuki Quirk inside and out. Growing up close to him, he had many plans to beat Katsuki. One was just to get rid of his sweat. Seeing Katsuki wash out of the ring, he smiled but winces slightly at the many fish getting sucked into the hole in the ocean. Closing it after making sure Katsuki was out, he looked at Midnight. She was looking at all the water and the quiet audience. With a shout, Izuku Midoriya wins the sports festival. The crowd exploded with sound and cheers. With a smile, he headed out. Before that, he heard Katsuki curse at him. "I refuse to lose to a loser like you. I'll end you." As he charged at Izuku. The green-haired boy expected this, but not while on live TV. But that didn't stop Izuku grabbing Katsuki's arm as he swung with small cracking from new sweat coming in, and pinned him down. One hand on Katsuki's wrist and one on his neck, just like Todoroki, but a bit more force was used as Izuku held him down. The crowd was shocked at Katsuki's behavior, while Midnight rushed to stop the fight from escalating. Seeing a thrashing Katsuki under Izuku, she tore at her costume and released her quirk. A lavender mist came out at the two boys. Izuku, seeing this, held his breath and got off Katsuki. The feral blonde only eyes on Izuku didn't see the mist and breathed it in, falling asleep and falling to the ground unconscious. Aizawa in the announcement booth saw this and was furious at Bakugo's behavior, especially since it was aired worldwide. Many heroes immediately retracted their offers for Bakugo, and in a dark bar, they saw how well he would fit into their little group. He was lifted onto a stretcher and taken away, while Izuku thought of what would happen to him. He was dragged out of his thoughts by Midnight placing a hand on his shoulder. "Are you all right? Injured anywhere?" she asked, foregoing her usual style of speaking, and instead using a more motherly voice. "I'm all right, thank you." Izuku responded as she nodded and then told him the award ceremony would be held in a bit. Deciding to be a bit lazy, he tore a portal to the class stands to greet his classmates. Walking through, he was greeted by a big hug from Ochako and excited exclamation about where all that water came from. Explaining, "I thought it was a good idea to have a portal to about 20-ish feet under the surface of the beach we went to, in case I needed to put out a fire or something." "That's pretty cool. Why didn't you use it on Todoroki or someone else during the festival?" Kaminari asked. "I wanted it for a grand finale, that, and then it wouldn't be my trump card anymore," Izuku said while still being held by Ochako. "Well, it worked pretty well on Bakubro, a bit too well," Kirishima said, looking at the flooded arena. "Thinking if salt water ends the grass or not, it probably does." Soon after, the finalists were called down to the pedestals. But two were present, Izuku and Tokoyami. Ida left for a family matter and Bakugo still hasn't been seen since being carted off the arena. But the crowd didn't let that stop the noise as Midnight introduced All Might for the medals. Arriving dramatically, the crowd only got louder as AM gave the bird-headed boy his medal with some words of encouragement. Many didn't notice him tearing up, but Izuku did as he heard a small sniffle from the boy. Izuku didn't judge, of course, since he comes from a family of pro criers. AM moved up to him and gave him his first-place medal. "Well done, my boy. You have shown determination and a bright mind with your way of combat, fighting with strategy in each round. The most dangerous opponent is one that has a plan," he said with a pat on Izuku's shoulder. Only with a few tears leaking past Izuku's eyes. His mother probably flooded their home by now. Turning to the crowd, AM thanked them for coming to support and jumped away. Izuku headed off with Tokoyami as they chatted about their performance and fights, with Dark Shadow putting in their comments every once in a while. They got to their class at UA and got to their seats. Aizawa already in the class waiting for his students to sit. Notably, Bakugo was not in the class, but no one said anything or just thought he was expelled. "Well done all of you," You have shown that UA knows what's it doing and knows how to teach its student. You can head on home, we are done for today. Be careful on your way home. As he walked out headed to a rat's nest or his boss's office for a talk with a certain student. This will be the second strike, one more chance and he will be expelled. The students all got changed back into their cloth and headed out. Izuku texted his mom that he was dropping Ochako off at her apartment. Ready? Izuku said as she walked out of the locker room. Yes, I'm so tired and hungry. By the way, what did you want to do for our date? As she hooked his arm with hers. Stopping to tear a portal, he responded, I've got a good idea. They walked through to her front door. What, you are not going to tell me? While unlocking the door, she looked behind him at two pairs of eyes charging at them. Screaming in surprise, Izuku turned to tear apart what scared her only to see two people, a man and a woman. Mom, Dad? What are you doing here? You scared the crap out of me. Izuku, calm down, it's only my parents. As she patted him down, she went to greet and hug them as they all turned to Izuku standing there awkwardly. Her mother spoke first. Oh ho, who might this be? Is this the Izuku you always talk about over the phone? She said, looking at her daughter with a devious smile. Getting a bad feeling, she looked at Izuku for help, but her dad is already talking to him. So you're the Izuku that Ochako talks about? You don't seem that strong. Crossing his arms while looking at him. Izuku looked at him and thought about both the USJ and the first place medal still hanging on his chest. Well, I can't lift a car, but I sure can tear it apart. If that's what you mean. He said, not backing down. Her father stared at him for a moment, before smiling and extending his hand to shake. I'm Makaru Uraraka. Mako is fine, nice to see some spine on you. As they greeted each other in the way men do. Looking at Ochako, Izuku sees her getting teased by her mother. Her father goes over and pulls her wife away so they can go inside. Izuku, ready to leave, is stopped by the mother. Where you going? Come in. We brought food. As she pulled Izuku by the sleeve, with a smile that reminded him of his mother when Ochako and the class visited. I'm Kana, but it seems that you will be calling me mother-in-law pretty soon. As she smiled at him in a way that gave him trepidation. He was pulled in and sat down as the parents put out food to eat. Izuku just accepted he was going to eat with them and sat down with Ochako next to him. In the end, they had a nice meal, chatting about the festival and how the school year was going. By then Izuku was more relaxed meeting his girlfriend's parents. Getting up to leave, he told them he needed to head out to talk to his mother as well. The Uraraka all got up to see him off. Izuku, not thinking anything, hugged Ochako. I'll pick you up tomorrow, I'll message you a time later. Izuku felt her hug back and then freeze as he remembered who else was in the room. Kana was grinning in such a way that he was ready to run. Makaru asked, what do you mean, pick her up tomorrow? Ochako, what's the meaning of this? Izuku just turned and tore a portal to his living room and walked Thursday, letting Ochako take this one. Before the portal closed, he heard, Izuku, I swear if she'll be fine. Turning to greet and get soaked by his mother's tears. Getting their packets of offers, Izuku noticed that Katsuki was more quiet than normal. His normal, at least. He must have gotten in trouble for what he pulled at the final match. His homeroom teacher then goes on to say to choose one and backups before the week and passing on the responsibility of hero names to the person slamming the door open. Midnight strolled in with her whip in hand. Passing out whiteboards to present their names to the class, they got to work. Conversing with Ochako for names, he decided on one and waited. Ochako also had a name thought up. He thought it was great, but he is biased. With everyone bringing up their whiteboards, some were great like Froppy and Anima. Others not so much, King Murder Explosion and I Cannot Stop Twinkling to name the main ones. After Ochako gave her name to the class, he went up with the name shown. The hands-on hero, Rip and Tear. He said proudly. Are you sure you want that name? Sure, it's your quirk's name, but it seems brutish? Midnight asked, looking at the name in thought. My quirk will always be brutal and I will lean on that. There is a reason I never used my quirk on anyone in the festival, but if it comes to it, I will rip and tear until it's done. Villains will be more accepting to surrender once I get that going. He said with a smile that could rival the sun. What bloodthirsty words with such a nice smile. So manly, he heard whispered as he took his seat, already knowing who said it. By the end, only 3 went by their given names. Katsuki, Tenya, and Shoto. After the naming, the next class started but just turned into a study hall for them to read their offers. But Izuku's mind was on something else, food. In his rush to leave for the bell, he didn't eat. While everyone was looking at their offers, he tore a portal to the little shop he always goes to when he was cleaning the beach. Grabbing some snacks to hold him off, he closes the portal and opens another to the cash register to pay. The owner, already used to Izuku and his way of getting food, checks him out without even a second glance. Retracting his acquired food, he cheers for his stealth mission only to spot Ochako staring at him suspiciously. Keeping eye contact, he slowly opens a bag of sweet bread and takes a big bite of it. All the while she gives him a look that only be translated as, "Gimme some." So tearing another portal only to her desk, he drops another sweet bread knowing she would probably want some. Mina of course caught the interaction and threw an eraser at Izuku to get his attention and in turn his food. Only Mina wasn't the best at being discretion, hitting Izuku's desk, bouncing off and then hitting the sleeping caterpillar in the face on the ground. Mina went pale, Izuku froze mid-bite, and Aizawa opened his eyes to see the problem child eating food he was sure he didn't bring in, then to Uraraka also eating the same bread to Mina pale-faced. Puzzling it out wasn't hard and he wanted bread too. "Do you have enough for the whole class, problem child?" he said still on the floor, taking a sec to process and then respond. "Yep, 1 minute." As he stood and tore a hole to the same shop to get enough for the whole class and his teacher. Coming back to class with a bag of sweet bread, he first gave one to Aizawa, coffee-flavored of course. A hand appeared out of the bag to take it and disappear into the darkness. Izuku threw the rest out to his classmates and with, "Thank you" in return. Throwing one only slightly harder than the other to Mina. Hitting her in the face, she took it while mouthing sorry, with a smile on her face. After that was done he sat down to eat and looked through his offers. Many are from small heroes but a few were eye-catching. Surprisingly Endeavor sent one, even after threatening him and making him bleed. The bell rang for the next class. During lunch he grabbed some food and sat down with Ochako sitting next to him. Most of his class sat down at the same table, Todoroki being one of the first. Happy that he joins, he smiled at him and ate while looking still through the offers. Leaning toward each other, Ochako ate and chatted while Izuku ate and looked. "When are you going to start dating?" the ever-blunt frog said while looking at the Ochako trying to steal his food. Most of the class looked at them for a response. Everyone in the class already knew they would end up together. Izuku, without looking up from defending his food, said, "We already are, this weekend I took her out." Then noticing the silence he looked up, realized what he said and remembered he didn't discuss with Ochako whether to keep it private or not. Most of the class nodded to this as to say makes sense. The more gossiping type like Mina and Hagakure, squealed and took Ochako away to the end of the table with the other girls for girl talk. Seeing Ochako smiling at him made him relax. The more social guys of course gave him the guy nod of, "Nice." After getting settled and finishing his food, he found a name he wasn't expecting, Mirko. She hasn't taken an internship ever and Izuku wouldn't think that she would ever send one to him. But he could see what he could learn from her and also he could see that he was somewhat bloodthirsty in his way of fighting. Maybe that's what got her attention. Either way he has his choice. After finishing his paper to turn in for his internship, he started to pack up. Seeing Ida leaving first with a look on his face reminded him of Ida's brother getting crippled by the hero Ender Stain. He should probably talk to him as a class representative. Finishing up, he quickly caught up with Ida to see how he was doing. "Hey Ida, got a moment?" Izuku said as he walked up to the square boy. "Sure, what is it you need?" he said stiffly. It was hard to tell if it was normal stiff or not. Pulling him into a private area to speak, Izuku said, "So where are you planning to go for internships?" He decided to break the ice first. "I'm going with the pro hero Manuel. I hope to learn much from him. And also if you wish to speak about my brother, don't worry, I'm fine," he said, cutting off the next question Izuku was going to ask. He then quickly said that he needed to leave and did so. Izuku only barely caught a glimpse of anger on his face before he left. Ochako so caught up with him and asked him what that was about. Telling her about his brother put her in a gloomy mood. He could sympathize. Who knows what he would do if someone like Stain would hurt his mother or Ochako. Putting it out of his mind, he went to the teacher's lounge with his girlfriend to turn in his paperwork. She asked him who he ended up selecting. When he told her, she flipped out. Jealous that he got to go with Mirko and who knows what else, she began to ramble about. The battle rabbit is Ochako's second favorite hero. Ochako ended up going with Gunhead. She wanted more combat training to add to what Izuku gave her. After waking up a sleeping caterpillar once more, they left to have dinner at Izuku's house. Inko of course told, Reed ordered, to come over every night for dinner when she found out about being alone in her apartment. Izuku was more than happy to portal her anytime she wanted. The week went by quickly and now the class is meeting up at the train station to go their separate ways. Izuku tried to talk to Ida again but was more firm about being okay. Not being able to do anything, he went to his girlfriend. After giving a big hug goodbye to his girlfriend, Jiro said in the background with a teasing smile, "It's not like he's going off to war." They got on their trains and left for their mentors for the week. Soon he was in front of a small building, Going in he saw only a reception desk with a woman sitting there. Asking about the internships and introduced himself. As he was going to shake her hand, Izuku had a bad feeling and dove backward. A loud crack was heard as he got back up for a fight with a villainous ambush. Dust was everywhere from the broken ground, and in the newly formed crater was an outline of a person. With instincts that he honed for years, he didn't hesitate to neutralize the target and keep the lady behind the desk safe until a hero showed up. Dashing forward, as to attack from the front, he tore a portal to the person's side closest to the receptionist. Sprinting faster than he ever did, he went to grab the person before anything escalated, but the ambusher dodged out of his grasp by millimeters. Still in the dust cloud, he could not see his opponent, so he tore a portal to UA's front gates and yelled at the receptionist to go to safety. Only to see the lady calm like she was expecting this. She must be part of the plan. Backing away from the person in the dust and the so-called receptionist, he waited in a defensive position, not knowing their quirks. The one in the dust must have some sort of physical enhancement quirk and the other he couldn't say. Just as he was going to make a portal to the physical assailant's neck, he heard, "All right, that's good." A woman's voice came to him. Dropping low and ready for something to come at him, he saw the one in the dusk walk forward with their hands on their hips. "You are one of the few that make my animal instincts say to avoid. And only very few make those come up after I train them to be quiet." Miruku came out of the dust with a grin on her face that could split her head. Izuku saw his mentor of the week come out relaxed. "We are going to have a lot of fun this week," she said as she looked him over. So this was a test of sorts? Still waiting for an attack, all his senses at 100%. "Yeah, I wanted to see what you were made of, after hearing you are the one who ended the AM Ender and won the festival. So far so good. Grab your bag, your room is down the hallway on the second floor, first door on the left. Get changed into some sportswear and get ready to train." The eager smile never left her face. Izuku finally relaxed and went to grab his hero suit and bag. He noticed the receptionist's apologetic face and somewhat worried glacé at Mirko. After the boy left, Mirko let her shoulders relax and took in a breath. The receptionist, her friend, approached her. "Did you really mean that about your instincts?" He did seem fast but not that threatening. She asked as she looked into her face, noticing her eyes wide and alert for dangers. "Oh yes, from what I read on his file from UA, he is extremely dangerous in close combat and very fast. His quirk makes him an ending machine, all he needs is to grab you and now you are missing that part of your body. When I read about the USJ and how the teachers found him," the rabbit said while trying to comb her hair, "that wouldn't stay down. And my body is telling me to stay away from those hands when I dodged them earlier. I did not make that choice. That was fight or flight and my body chose flight after all these years of being a hero." Sending a text to Ochako that he made it to his internship to let her know he made it safely. Quickly changing into something he exercised and he went back to the lobby, but bumped into Mirko. She led him to a large gym downtown. She asked questions about his quirk and his fighting style, telling her everything in hopes that he could improve in any way. "Your quirk, you need to think of tearing something to work? Why not use your legs or why not your whole body?" Tilting her head in question. "Believe me, I've tried to use it all over my body. Thinking I could be an unstoppable juggernaut, tearing anything that touched my body. But no, only my hand." As he made a grabby motion with his hands. Accepting this, she moved on. "What about your portal ability? I noticed you use both your hands to open it. Did you ever try just one hand, maybe quicker?" As she started to stretch. That gave Izuku pause. He probably could. So he tried it. Tearing his hand into the air, he felt space tear into a portal. He wouldn't be able to go through it, but his hand would be easy to slip in. This just made reaching his target easier. One hand tears a portal, the other reaches for the death blow. Remember that he used both hands to open portals. He tried to open another, this his other hand, but like any other time he tried to open another portal while one was already open, the oldest one closed. Shame. Mirko watched all this go on only with a slight shiver. He learns things quickly and is smart if what his file said was true. Smart, dangerous and willing to use lethal force. Scary, she wonders if he is single. After experimenting with Quirk for a bit, Mirko told him to prepare for a spar. Izuku got excited, a chance to fight Mirko. He will most likely lose, but he learned to most when he fought for real. A few hours later, a sweaty Izuku was kneeling on the ground, trying to get air into his lungs. After many losses and one close win, they separated to call it. The last fight lasted the longest, with Izuku dodging and weaving trying to land a hand on Mirko. They make a rule: if Izuku landed a hand on any part of Mirko, that part of the body would be out of the game. On the arm, can't use the arm. Leg, only one leg, rabbit. A vital part, win for Izuku. The match ended with a kick to his chest and Mirko a leg down. but he would have lost anyways from exhaustion. He loved every fight. He wanted to get faster and better. He wanted to be the best to save the most. After catching his breath, he looked up to see his mentor also looking tired, not as much as he is though. Alright, that's enough, let's get something to eat and cleaned up. Then we can head out to patrol. Helping up the sweaty boy. After a hot shower, they ate and got changed into their hero suits. Izuku was excited about his updated one. Opening the case showed his helmeted visor. Same as the original, just with an updated HUD system. The rest was new, a green metallic chest armor that covered just under his pecs with interlocking smaller metal armor for his abs. Green pauldron covered his shoulder down to his biceps, still a full range of mobility. His legs were entirely covered, not one part exposed. Patches of the green armor covered his thighs and calves. Once he was suited up, he looked at himself in the mirror. He was intimidating as F- with a capital F. Talking a picture and sending it to Ochako and his mom, he headed off with his helmet off to meet with Mirko. She whistled in appreciation once she saw his armor. After a quick spar to test its mobility, he was set. Why no gloves or something? When they finished their sparring. Then I would go through them with my quirk. I tried to use them once but they kept on getting torn apart. He said while moving all about to test its full range of motion. It was only a bit heavier than his old suit and gave him more armor. Once ready, they headed out of her small office building. He told her that he wanted to visit the hospital in the area to have somewhere to portal for the injured they encounter. Agreeing to this, she jumped up to the roof and yelled behind him to keep up. A quick portal, then he was running on the roof behind Mirko. Oh yeah, I permit you to use your quirk anytime necessary while you are under my care. There now, my ass is covered and yours too. She yelled over her shoulder as they neared the hospital. Having a hospital ER in his waypoints for his portal, they started to jog along the rooftops to find trouble. They soon found it. A mugging was going down in an alleyway. Only one guy was pointing a knife at a woman and trying to get her stuff. His mentor looked at the situation and then looked at Izuku. She waved at him as if to say, all yours. Izuku was happy too. Dropping down behind the mugger like a brick coming from outer space made the mugger freeze and look behind him. Looming behind him was a green armored man. Without a word and faster than the mugger could register, Izuku grabbed the hand holding the knife in his neck, pulling him down and pinning him to the floor. The mugger tried to use his quirk, a small flame in his other hand, but Izuku spoke up, I wouldn't if I was you, surrender. The voice was firm when it came out of the speaker from his helmet. The mugger didn't listen and flung the small fireball at his head only to splash harmlessly against it. Izuku's response was to slam his head down, knocking him out. Tying him up, he looked at the woman to see her scared of the armored man in front of her. Raising his hands to show he meant to harm, it's alright, I'm with her. As he pointed up to a Mirko sitting on the ledge of the roof giving a thumbs up to Izuku. She calmed quickly, who are you, someone new? Yes, I am interning with Mirko, my name is Rip Tier. First year at UA. Izuku said as Mirko jumped down with a heavy slap on his shoulder. Good job for you first. You popped your villain cherry? She said with a smile. Please don't say that also that happened when I was at the USJ. Cringing inside his helmet. They took off soon after reporting the mugger and making sure the woman was alright. She had a new story to publish about the new hero student Rip Tier. What an odd name. The hero and student continued with the rest of the day like this. Mirko hung back when she deemed it appropriate and jumped into more serious situations, like when lives were in immediate danger. Once Izuku got help with a bad car crash with first responders trying to get the crushed doors open to get to the victim. Izuku easily ripped the door off the hinging and tore a portal to the hospital. He felt particularly good right then, getting to do what he wanted all his life. The rest of the car drivers were alright and could wait for an ambulance. Once it got darker, Izuku and Mirko headed back to base. Mirko was tempted to tie Izuku to her agency when he tore a portal directly to her building. After a shower and dinner, they relaxed in the lounge Mirko had set up for herself. Plopping down on a recliner, he pulled out his phone to see how Ochako was doing. Turns out she likes to spar and fight as much as Izuku does. She also told him she saved the image of him with his new armor while sending one of her sweaty with her hair tied back smiling with gunhead posing in a very cute manner. His mother was alright, telling him how cool he looked and such. Checked in with his other classmates, like a responsible class rep. Everyone seemed alright. Yaoruzo wasn't happy that her hero was only focusing on the public side of being a hero. Todoroki was alright with his father, and Mineta was complaining about how he was only doing chores, which serves him right. Katsuki of course never replied, but he expected that. Ida also didn't responded, that worried him. Izuku asked Mirko, who was laying on the couch next to him, about the hero Manuel. Don't know much about him, I think he is located in Hosu. Why? Looking away from her phone to look at him. Telling her about Ida and that he went with Manuel, a water hero even though he is speed-based. She also smelled something fishy. She thought for a moment and said, Stain is still reported to be in Hosu. Is Ida the type of kid to go for revenge? Izuku didn't think so, but loved ones will make you do stupid stuff. Can we swing by Hosu sometime this week to check up on him? Just in case, he thought to himself. She agreed without much fuss. Izuku soon headed to bed to wake early for another day of ripping and tearing ahead. At age 5, Izuku was excited to go find out what his quirk was and why. The fight was about to start. With a manic gleam in his eye, Stain threw 3 knives at Izuku, but instead of dodging, he tore a portal with one hand to Stain's side. The knives went through and hit Stain in the arm. Distracted by getting stabbed with his knives, he barely dodged Izuku's grasping hands. Stain was faster than Izuku, so he used any dirty trick in the book. Dirt in the eyes to trying to kick his jewels. But while he didn't do any damage to Stain, Izuku did begin to rip weapons off of him. His armor was able to tank any slashes and he could move his arms out of the way before getting sliced. He finally was able to get a hand on the hilt of Stain's sword and ripped it apart. With only the blade left, it fell to the ground with a clatter. But that didn't stop Stain from kicking Izuku back, not noticing the small cut his boot made on his arm. Stain quickly consumed the blood on his boot, freezing Izuku and falling on the ground. You are a true hero, saving those fakes before even attempting to attack me. This is what it means to be a hero, not these others who seek attention from the media or riches. No, you Izuku Midoriya are one that truly deserves to live. Stain raved with such fervor that he could have been a great preacher. Why did Shigaraki want you to end me? He asked, trying to think up a plan. He tried to call Mirko, but she was not picking up. So time to make some time. That wannabe was angry that you took his arm and ruined his plan to end All Might. After that, I left him bleeding from the other arm. We didn't see eye to eye. I'll go end him when I get the chance. Stain said while picking up some knives Izuku tore off. It's coming from over here. He and Izuku heard coming down the alleyway. Ah, more pigs to the slaughter. As Stain stood to walk past him still on the ground. I look forward to seeing what you become. The whole while Izuku was trying everything in his power to move. He needed to move now. Before he ends anyone else, he won't let it happen. And right when Stain was going to take another step, Izuku grabbed his foot. Before he could look down at the boy, he was on his face with a hand gripping tight on his neck. His arms were also pinned, one being grabbed by a hand and the other under a metal boot. When he tried to move, the hand gripping his neck tightened, drawing blood. Don't move, it won't end well if you do. Izuku said, kneeling on his back, exhaustion settling in after another life-and-death battle. Soon a small group of heroes came and froze at the sight of Stain on the ground with an armored man on him. You're late, stop staring and come help me tie him up. Izuku said to the group of shocked heroes. The voice knocked them out of their thoughts and rushed forward to tie up the serial ender. After searching him from head to toe for weapons, Izuku finally relaxed. Calling Mirko, he was surprised she picked up, yelling, might he add. Where the hell are you, brat? You pulled a disappearing act on me? You better not be dead or I swear. Miruku began, but Izuku cut her off. I'm alright, I just sent you a ping to my location. Is everything alright? She seemed more frazzled than he has ever heard her. I'll be there as soon as I can, keep an eye out for the flying Nomu. We neutralized the other 2 but are missing that one. See you soon. She hung up while running toward him. Looking up to see if he could find the Nomu, didn't get anything. Turning the other direction, he had only a moment before a figure with wings fell on him. Reacting without thinking, he speared his hand forward, impaling the Nomu's chest on his arm. It tried to claw his chest but his armor held strong. Using his other hand he tore it in half horizontally, ending it instantly. Mirko and Endeavor showed up just then to witness the brutal way Izuku ended the Nomu. Todoroki also witnessed what Izuku probably did in the USJ. Shaking his arms to get some of the blood off, he looked at them. Is it fashionable to show up late to a party? I wouldn't know, no one invites me to one anyways. Stain is captured by the way. Talking to a stunned Mirko, pointing to Stain being loaded into a carrier for high-profile villains. Are you alright, kid? Mirko asked while approaching her student covered in blood and his armor covered in slashes both from a sword and claws. Me, oh yeah, not my blood. Izuku got hit with a deja vu when the teachers found him at the USJ. Your classmate. Mirko continued to probe him in a very motherly way. I got him and another hero to the hospital. I had a waypoint near your base. I didn't get a chance to look for one here in Hosu. As he opened a small portal that released a fountain of seawater to clean his arms off. Seeing that the biggest wound he had was a small cut from the hero ender, the bunny relaxed. Let's go to your debrief. She patted his shoulder. Alright, see you later, Shoto. He followed his mentor and waved at his friend. Then giving Endeavor the watching you sign before getting into a car to the police station. Shoto just waved at his friend and looked at the bloody mess left in his wake. Endeavor watched the whole thing go on and felt slightly sick. It's one thing to burn someone alive and leave a burned corpse, but being able to cut someone or something in this case in half and still talk like any other day takes guts. Getting to the police station where Stain is going to be processed to a jury and then jail, Izuku sat in a nice conference office. He quickly sent a message to his mom and Ochako that he is alright and will talk to them later. Taking off his helmet, he wondered where Mirko had to go. The door burst open to a dog-headed man. He did not look happy. He curtly introduced himself as the chief of police and was here to tell him that he broke the law by going after Stain, so he is claiming Izuku went vigilante. So to cover this up, they are giving credit to Endeavor. If he didn't cooperate, he would face charges and probably be expelled from UA. While all this was going on, he didn't say a word, he just waited. What do you have to say? The chief finished by asking. Wrong. I'm getting credit for taking down Stain and I didn't break any laws. Izuku said, not backing down. What nonsense are you talking about? You used your quirk without a license and broke the law. He barked at me. You didn't talk to Mirko at all, did you? Izuku didn't understand what he was trying to pull, but he doesn't like to get bullied around like this. No, he didn't. You are right to take credit for Stain, and you are also right that you didn't break any laws. I permitted you to use your quirk while under my care. The week isn't over and you are still under my care. Mirko said as she approached with an angry look on her face. He motioned to her student. Come on, let's go, we are done here. And walked out. Nodding, he didn't even look at the chief when Izuku walked out. Catching up to her, she explained how Endeavor wanted the credit for taking Stain down and was trying to take it from him. He wasn't too surprised, but everything turned out alright. Getting a message from his mother asking him to come home for dinner stopped him. What's wrong? She asked while he looked at his phone. Wanna come over to my house for dinner? He asked. They didn't eat in a while. It only took her a moment to remember herself when she ate and quickly agreed. Tearing a portal home, he was almost tackled to the ground and quickly looked over for any damage by his mother that came shooting through. Seeing him alright, she dragged him and grabbed a hold of Mirko back through for a nice family dinner. The rest of the week passed peacefully enough, with only minor villains being a problem. He spent the rest of the week with Mirko, learning what he could. He was finally able to beat her in a spar. Well, beat isn't right, more like both losing. With his hand through a portal on her spine and her foot pinning him to the ground, ready to burst like a tomato. He probably got more injuries sparring with Mirko than he did out on patrol. Speaking of patrol, they just finished up their last one of the internships. The next morning he will be going to school. He will miss this. Getting changed, he had one last spar that ended with him losing, of course. With that, he said his goodbyes and he has her number just in case, but still. With that, he tore a portal to his living room and went through. The next day he used a portal to pick up Ochako, and he approached her with a big hug. She instead punched him as hard as she could in the gut. After seeing Izuku on the news, she immediately thought the worst happened. When she got a message and then a call later explaining what happened, she broke down in relief. So, in payback for worrying her, Izuku is now trying to catch his breath. This is abuse. Once I show up to class with a black eye, they will look at you immediately. He said with fake tears in his eyes. Ochako of course gave him a big hug and kiss, then began to berate him for making her worry. He just hugged her back and calmed her down. Soon she began to tie his tie and they were on their way back to UA. She already knew what happened. He told her when he and Mirko were having dinner with his mother. She went on to tell him about her time at Gunhead's agency. That he built off of what training Izuku gave her. Plus, she got to go out on patrol a few times. From her telling me there was a lot of hand-holding. Mirko's way of teaching is the equivalent of throwing a child into the swimming pool for swimming lessons. They arrived at school hand in hand with Ochako still telling him about her time. Opening the door, he was greeted by Kaminari, Siro, and Mina, giggling while trying not to look at Katsuki's hairstyle. He went with Best Jeanist from the trademark sidekick haircut he has. Katsuki was sitting at his desk not talking to anyone, simmering and ready to explode. Ida was in his seat but was making a point of not looking at Izuku. He tried to visit Ida in the hospital, but the speedster ignored him the whole time. That kinda pissed off Izuku, but he isn't going to force a conversation. Everyone else seems to be doing good otherwise. Class soon started with Aizawa slinking through the door. He seemed less tired. Maybe a week away from us gave him a nice break. The rest of the day went on normally. At lunch, most of the class sat and exchanged stories about their internships. But everyone went quiet when Kaminari asked Izuku about his internship. They all saw the news and their classmate took down the hero Ender. and also ended a Nomu on camera, but the footage was blurred and they were not phased too much about it. As he was going to speak, an elbow hit him in the back of the head, hard. "Oh, I didn't see you, big head there. Maybe you should leave some of the limelight for the rest of us. You have enough, don't you think, not to mention beach of yours?" Monoma said with such venom and a sneer that Class 1A was sure to see his head fly off his shoulders by Izuku's hand. Seeing Izuku ready to get up and probably end this snot-nosed brat, Ochako stood before him. "That's right, he does get beaches. Where are yours?" As she looked around, exaggerated. Counting off on her fingers, she said, "No beaches, no screen time, no wins. Get out of here, you bull-haired loser." Growing up in construction sites, she picked up a lot of trash talk. Everyone was dead silent, then Kaminari shouted out, "Holy shit, I knew this guy was about to get murdered, but not this way?" As he broke down laughing so hard he was crying. Soon, most of the cafeteria was also in the same situation, with everyone breaking down and laughing uproariously. Monoma was red-faced in both embarrassment and anger, but before he could do anything, Kendo came to take him away, also covering her mouth and shaking shoulders. Izuku was there with everyone laughing and also hanging off a red-faced Ochako. She never called out anyone like that, but it was so worth it. They finished lunch with some chuckles still floating around. They sat down for class, with Aizawa coming in with such a deadpan that it made a few giggle. Aizawa looked over to Ochako and asked, "Did you call Monoma a bull-haired loser?" As he squinted down on a piece of paper. She nodded and Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. "Bullying is not tolerated in UA. This is your first warning, detention after school. Monoma already has received his punishment." "Wait, Aizawa, it started off because of me. I should get the punishment," Izuku said, standing up, trying to get his girlfriend out of trouble. With a sigh, his tires teacher asked, "Did you do anything to Monoma to deserve detention?" Izuku shut his mouth, then looked at Tokoyami near him. "Say nevermore, you bird-headed beach." Maybe that was enough so Ochako didn't have to sit in detention alone because of that ass. "F you," Tokoyami said as an automatic response. But everyone's attention was dragged to Yaoruzo, who snorted in such a way that no one expected it. She covered her mouth with her hands red-faced and looked at Tokoyami. "I'm so sorry." Then the rest of the class broke out in laughter at the ridiculous situation. Aizawa was at the front with his head down on the podium. No one heard the muffled, "Detention for you, problem child, detention for all of you." Once they finally calmed down, they headed off to the locker room to get changed for hero class. Now out in his armor, Izuku met up with his class. Shiro turned to hear the loud footsteps to come face to face with a green battle-worn armor. Claw marks and blade marks were covering the front, making Izuku look like a seasoned veteran. Shiro has never seen Izuku's newest armor and seemed like a little girl when he turned to see who it was. Some others also got wary of the stranger, but seeing his classmates get spooked, he took off his helmet to calm them. "Easy guys, it's just me." With his helmet in his hands. They calmed quickly after that, with many going to look at his armor up and close. All Might got everyone's attention back on him when he saw everyone present. "We are going to a race in this industrial zone. Keep the collateral damage to a minimum, and to young Midoriya, no portals. What's the fun in that?" With that he leaped away to a silo. Izuku was one of the first to race. Ida, Shiro, Mina, and Ojiro were the others he was racing. Izuku didn't do great, but he did finish before Ojiro. Soon hero class was finished and they were back in their seats in homeroom. Aizawa came back telling them about midterms and to be prepared for the practical. With that he flopped down on the floor with his sleeping bag. Izuku wasn't too worried, he did get second in the entrance exam, and he was willing to do his best at everything else. He felt a tugging on his sleeve. Looking over he saw Ochako with such puppy dog eyes that if she asked to end the president, he would consider it. "Can you help me study for the midterms?" she said in a cutesy manner. Izuku didn't hesitate to pick her up in a bear hug. Of course, anything for those eyes. And so for 2 weeks, the class spent both in groups and alone studying for midterms. Izuku helped Ochako with studying and training for the practical. Every once in a while they also got Todoroki or another friend to join in with their training sessions, but it was mainly them. Many times Ochako ended up staying the night after studying too late and decided to fall asleep. She started on the couch but always ended up sleeping with Izuku in his bed. His mother teased them relentlessly when she found them like that the first time. They never did anything, just share a bed, but his mother always insinuates something more. The day of the tests came with Ochako confident in her abilities. Izuku was just as ready, and by the end of the session of testing he felt like he placed well. The practical had the whole class in their suits lined up in front of Aizawa. Nizu popped out. "Welcome to your midterm. You all will be paired off and fight your handicapped teachers." The class moaned at the impossible-seeming task. Everyone was paired off. Izuku unfortunately was with Katsuki. They waited to see who they would fight, and a booming voice came, "I am here to fight as a villain." All Might came out of the sky in front of them. Izuku threw his hands in the air. What's with this bullshit? Everyone's fights were interesting to watch. Not all were very exciting, like Sato's and Kirishima's fight against Cementos. But watching Kaminari and Mina run around trying to find the exit like a pair of chickens with their heads cut off was very fun to watch. Ochako's fight with 13 was somewhat underwhelming. She did get the win in the end and it was a pretty tough match. His and Katsuki's fight was the last. Izuku's guessed it was so everyone could watch the number one hero beat up some kids, but that was just him. Izuku was thinking up plans of passing his exam while Katsuki was off in the corner grinding his teeth into dust. He did try to go talk to the Bomberman to make a plan with him, but he received a glare and a F off for his troubles. Even after all this time, Katsuki has not changed, only thinking of himself above everyone else. He had hoped he had changed for the better, but no luck. Their match was about to begin. Ochako gave him a quick hug and he left. He followed Katsuki out of the room with many pats on the back for good luck. They got on the bus to head to their exam location. Izuku was still thinking of plans that would work with his assigned partner or alone. He is still hoping that Katsuki will be at least open to working together. Plan number 1 is to escape and avoid a fight if possible. It is reasonable after all they are fighting the number 1 hero. In this plan, Katsuki decides to play nice and they can both escape. He doubts Plan 1 will ever leave the playbook. Plan B is Katsuki goes off on his own to fight All Might, meanwhile Izuku will act as backup. And when Katsuki gets his sheet kicked in, Izuku will tear to the exit dragging him with him. This is the most likely plan that will happen. Plan 3F, Katsuki. He will just use him as a distraction to escape. While this will be the most viable way to pass, it is also the scummy way to pass. Or Plan D, Izuku tears All Might apart just like the Nomu at the USJ. While possible, probably not a good idea to end one of your teachers and Japan's favorite hero. The bus stopped and they got off. Am was waiting with his signature smile and costume. He told them 5 minutes to plan and they will start. With that, he leaped into the faux city. Alright, do you have a plan or dash? Izuku started to speak to Katsuki before he was interrupted by him. Shut up you Deku, just stay out of my way. This will be over in a flash. He said with a sneer at Izuku. He started to walk into the city, finished with their planning. Before he could get too far away, Izuku caught up to him for one last attempt at cooperation. Come on, you can't seriously dash. Izuku caught the gauntlet swung at his face. I said stay out of my way. As Katsuki ripped his gauntlet out of Izuku's grasp. So it seems Plan B is in effect. Just after that thought, he looked ahead to see a wave of destruction coming down the main road they stood. Izuku quickly dropped to the ground and dug his fingers into the hard ground to avoid getting blown away. Like a tornado rushed past him, everything not bolted down was blown away. Katsuki barely kept himself from flying away, but not before tumbling on the ground a few times. After the gale of wind died down, he heard it. Laughing and monologuing, AM was playing the villain. And by the looks of the damage caused, it seems he is doing a good job at it. Katsuki didn't wait any longer and charged forward right into AM. Izuku looks for a vantage point to portal to. A 10-story building overlooks the battle going on nearby. Tearing a portal to the roof, he turns to see the exit right in his view. He could just go now and pass, but he doesn't like how it would end. Instead, he portals right in front of it and then portals back to the roof. Now he can portal to exit whenever he wants to. Looking back at the fight, it is obvious that AM is playing with Katsuki. He is tanking every explosion and throwing in banter, much to the anger of the other boy. Izuku did think of trying to play support, but his portals are not movable once opened and the explosions will cause friendly fire, not that Katsuki would care. So he waits for the right moment, maybe he will be able to catch him off guard. Finally, Katsuki is worn down with AM grabbing his face. All he can do is use his explosion on AM's hand grabbing him. Small pops go off. The teacher goes on about how he should have worked together with Izuku. Katsuki just growls tiredly. With that, AM tosses him to the side, not too gently. Now where is young Midoriya? If he went off to the gate, he should have gone through it a while ago. AM says as he starts to turn to head for the exit gate. But before he could turn completely, he felt like he was just about to die. With every warning bell going off in his head, he was too late before a hand gripped him around his neck. He could feel the fingers dig just enough into his neck for it to bleed. He has only felt this kind of fear when he faced AFO, one wrong move then death. He slightly relaxed when he spotted Midoriya with one hand going through a portal. He tried to move slightly only for the fingers to dig in more in a warning. Modified Plan D, don't move or you are paralyzed from the neck down or die, one or the other. The green-armored student said, shrugging his shoulder. This is a bit much, don't you think? It is a test after all. AM said without moving any unnecessary muscles. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. I'm treating this as a real-life battle. You are a villain that can cause very high damage, and the only way for me to take you out is with lethal force or negotiation. Not letting his grip loosen on his teacher's neck. There are other ways other than lethal force. AM countered, getting more sweaty for the situation he is in. Not with my quirk, not when there could be a villain that could destroy a city this quickly. If you were an actual villain and this real, how many deaths do you think? As Izuku waved his hand at the empty street and destroyed building. AM didn't say anything. How could he when he fought a villain described perfectly 6 years ago? Izuku pulled out a pair of handcuffs and threw them at AM. Surrender? AM didn't move his neck and put them on quickly. Izuku didn't pull his hand away until the announcement was heard. AM breathed a sigh of relief, wincing when he touched his neck wound. Not deep, but they stung. They didn't notice Katsuki waking from the announcement of Izuku passing. How could Katsuki have lost again, and to that Deku? How could he have beaten AM while Katsuki couldn't? No. He refuses to be below that worm? He will get rid of him once and for all. And once he is gone, Katsuki will be the best. Izuku didn't notice as Katsuki had a breakdown, but he did notice when he got on his feet and aimed his fully charged gauntlet at Izuku with crazed eyes, just like Shigaraki had at the USJ. AM didn't get a chance to stop Katsuki from firing before it was too late. Izuku used one hand to rip a tear to shield him from the blast, but it was too close and was blown through a wall and out the other side. The armor he was wearing took most of the impact, but one of his arms was broken badly. Still conscious and in pain, he stood for a fight, but AM was already pinning Katsuki to the ground. The whole class in the observation room was celebrating when they witnessed Katsuki attack Izuku, followed by AM taking him down. All were horrified at what just happened, none more than Ochako, already leaving to follow Recovery Girl. Young Midoriya, are you all right? AM asked, looking up at him. Soon 2 teachers arrived, Eraserhead and Present Mike. Izuku, still in extreme pain, said, well, I don't think bones go on the outside. As he kneeled, trying not to scream at the pain of his bones sticking out of his forearm and a lot of blood coming out of the wound. Present Mike was the first to get to Izuku while Eraserhead tied up Katsuki, still thrashing around. Hey kiddo, oh shit, that doesn't look too bad. He panicked slightly but tried to act cool quickly to keep Izuku from freaking out. He saw Recovery Girl being carried by a sprinting Ochako. Izuku laughed through the pain before passing out from it. Present Mike tried to catch him before he fell, but the weight of the armor caught him off guard and dropped him to the ground, face first. Hizashi! Aizawa and Recovery Girl yelled out at Present Mike. How the hell can he move in that? It weighs a ton. As he rolled to his back with some effort, Ochako arrived, setting Recovery Girl down and deactivating her quirk. When she saw Izuku, the one-man ending machine, collapse, she began to fear the worst. The nurse took a look at Izuku and checked for any other injuries. Seeing that his beloved is starting to lose herself, she said, Don't worry, youngin, he is just passed out from the pain and blood loss. There will be a small surgery to set his bone right, but he will be right as rain. With that, she calmed down, only to grow furious at the one responsible for this. She threw Bakugo such a hate-filled glare that Aizawa felt like he will need to restrain her from ending the boy or sending him to the sun. But instead of committing second-degree murder, she moved to help get Izuku onto the stretcher to move him to the infirmary. Once the students and Recovery Girl left with Present Mike as an escort, Aizawa and AM pulled the now quiet Bakugo. This was your last chance, you realize that? His now former homeroom teacher said as they escorted him to the principal's office for the third and last time. Bakugo meanwhile was only seething quietly. It's all that Deku's fault. If he never existed, he would be king of UA by now. 2 hours later, Izuku woke up in the infirmary bed with Ochako and his mother quietly chatting next to him. He saw her giggle and shifted to get their attention, and also to get his mother to stop telling embarrassing stories about him. He tried to shift his weight on his bandaged arm and winced in pain. Careful. You are still healing. Here, let me help. As his mother and Ochako helped him sit up. He felt it was unnecessary but still felt nice to be loved like this. I'm alright, what happened after I passed out? The last thing I remember is Ochako running towards me with her carrying Recovery Girl like a football. He said with a chuckle at the funny scene. Well, she was taking too long for me and thought it was more efficient. She said with a cute pout. She continued as she sat at the foot of the bed. After we got you here, Recovery Girl set your bone where it should be and healed you as much as she could. They called Inko and we have been waiting for you to wake. Izuku was happy and slightly worried about how well both women were getting along. What about Katsuki? What happened to him? He asked, curious about what kind of punishment they hashed out for attacking him outright. He was expelled, came a voice from the doorway. Turning, they saw Aizawa with a tired expression as usual. He was given 3 chances to become better and he tried to assault you at every chance given. He has been blacklisted from all hero schools as well, he said, closing the door behind him as he walked in. Izuku wanted to be shocked by this, but he fully expected something like this to happen. Katsuki was arrogant and aggressive at every moment of his life, and if something didn't go his way, he lashed out. Now he can only pray that he will turn a new leaf with the opportunity to become a hero gone, but he knows that will be a false hope. While Izuku showed a face of acceptance, Ochako made a face that could only be read as good riddance. Inko on the other hand was slightly troubled. Mitsuki is her close friend and the mother of Katsuki. She hopes Mitsuki will be alright. Well, alright then. What's the plan now? Izuku said, breaking the silence. Class will continue tomorrow like normal. You will be discharged when the old lady says otherwise. Everything will stay the same. Aizawa said with his usual shrug before getting hit in the leg by a cane hard. Who are you calling an old lady? As recovery girl strolled past the man on the ground. As for you, you can head on home. 15 minutes later, the Midoriyas and Ochako walked through a portal to the apartment for dinner. As Inko got to work in the kitchen with Ochako helping where she could, Izuku saw the kitchen full and decided to take a nap on the couch. Other than his old childhood friend trying to end him, it was a good day. Ochako decided to stay the night at her boyfriend's. They have slept in the same bed before but have never gone past that. They didn't feel ready for such a step forward. She woke first like usual and shook Izuku slightly to wake him. The first time she woke him, she was startled by him opening his eyes wide open. It turns out Izuku is a light sleeper and isn't woken up unless he hears something in the night. After waking him, Ochako shuffled into the bathroom in pajamas of stolen clothes from Izuku's closet. They got cleaned up, ate, and did their ritual of Ochako fixing his tie. On their walk to school, Izuku was feeling the new scar on his forearm. It wasn't huge, but it was noticeable, just something to get used to. Izuku never cared for scars like the one on his leg he got when he was younger. They walked hand in hand, talking about nothing in particular and enjoying each other's presence. Arriving at the doors of 1A, Izuku was greeted by everyone shouting his name. He had completely forgotten that everyone watched him get blasted and get carted off to the infirmary. Oh hey guys, sorry for not letting you guys know. I'm alright, see? As he stretched out his arms to show he was whole. Yeah. A message would have been nice. Mina pointed at him accusatory. You good bro? Kirishima asked, still looking him over with his eyes slowing on his new scar. There was a lot of blood on the footage and Aizawa didn't tell us anything yesterday. Sue says with her ever stoic face but with a hint of worry showing. I'm alright, just had a broken bone. I was healed up and headed home. Izuku was very touched by how many of his classmates worried about him. Made him feel all nice and warm inside. That warmth froze when he heard, "Why are you not in your seats?" In a blink of an eye, everyone was sitting down waiting for their teacher to continue. Much better now before anyone asks. Bakugo Katsuki was expelled yesterday for his actions and previous warnings placed on him earlier in the year. Let this be a warning, no one is safe. The only reason no one else was expelled so far is that no one has been slacking or breaking any rules that would warrant expulsion. Everyone gave a slight shiver at the words and also was not overly surprised that Katsuki was expelled. Now let's get on to the midterms. Everyone passed the written test, barely. The last part was directed to Kaminari and Mina sitting close to each other. As for who failed the practical, you will be having extra lessons with me at the training camp we will have over to break. Aizawa said as he passed out reviews of everyone's fights. 5 began to weep quietly for not being able to pass the practical. Here is the list of supplies needed for the camp. The rest of the class is a study hall. Setting a pile of papers on Izuku's desk for distribution. Then he flopped over in his bag. After passing out the lists, Mina spoke up. We should go out shopping together. As she started making plans for everyone to go as a group. Todoroki was the only one not able to go since Saturdays he visited his mother from what he told Izuku. The rest of the classes passed without any more trouble. At the end of the day while he was packing to leave, he did get a message from Mirko of all people. He was about to open it when she called him instead. Everyone looked at his phone ringing. Ochako, thinking it was Inko for some reason, thought nothing of it. He answered, "Why the hell are you taking so long to answer?" "Forget it. I heard someone was expelled from your class, it better have not been you." She almost shouted through the phone. He quickly pulled the phone away from his ear from the loud volume. Everyone was even more interested in who called Izuku, considering that it was a woman's voice they heard. Ochako's eyes snapped at him and narrowed. No, it was that guy who got second place at the festival. He attacked me during our midterm practical and was expelled. Why are you calling, by the way? It's nice to hear from you, but didn't expect it. Izuku explained while oblivious to all the stares at his back and one particularly hard one. Well, I was just checking up on you is all. What kind of mentor would I be if I didn't? She sounded a bit defensive, but he didn't look too into it. Thanks, that means a lot to me. Do you want to come over for dinner? I'm sure Mom would be happy to have you again. He ignored the sound of dropped books on the ground behind him. Ochako was staring daggers at him when she heard his offer. Who the F is he talking to? Everyone was looking between Izuku and an Ochako who seemed to get angrier by the second. That seems nice, alright, text me when. And don't keep me waiting. And she hung up. Sending a quick text to his mom so she could set an extra plate on the table, he noticed the quiet in the room. Turning around, he saw 19 pairs of eyes looking right at him. Confused, he asked, "What?" Ochako was the first to speak. "Who was that?" She sounded strained. "Oh, that was Mirko calling to check in on me. She hears someone was expelled and thought it was me. She is coming over for dinner," he said with an oblivious smile on his face, happy that his mentor is checking in with him. Like a switch, "Oh, that sounds great. I always wanted to meet her." Ochako sounded excited, while internally she was relieved that nothing funny was going on. Everyone was relieved that Izuku would never cheat on Ochako. They all left after the two lovebirds, glad not to see them go after each other's throats. Later in the day, now closer to dinner, Izuku sent a message and waited for a second, then opened a portal to Mirko's building lobby. Mirko stepped through wearing plain jeans and a light jacket, and went over to Izuku. She looked him over and finding nothing or what she wanted, she backed up. "Looking good. Glad you aren't slacking off." "Thanks, Mirko. How have you been?" Izuku asked, glad that he passed whatever test she had. "Rumi is fine and hero work is all the same." She waved her hand, spotting a girl his age near him. "Who is this?" "This is Ochako Uraraka, my girlfriend," he said, holding her forward and showing her off like a prize trophy. Ochako stood nervously in front of one of her favorite heroes. Rumi, on the other hand, looked her over. She remembered her at the festival and how well she did against that brat with explosions until she lost. Training will fix that. She seemed all right. With a hand out, she shook Ochako's hand. Before she could let go, Rumi pulled her close. "You better not hurt him." With that statement, all of Ochako's nervousness was gone. "I would never." With such a serious face that Izuku worried something would break out. They stared at each other until Rumi broke out with a smile. "She will be good for him." Ochako smiled also, happy that Izuku has such a good older sister model. Izuku meanwhile got even more nervous seeing them agree on something without saying anything. They broke off their staring contest and all went over to have a nice dinner with Izuku in the middle of the two. They finished dinner and now sat down while Izuku told her about the midterms. Inko just sat there quietly, enjoying the domestic feeling in the apartment. Rumi told about her time, nothing big, only small-time criminals. They moved to the living room with Inko grabbing a book off the bookshelf on the way. They sat down and chatted about small things until Inko mentioned how Izuku did something young and caught it on camera. Out came the scrapbook. Izuku went pale, and both Ochako and Rumi got excited. Ochako quickly used her quirk on him and Rumi kicked him away when he tried to reach for the book on Inko's lap. While he spiraled away, he heard, "Aw," and "so cute" coming from the trio. In the end, Izuku got back into his seat in the living room, embarrassed by the contents of the book. They giggled and laughed. He is happy that he has such a good family. Soon the time came and Izuku ripped a portal open for Rumi to step through. Before she left, Rumi gave him a quick hug and stepped through. The rest of the evening was spent relaxing and watching movies while leaning on each other. Inko already left for bed and it was only the two of them on the couch. They both got a text from the group chat. It was Mina telling everyone at what time to show up at the mall. There was some back and forward, but they all agreed on early mid-morning. With that, they got back to the movie and dozed off soon enough. Ochako ended up sleeping on top of him and Izuku in his sleep already before her. Everyone agreed to meet up at the mall around 10 in the morning for their shopping. Izuku didn't need much, only a few small things, and Ochako was in a similar situation. They are both happy that they could spend their time at the mall together. From the internships to the midterms, they didn't get much of a chance to go out together. So they decided together to make this a small date. Mostly shopping and hanging out at the mall, but it would be nice for them to spend time together. Izuku could see Ochako slightly nervous about going out shopping. Izuku knew about his girlfriend's family and their money problems. Izuku and Ochako were on the couch when Inko walked up to her soon-to-be daughter-in-law and gave her a wad of cash. Izuku raised an eyebrow and Ochako just looked at the money. "That's for you to have fun shopping," Inko said as she turned away to leave. Wait, I can't take this. Ochako spluttered. She never was in this kind of situation and didn't know what to do. Well, too bad, you will and you'll have fun. Buy something nice for yourself, and before you said anything about handouts, think of this as kind of part of my dowry for the future, she said with a wink and laugh at the two blushing teens. They both got changed and headed out to meet up with their friends. They found Mina on the same train headed to the mall. They chatted with Mina and Ochako doing most of the talking. Izuku just enjoyed their time off. Some other passengers on the train did recognize them, but most kept to waving and taking pictures when they thought they couldn't be seen. Only one approached, a little boy with horns like a deer, and asked to take a picture with Mina. She squealed and took it, smiling all the while. After the boy returned to his mother with a big grin on his face, they got off and arrived at the mall soon after. Just about their whole class was there chatting with each other. Momo, seeing them arrive, approached them. Nice to see you guys make it. So what is the plan? Momo asked, looking at Izuku. He sometimes forgot he is the class president. So like a responsible adult, he looked to Mina, who planned this out. Delegation is always the best way to be in charge. Mina's shoulders slumped. Fine, I guess we can split off in groups and meet up at the lunch area in 2 hours. Here are the rules. Rule 1. Look at the mall rules. Rule 2. No one is allowed to die. Rule 3. Don't talk abo dash. Mina was pushed off the bench and covered her mouth by Izuku before she said anything more attention-grabbing than it already has. Alright, that's enough out of you. Split off and don't die, as she said. You lick my hand. Izuku said as he pulled his hand away from her mouth. Only I get to lick him. Ochako whispered as she got close to Izuku. She only heard by a red-faced laughing Jiru. Everyone split off into groups and went off. Izuku and Ochako left hand in hand, wandering the mall and getting what they needed for camp. They chatted about what they thought the camp would entail. I hope we get to make s'mores. I've never tried them, Ochako said with drool already forming. I've never been camping, so it will be a new experience for me. Izuku shrugged. Snapping out of her food fantasy, she looked to Izuku. Never? You didn't go with any friends? Family? No, it's always been me and Mom. Never met my father, and Katsuki made having friends difficult. He did go to martial arts classes, but he never made friends there. I'm sorry to hear. I would have been your friend, but only after I would have taken your lunch, she said, hugging his arm with a smile. He laughed while hugging her. Of course you would have, you little thief. They continue on walking around. After finding a discreet area and seeing no one was looking their way, Izuku tore a portal and dropped their bags off at home. Ochako found some nice clothes and Izuku told her to use the money Inko gave her. She tried to fight about it but ended up using it. Only 15 minutes for the class to meet up again at the food court, and they began to make their way there. While walking, Izuku was looking around and just enjoying the calm atmosphere. His time off was ruined when his eyes met with a red pair in a black hoodie. Izuku immediately froze and Ochako stopped with him and tried to ask what was wrong when his phone was shoved in her hands. In a serious voice that made her worry, he said, "Call the police, tell them Shigaraki is at the mall." Then call Eraserhead. Never taking his eyes off Shigaraki. But Ochako tried to say but was cut off by Izuku's firm voice. Do it. She didn't say anything else before getting behind him to make the call. She was not going to leave him. Not like the USJ, she quickly looked in the area for any others with Shigaraki while calling the police. Shigaraki pulled his hands out of the pockets. One was mechanical. Izuku couldn't see his facial expression, but he didn't like the idea of a quirk like Shigaraki's in a populated area like a mall. What are you doing here? He asked, hoping to keep him talking instead of attacking him or someone. You recognize me. You are the one who ended my Nomo. You are the one who did this. Raising his prosthetic hand. It looked simple with no artificial skin. He couldn't see under the hood of the sweater, but he could guess he looked angry. Izuku could hear Ochako behind him talking on the phone in a hurry. Maybe I could see you from the stairs. He tried to keep him talking but could see the villain start to shake. I will end you. And charged at Izuku. Get back. He shouted out, not to the crazed villain but to everyone around him including Ochako. When he shouted, everyone looked and began running. What Izuku didn't notice before is that the mechanical hand had razor-sharp fingers. He dodged the real hand just as he got clawed across the temple. 3 claws cut him above the eyebrow, making him stagger back. Izuku tried to grab the real hand that was reaching for him but was kicked in the stomach while having blood in his eye and was distracted. He was sent tumbling back but quickly got on his feet to meet a furious Shigaraki lunging at him. Izuku dove back and kicked at him while he was flying over Izuku. He crashed into the glass doors of a shop, screams coming out of the entrance. Not male screams but younger and feminine. For some reason, instead of running like everyone else did, a mother and her child hid away in a near shop. The same shop he sent Shigaraki through, the villain got off the glass and looked at the two huddled pair. "Don't fight me," Izuku shouted at him, knowing what was going to happen next. He looked back to Izuku with a cruel grin as he rushed at the screaming pair. No. Just as Shigaraki hands were going to reach their targets, they instead went through a green portal. One hand each went through a portal. Izuku on the other side was grabbing both hands, keeping them away from his body and going back through. Seeing that they were still alive and there was a screaming and thrashing villain a few feet away from them, they ran. "Let me go. I'll turn you to dust. I'll end you," he shouted, counting to try to pull his arms back through the portals. Izuku stood still, gripping the hands, digging his fingers in slightly to make sure they didn't slip. He might have torn too deep with the mechanical arm because the hand went limp after he felt a crack. Ochako soon came up to him, keeping an eye out for any other surprises. "Is that your blood?" Ochako said, looking at him worried. "It is this time. Why is every time a villain attacks me, the heroes arrive after there is no fight left? One eye closed because of the blood. Can you keep looking out on my left side? I can't see. Oh God, you're blind. Inko is going to be so mad." As she ran over to cover him on his blind side. By now the whole mall was empty. It was only the two and Shigaraki in the shop still struggling. "I'm not blind." "Well, I am, but dash," he was cut off when footsteps were heard. "Freeze, don't move." 6 police officers with their guns drawn and the present Mike arrived. "I'm not the villain, dumbass. He is in there." He used his head to point to the shop. "Language. And he is right, he is my student at UA." Present Mike said, getting in front of the police so they put their guns down. They stopped pointing their guns and rushed into the open shop with no doors. Present Mike got Quirk suppression cuffs on him and yelled out to Izuku to let go. He did so and immediately sat down, tired of the adrenaline and holding on like that. Ochako approached him with tears in her eyes. "Did he get your eye? Are you blind?" As she knelt to see his mangled eye. No, just got blood in it and couldn't see through it." "I'm fine, really." As he wiped it away, but more blood got in it. "You a-hole. Don't tell me you are blind then." As she hit him in the shoulder while wiping tears away. "Oh, I didn't. I said I couldn't see," he said, trying to fend off more hits. This is more of that abuse, and right in front of the law too. The police and present Mike walked out with a handcuffed and gagged Shigaraki. He just stared daggers at Izuku when they walked by. Present Mike approached them sitting on the ground. "How are you two doing? What happened?" he asked, trying to understand the situation. "We were at the mall. Shigaraki was standing in front of me and he attacked. Also, I think I'm losing a bit too much blood." As he felt a bit dizzy. "Yeah, not the worst I've seen you." He gave Izuku gauze to stanch the bleeding and helped him up. "You two will need to go to the police station to get an interview and some first aid." Ochako helped him on the other side. They were escorted to the street where there was a crowd of people behind a police barricade. Some were their classmates and they shouted when they saw the two. One more than others, Mina. "What happened to Rule 2? As she threw her hands in the air at them. As they got in the cop car, Izuku shouted back with a confused look on his face. "But no one die?" "They left soon after, them in the back seat." Ochako leaning on him, relieved they are still alive. She took out his phone and opened the camera app. She snapped a picture of them in the back of the police car, Izuku bloody and Ochako leaning on him. When he saw the phone he remembered. "Oh shit, we have to tell my mom," Izuku said, suddenly causing present Mike in the passenger seat to give out a single laugh. "Maybe she won't take it too bad," the cop said, driving. Ochako didn't say anything, just held out the phone to Izuku. He didn't take it. "I can't do it, you know, head injury and all that." As he waved his hand over the bloody bandage. Mike and the cop snorted. She gave him a look that could only be trouble. She dialed Inko and waited. "Hey Inko, no, we are fine, kinda. Well, we were at the mall and a villain attacked Dash." She pulled the phone away when she said that because of Inko yelling on the other end. "Inko, no, we are fine. We are going to the police station for the interview and some first aid." As soon as she said first aid, Ochako knew she shouldn't have. Before Inko could yell again, she hung up in a panic. "I hung up on her," Ochako said, trying to dial Inko again. Before she could, Izuku took the phone and just texted the police station to her. Handing the phone back. "You couldn't have been more delicate?" "Well, someone didn't want to do it." As she unlocked the phone to send another text. He couldn't see who it was but thought little of it. Izawa was waiting at the police station when they arrived. They got out with Ochako helping Izuku along. They stopped in front of him with his arms crossed. "Of course it was you, problem child," he said, pinching the bridge of his nose. They got inside and went to a conference room with a first aid kit inside. Izuku, Ochako, and Izawa went inside with Izawa going to the kit to get started on Izuku's injuries. Izuku winced when it was cleaned and wrapped up. You're going to need stitches or a healing quirk. This will do for now, but you need to go to the hospital when we are done here. Ochako and Izuku were interviewed together with Aizawa in the room as a step-in guardian for the time. It was pretty clear it was self-defense when a quirk was used, and he only used it when he opened a portal to save the two civilians. They were done soon after so they could get Izuku to the hospital. Inko was waiting in the lobby pacing. Oh my babies. As soon as she spotted them, she gave them a crushing hug, let go and looked them over for injuries. Izuku will need to go to the hospital for stitches, Aizawa said behind the trio. That bad? Tears gushed out of her eyes. She turned to Izuku and his bandaged head and bloody shirt. Alright, let's go. Izuku listened like the good boy he is and opened a portal inside the police station to the hospital closer to their apartment. They all stepped through, Izuku last. When the portal closed, Aizawa just shook his head. Illegal quirk used right in front of me and inside a police station, he muttered. They got to the hospital and got seen very quickly since it was a quiet night. While waiting in the doctor's office for the nurse to return with the supplies, Izuku felt a buzz from his pocket. It was a call from Rumi. No. Many missed calls and a message. Portal to you. Now. It said. How could she have known? He looked over to Ochako, who looked away quickly. He threw his phone at her head and got up to get his ass kicked for making Rumi wait. The phone hit her head and he opened a portal to Mirko's lobby. She marched through quickly and locked on him. Not saying a word, she looked him over and only spotted the bandage. Seeing that only, she nodded and punched him in the stomach. What took you so long? You're lucky Ochako told me instead of finding out. Why do all the women in my life abuse me? While he clutched his stomach laying down. The nurse came in with the supplies and saw the scene of Izuku on the ground with Mirko standing above him talking with Inko and Ochako. What is going on here? She said, gathering everyone's attention. After getting his stitches and the nurse using her quirk to speed up his healing while he sleeps, they left together. Rumi decided to stay and have dinner with the Midoriyas. Izuku's head was still bandaged and he felt exhausted. He sent out a text to the group chat to say he was alright and headed home. He received messages with many well wishes attached. They got home and Izuku immediately fell asleep on the couch to the sound of his mother, his girlfriend, and his mentor chatting while cooking in the kitchen. The girls decided to leave Izuku to sleep while they chatted about the sleeping boy. Inko went on about his drive and how he never gave a second thought about being anything else than a hero. Ochako talked about when they first met at the entrance exam and how they clicked so well together. How happy she is with him and loves to watch him fight. I immediately asked myself if he was single because he was awesome at the sports festival and even better when we fought in my gym. Rumi said with a shiver at their first encounter while Ochako choked on rice from what she said. Inko meanwhile was happy that such a beautiful and strong girl was interested in Izuku in such a short time. Ochako was thinking, am I going to fight her for Izuku? I'll do it. Right as she was getting ready to fight for her territory, Rumi continued. But as we fought and I taught him what I knew, it felt more like having a sibling. And I liked that more than chasing after him. Rumi finished with a smile on her face. Ochako tried to relax without it showing, but Inko saw it all. Izuku woke not long after. Still groggy from his nap, he went to eat what was set aside for him. After finishing, he left to get cleaned up and showered. Getting back to the group of girls, he saw them getting along way too well. He sat and just listened to them chat about this and that. A while later it was time for Rumi to head home. Izuku tore a portal open to her building lobby. Saying their goodbyes, she stopped at Izuku. She looked right into his eyes and grabbed his face with her hands. Stop. Attracting. Villains. You. All the while squeezing his cheeks. It's not my fault, he said, batting her hands away. Alright, take care and don't slack off later. And she went through. The other two got ready for sleep and Izuku plopped down on his bed. He scrolled through his phone until Ochako came in and flopped in his bed. She spoke up after a bit. I'm worried that wasn't the end of the League of Villains. Thinking back to them all. Izuku patted her on the back, sharing the same feeling. If it is or isn't, we'll deal with it. With a smile to her. They soon fell asleep in each other's arms. They spent a week like this with some minor training and relaxing. They both were wary of going out, worried a villain will interrupt their outing. Izuku's cuts healed completely on the third day and they decided to take out the stitches at home. With deft hands, Ochako removed all threads without any problems. Not like the first time he tried to remove stitches from his leg, it hurt. The scars were very visible, with 3 claw marks going into his hairline to above his eyebrow. He thought it was pretty cool looking. Inko cried just a little at the thought of Izuku almost losing his eye. Ochako on the other hand thought it looked kinda hot. Like a manly man, as Kirishima would say. The weekend came and it was time for them to head to UA and get on the bus for the camp. They packed their stuff and threw it all through the portal to UA. On the other side, most of 1A watched as 2 duffel bags came out of nowhere. They immediately knew it was their class monster's doing. The 2 stepped through and greeted their friends. They started to crowd, but Mina called out first. "You are terrible at following rules," she said, pointing a finger at Izuku. "No, I'm not. No one died to my knowledge," he said defensively. "You still broke the mall rules probably?" Pouting because of their class mall trip ending sooner than she wanted. "How are you doing? You seem to have a lot of blood on you when you left," Tsuyu said, looking at the new scars on his forehead. "I'm good, just some stitches and all better now," he said, trying to reassure his classmates. A familiar voice piped up to everyone's annoyance. "What's this? You seem to be missing a classmate. Not a surprise for a 1A student to be expelled. They should just get rid of all of you and be done with it," Monoma's snide voice called out. Izuku looked at everyone and prayed for strength to not send this boy into space. And it appears the captor of Stain got into another altercation. "Just can't keep yourself out of the cameras, can you?" His nose couldn't be any higher. Izuku just looked around, spotted what he was looking for, and opened a tear. Before the boy could react, Izuku grabbed him and threw him in the portal, then he closed it. Kendo froze in her step. She was headed to grab their class agitator and drag him away before Izuku ends him. When he was thrown through a portal leading who knows where. She got nervous at the thought of Monoma being sent to the middle of the forest or worse. Everyone in their sister class just nodded and continued their conversation, just like Izuku didn't send Monoma to an unknown location. They hear a shout and looked up to the roof of UA to see Monoma shouting to be let down. Kendo looked at him and wasn't sure if she should ask Izuku to let him down or not. She went anyways. "Hey Midoriya, could you please let him down? I'll take care of him," she asked the other class president, sure he was going to agree. "No, he is in timeout," he said, not even looking at the trap student. "Ah, okay." And she left, not sure what to do. About 5 minutes later, their respective teachers showed up, herding them into the buses. Izuku already counted everyone and no one was missing. He was last on the bus but was stopped when Vlad King approached. With an angry face he asked, "Did you put my student on the roof?" Through gritted teeth. "Oh yeah. He should learn to keep his mouth shut instead of letting it run all the time. It could make him end up in an unfortunate situation," Izuku said with no fear in his voice. He tore a portal open and Monoma stumbled out. "Watch your tone, boy," he said with a snarl. "No, it's what you should be teaching that one. Now get on the bus, we have a schedule to keep," Aizawa said, leaning over his seat to look at Vlad. He left with his student, shooting one last glare at Izuku. Ever since the USJ, Vlad has always given Izuku a stink eye. He is pretty sure he talks sheep behind his back too, but he might be a bit paranoid. He got all that out of his mind and boarded the bus. Ochako was seated next to Tsuyu and are chatting. Izuku sat next to Todoroki, who had headphones on, and gave a smile and nod to Izuku when he sat down. They got rolling and they settled into a road trip. Izuku's thoughts wandered while they were cruising. Just nonsense that popped into a guy's head. For example, if Todoroki grew out a beard, would it be split like his hair? What would happen if he opened a portal now while on a moving bus? Would it stay in front of him or stay and rip out the back of the bus? Why didn't Aizawa just take him to the camp location before today and portal there now? Wait, why didn't he? "Hey Aizawa, why didn't you just take me to the camp location, and then we could have been there by now?" he asked a half-asleep caterpillar. His eyes opened, looked at him, held eye contact, and then turned back to face forward. "Shut up, problem child. You didn't think of it, did you?" he said, trying to hide a smile. Aizawa didn't say anything, only sunk deeper into his sleeping bag. The rest of the trip was spent relaxing. At some point, Izuku dozed off and was woken by the brakes of the bus. "We are here, get off," Aizawa said in his ever-monotone voice. Izuku waited for everyone to get off to make sure no one was left behind, like a responsible class president. Ochako was the last other than him. She went up to him and motioned him to bend down like she was going to tell him a secret. He did so and she kissed his forehead and smiled at him. That gave Izuku a goofy grin and got off the bus behind her. What met their eyes was not a camp but a cliff road stop. Suspicious, he looked around and spotted Aizawa calm and waiting for a black car to stop in front of him. Izuku kept his guard up. This seemed suspicious. Where was the other class? 2 women got out dressed in cat uniforms. 2 of the Wild Pussycats and a child looking upset. "We are half of the Wild Pussycats, Mandalay and Pixie Bob." They posed after their introduction. His classmates, and he greeted them in return. Izuku turned to Aizawa. "So, where is the camp?" he asked. Without a care in the world, He pointed into the distance to a barely visible building deep in the forest. Izuku got near the rail and looked toward the building. Oh, that ass expected us to trudge through a forest for hours? Nah. Nope. And Izuku began to tear a portal to the campsite. But it felt harder than usual. He struggled to open it but couldn't. He only managed to tear a portal big enough to fit his hand through. What the F dash? He looked around and saw Aizawa using his quirk on Izuku. Aizawa already knew the problem child would try to portal to the camp. That cheater, so he was prepared to use his quirk on Izuku. What he wasn't prepared for was for Izuku to still begin to open a portal. With wide eyes he watched him struggle until he couldn't open it any further. What the F dash dot? He mimicked Izuku. He shouldn't have been able to do that. Pixie Bob is completely unnerved by a child forcing past Eraserhead's quirk and decided it was time for them to start their training. Just head northwest and you'll make it in a few hours. With that she sent them down the cliffside. Everyone yelled while they fell down the cliff. Some were able to think fast and use their quirks to soften their landing, others not so much. Momo made a parachute, Ochako used her quirk, and Izuku fell past a tree and dug his fingers into it to slow his fall. It worked and jumped down the remaining few feet looking at the tree. It was ruined, half and half were leaning away from each other. Like a giant used an axe to split it down the middle. Many groanings were heard as most of the class picked themselves up. Kirishima popped out of a Kirishima-shaped hole in the ground. Izuku just started at the tree. This looks dope. And turned away. Who isn't dead? Sound off. More groans were heard. They all got themselves ready for a trek in the forest. They only took a few steps before a monster of dirt and stone roared and charged at the students. Kota tried to talk to the beast but it wasn't alive. He was yanked back through a portal next to Izuku. Heavy hitter in front and sides. Ranged fighters behind them. Anyone in need of rest goes to the middle, let's move. He ordered and everyone listened. That felt so cool for Izuku. He charged forward and tore a portal to the beast's back. He landed on it and began to rip and tear until it stopped moving. Everyone was already used to Izuku's violent fighting style but that was too easy. Many more roars were heard, that's why. After 5 hours of non-stop fighting the class arrived at the camp. Everyone was dead tired, Izuku only one able to stand straight but it was only for show. He was spent. When they finally got to the clearing Izuku looked around and then dropped to his knees, exhaustion settling in. Mandalay, Pixie Bob and Aizawa were standing before them. You all did wonderfully. You four especially. Pointing to Izuku, Ida, Todoroki and Ochako. Ochako's training with Izuku paid off and it showed when she was beating one dirt beast with another. I call dibs. The blonde said rushing to Izuku and hugging him. Ochako seeing this used her quirk for the last time that day on Izuku to pull him away from the WWPC member. Get your dirty paws off him. He's mine. Her quirk deactivated and reached its limit causing Izuku to drop to the ground with a thump. He didn't get back up. Ochako meanwhile threw up to the side. What's with that? Aizawa asked Mandalay with no show of concern for his suffering students. She is getting to that age where she is worried she will end up a spinster. She asked looking at the situation before her. Izuku got up and held his girlfriend's hair back so she could throw up without worry. After that was done Aizawa spoke up. We have lunch just for today, the rest of camp you all will be responsible for your food. There was a cheer but there wasn't any energy in it. Looking at the kid again standing to the side, Izuku asked, whose kid is that? Gesturing to the boy. That's my nephew Kota. Say hello. Mandalay said. Kota instead just sneered and turned his head. Izuku being the violent murder machine with a lovable heart approached the boy. Hey Kota, I am Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. He said smiling and holding a hand out for a shake. Izuku was too tired to be able to dodge the small fist to his groin. It hit and he fell to the ground in pain. Every guy winced and prayed for a quick recovery. Kirishima was the first to Izuku's prone body. Look at how they massacred my boy. With Izuku in his arms. Most of the guys surrounded the two in respect. Kota said something but no one listened, too busy mourning a fallen brother. Kirishima and Sato dragged the still in pain Izuku to the dining area. They wouldn't leave a brother behind. They sat him down in a chair and Izuku slumped forward. That boy had an arm on him. Seeing their class president still alive they left to get food following the primal voice in their heads. Izuku was starving and wanted to get up and get food but gave up at the pain. I guess I'll just starve to death. I would have figured I'd die a glorious death but no. Izuku said, voice muffled by his head on the table. Stop being so dramatic. As his wonderful, caring girlfriend brought him food. She set down his tray and then hers. I don't deserve you. With tears in his eyes as he devoured the food. Everyone grabbed food and ate like starved dogs. There was little chatter at the beginning, so focused on food, but they started to talk amongst themselves. It was about an hour later that everyone ate their fill. Mandalay sees everyone about ready to go into a food coma, spoke up. Alright, you all get cleaned up and then head to bed. Training will start early tomorrow. And led them to the bathhouses, split by gender. All the boys were seated in the hot spring, their sore muscles relaxing in the steaming water. Midobro, how do you look so ripped? You're not taking drugs, are you? Kirishima asked with his head only above the water. Every guy has seen each other change in the locker room and they all have well-defined bodies. Not all the same, like Kaminari and Aoyama had more lithe bodies, something closer to swimmers. Others like Sato and Shoji were muscled but more rounded, swole you may say. But Izuku looked like he was chiseled from stone. He used his arm most of all for his quirk. His arms were big, ripping and tearing gave him a great workout. And his torso was densely packed from all the other workouts he did to balance himself out. He didn't want to be just arms and a skinny body after all. No, Kirishima, I don't do drugs, I worked for all of this. Izuku said, leaning against the lip of the pool. So manly, was heard quietly. Looking around, he spotted the wall separating the boys and girls. Ochako was on the other side. Shaking his head, he dispelled the intrusive thought. Mama didn't raise a pervert. Izuku was a mean green tearing machine but also a gentleman. He did spot Mineta looking at the wall also. He did curb his tendency, but this seemed too much for him. So as class president, it was his responsibility to guide him away from his deviant ways, even if it means by force. With one hand he tore a portal above Mineta's head. He picked him up and turned him around to face inward and away from the wall. He was turned away from temptation and met Izuku's eyes. With a nod, he sunk into the spring. Izuku was pleased at the improvement. Everyone looked up at the scream. It was Kota on the wall stumbling away from the other side. That little peeper. Before he felt outraged, Kota fell backward off the lip of the wall. Thinking quickly, Izuku jumped out of the pool and tore a portal facing up in the other end under the boy's falling form. He went through and flew up a few feet from the portal before he began to fall again. With all the momentum bled off from switching from falling to going up, Izuku caught him without much impact. Looking him over and saw he was just passed out from shock. The little ball buster all right? Zero asked. Yeah, he's okay, just passed out from the scare. I'm going to take him to Mandalay, Izuku said, headed to the exit. Guys? The boys heard from the other side. Did Kota fall off, is he alright? Hagakure asked with worry in her tone. Yep, the peeper is fine. Our green murder machine caught him. Kaminari shouted back. Please don't call me that. As he left, delivering the boy to his aunt, he found out about what happened to make the young boy so jaded. Losing his hero parents to a villain caused the boy to be upset at everything, heroes especially. He left and got changed into his sleepwear. Everyone else was already sprawled around the room playing games and such. Again separated by gender. On the girl's side, Ochako got into her sleepwear, which was one of Izuku's shirts she stole. It hung down almost like a skirt, she loved it. Tsuyu being the blunt frog, she is asked without any remorse. That's not yours, is it? Mina and Hagakure immediately pounced on the opportunity to tease and girl talk. Oh ho, and who does this belong to? It does seem too big for our gravity gal. Mayhaps a certain bush-haired boy? Mina said with a scandalous expression. Ochako blushed at being put on the spot. So, I sleep over all the time and it's easier to take his clothes than getting my own, and it's comfy. She defends herself. Jairu pointed her ear jacks at her with a slight blush on her cheeks. You've slept together? Everyone's eyes snapped to the girl in question. Everyone having color on their face now. Yes, but not like that. We like to share a bed, it's nice. We both agreed that we aren't ready for that. Ochako said quickly, trying to salvage the situation. Oh, how sweet. Maybe I should have tried my luck to get him early, Mina said. Ochako's eyes snapped to the pink girls with fire in them. He's mine. Ready to defend her territory by any means necessary. Mina paled slightly and said, trying to be cute. Just kidding. On the other side of the building, Izuku was yelling at Tokoyami for ruining their friendship by putting a +4 down on him. The Ravenhead was only smiling smugly at the ruined win. Todoroki was staring at the cards before him, trying to figure out how to play Uno. They all fell asleep soon enough, and the next early morning they were woken up for training. As they were all getting lined up, Monoma, the boy who never learned, spoke up. Oh, you finally are getting started, we've been up since dash, and was cut off by getting pressure washed with salt water by a thin portal from Izuku. Not stopping in their stride, they all lined up before Aizawa, some still half asleep. We brought you here to train your quirks. You have been learning how to fight and use your quirks in combat. But now we will stretch your quirks to new limits. You all remember the quirk apprehension test at the beginning of the year. Let's see how much you have grown. Aizawa explained with a baseball in his hand. He was about to throw it to Midoriya but thought better of it. He could still see the moon in the sky, instead he tossed it to Sato. He caught it and downed some sugar before throwing it with a yell. Aizawa showed the distance and it showed it only improved by less than 2 meters. After that, they all were split off for their specific training. Everyone had a way to improve themselves and Izuku was grouped with Tiger, a member of the WWPCs. Izuku's quirk relied on his body to use it properly. Too weak and he probably couldn't tear as efficiently as he could now. So he trained his body and how quickly he could open and close tiers to different locations in rapid succession. Throughout the day of grueling training, people saw a flash of a green portal appear, Izuku sprint out and disappear into another. Many got spooked and Izuku got a chuckle out of it when he could still catch his breath. Izuku wasn't the only one giving their all. Ochako didn't want to be left behind by her beloved. She pushed her quirk to the limit and further even still. Tons of stone floated around her while she was floating between them. When she couldn't hold her quirk any longer, she joined Tiger for combat. Izuku taught her the basics of his type of martial arts and Ochako's quirk worked perfectly with it. Closer to the sun setting, everyone was dragging themselves to the cooking area to prepare their dinner. Many pots, pans and cooking utensils were out for them to use. They decided on a simple stew and got to work. Starting the fires was first and Izuku didn't want to use flint and steel like some plebeian. So with an effort, he opened a small portal to the kitchen counter where the lighter was in the drawer. Momo was near when he did that and spoke up. "You know, I could have just made one if you asked?" With a raised eyebrow, Izuku stopped what he was doing and looked at the vice president. "I forgot," he said sheepishly. While that was going on, some were crowded by Ochako and her cooking skills. She worked like a professional cook. "Where did you learn to cook like that?" Todoroki was the first to ask in the crowd. "My mom and Inko taught me. I enjoy cooking when I get the chance to," she said, not getting distracted by the chatter. "Oh, is Inko an aunt or something?" Hagakure asked nearby, also working on peeling potatoes. "Nah, she is Izuku's mom," she said, not thinking much of it. "Oh ho, she is grooming you to be a housewife," Kaminari said, not helping at all. Ochako froze and blushed at the thought of getting married so young. Whipping around, she pointed the wooden spoon in her hand at Kaminari and yelled, "Either help or get out of here." Not denying the fact she didn't hate the idea. The stew was done and everyone sat down to eat. Only a few got to eat out of Ochako's pot before it was emptied. Hers was the best in everyone's vote. Izuku agreed, getting the first bowl from her. As they were eating, Izuku saw the little ball buster go into the woods alone. He didn't think he saw the boy eat yet, so he took a bowl and followed. "Where are you going?" Ochako asked curiously. "I don't know if Kota ate yet, so I'm giving him a bowl. I'll be back in a bit." And he left, following the small trail to an outcropping of stone. It gave a nice view of the forest. Kota was seated close to the edge just looking out. "Nice view you got here," Izuku said out loud so he didn't spook the boy. He spun around and glared at Izuku. "What are you doing here? Didn't know if you ate yet, so food?" Holding out the bowl of stew. "I don't want any of you stinking food. Now leave me alone." Not taking his eyes off the young hero. "Why do you hate us?" he asked, tilting his head, curious about his answer. From what he knows, he should hate the villain that ended his parents or villains in general, but no. It's stupid for you to train only to show off and then die. He yelled at him. Looking at the angry boy, he frowned a bit. "I train so I don't die and not to show off. Your parents never showed off as far as I know. They were good people from what I've read about them. It sucks they die. I'm sorry you had to go through that." Kota just looked down and away. A whisper was heard from the boy. "Yeah, it does. I'll leave if you want, but make sure you eat some," Izuku said, offering the bowl to him. Kota didn't say anything and took the bowl. Izuku left him, letting him be on his own for now. He returned to the others. With a heavy heart going out to the boy. He never experienced any sort of grief and hopes he won't anytime soon. So his method of trying to comfort the boy was more like giving him facts without any pity. He seemed like he has had enough of that. "Everything all right?" Ochako asked as he sat back down, seeing the look he had. "Yeah, everything is fine." Giving her a reassuring smile. After everyone had their fill, they began to clean up and head to the showers. Then to bed for another day of hard training. The next morning saw Izuku surrounded by dirt golem attacking him from every angle. He ripped through so many already. He was standing on a mound of dirt from dead creatures. It felt like he ripped and tore for hours. Pixie Bob was overlooking his training. She needed to be near to control so many dirt and stone creations. She was in awe and shock at how combat proficient the boy was. Aizawa approached her side to watch how the resident problem child was doing. Pretty good by the looks of it. Your student is terrifying, Eraserhead, she said looking over at him. Yes, I am aware. What terrifies me is he can power through my quirk, he said, not taking his eyes off the dirt massacre going on below him. She looked at him with wide eyes. No one should be able to do that. Hours later, everyone was resting from their day of intensive training. Once recovered, Ragdoll approached the recovering students with a pep in her step. We're going to have some fun tonight as a reward for doing so well in your training, she said, clapping her hands with a big smile. We will be splitting the classes up and 1B will be hiding along a trail while they try to scare 1A going along it. Yes, this is prime camping fun, Mina said before she was wrapped up in a white scarf. Not today, you and the ones who failed are coming with me for remedial lessons, he said, enjoying the light going out of Mina's eyes. As she was dragged away, Sato, Kirishima, Siro, and Kaminari were followed with their heads down. Class 1B was guided down the trail while 1A was paired off in the dying light. Ochako was paired with Tsuyu and Izuku was with Todoroki. Ochako pouted at the loss of not going with her boyfriend. Tsuyu patted her shoulder in empathy. One pair at a time was sent off. Izuku saw it was getting dark and it was darker in the forest. The next pair was Shoji and Tokoyami. The latter looked uneasy in the darkness. Given his quirk gets more feral in the dark. He jogged up to them and called out, "Hey, wait. Here, take this if it makes you feel better," as he tore a small portal and retired a pair of flares. Tokoyami's eyes lit up at the safety measure and took them. "Thank you, it is very appreciated. But I do have to ask, why did you have flares in hand?" he said, taking one and giving one to his pair. "They seemed cool and bought a bunch," he said, embarrassed at all the other stuff he has stowed away in his closet. They left and he joined Todoroki again. He seemed bored. Just as they were going to go, he smelled something in the air. Todoroki immediately recognized it, burning wood. They both saw a blue glow in the forest with smoke. "Mandalay. There is a fire," Izuku shouted just as a villain with a type of reptile quirk attacked with a giant sword made from smaller blades. Mandalay was able to dodge in time but was pulled off her feet by another villain with a giant pillar. Tiger was able to distract the villain until Mandalay got back on her feet. While the fight was going on, Izuku began to look at the forest, waiting for more to show up. "None yet. Todoroki, stay here and help how you can. I'm going to go alert Eraserhead before any more vil dash. Koda. Please go find Koda." Mandalay interrupted him with some desperation in her voice. "Shit. I'll find him." As Izuku tore a portal to the ledge Koda was hiding out before. Running through, he found a cloaked man approaching the scared boy. They both froze and looked at Izuku. "Oh ho, you are one on the end list. Easy day for me," the villain said, capping his hands in glee. He ripped off his cloak to reveal a blond man with a prosthetic eye. "Muscular," Koda said behind him with absolute fear in his voice. "The man that ended the boy's parents, here to murder their child. The boy also seems familiar, but why?" Muscular said, tilting his head while looking at Koda. "You ended my parents, the water horses. Why are you here now?" he said, all the while the tremble in his voice never left. "Oh, you're the brat's kid that did this to me," pointing at his prosthetic eye. "Then this is fate, time to finish off their bloodline," he said with a sadistic smirk. He grew in size and muscle grew on top of muscle, until he was bigger than All Might. All the while, Izuku never took his eyes off the sick man. He was ready to protect the trembling boy behind him by any means necessary. "What, too scared? It doesn't matter, I will have fun with this," and threw a punch straight at Izuku. Izuku, in turn, opened a portal as wide as he could, the other end opened behind his head. The fist and arm ready to turn him into paste was redirected to the back of his skull. Before he could pull his arm back, Izuku closed the portal, severing it off at the elbow. With a severe concussion and losing blood at a rapid rate, he went feral and charged at the two. But they were already gone through a portal back to Todoroki. Izuku showed up with Koda in his arms next to a frozen lizard, and the other pinned down villain on the ground by Tiger. Mandalay rushed to hug them, Koda still trembling in shock and fear. "Are you both alright? Are you hurt? Why is there blood on you?" Mandalay rapid-fired questions at him. "Muscular is here but severely injured. The blood is his. We need to move back to the camp," Izuku said, starting to get used to answering just as fast. He was going to pass Koda on to Mandalay, but he didn't let go. He clung to him like a baby koala. "Hey but I need both my hands right now. Can you please go with Mandalay?" he said as gently as he could. He didn't say anything but nodded and went to Mandalay. Izuku tore a portal to the camp building but immediately closed it because of the raging fire going past the portal. Hold on a sec. And he tore another portal to the edge of the woods to the building. I'll open it from the other side in a sec. And went through alone before they could say anything. He went through and saw Aizawa trying to fight a villain with blue flames shooting at his teacher. Wasting no time, he tore a small portal to the villain's arm and tore it off. The villain stopped in shock before melting into goo. He quickly ran closer to the building and tore a portal back to Koda and the others they ran through. Tiger and Todoroki dragged the two frozen villains through. They set them to the side and Aizawa ran up to them. Midoriya, why are you bloody again? He asked as he looked him over and Todoroki next. That's a rhetoric question and you know it. But we are under attack as you can see. As Izuku waved at the smoke in the distance. Mandalay, use your quirk to tell the student that I give them permission to use their quirks to fight back and retreat to the camp immediately. Midoriya, portal to UA. Aizawa ordered quickly as Izuku ran next to the building and tore a portal to UA's entrance. Some of the 1B students ran out of the forest. They gave a sigh of relief at the building, but Izuku just told them to go through the portal. Shoji ran out soon after with Tokoyami in his arms with a flare and one in his hands alight. He passed him off to Tiger to check him over. He's fine, just quirk exhausted. Dark Shadow went feral when a villain attacked us. Dark Shadow took him out and I calmed him down after. He explained as more and more students came out of the forest. As Izuku anxiously waited for a brown-haired girl to come out of it. Said brown-haired girl was fighting a blonde girl trying to stab them like some yandere. She was smiling creepily and was referring to Izuku by his first name, which was pissing off Ochako. Tsuyu and her were both ambushed by Toga when they saw the smoke in the distance. Toga used one of her needles to pin Tsuyu on a tree by the hair. So it was Ochako alone for the moment. Toga sent out needles attached by hoses at her as she dodged and tried to think up a plan. Where is Izuku? I can't wait to meet him. Maybe he will be covered in blood. How cute. She squealed like a psychopath. Ochako grabbed one of the needles thrown and pulled Toga to her. She received a slash on her arm for the trouble, but she got what she wanted. With a palm strike to the chest, Toga was sent floating. Not letting up, Ochako grabbed some of the needles and used them to whip Toga through the air and into the ground at breakneck speeds. Toga screamed in fear as she was thrown into the ground. Ochako heard many things break and she was sure it was bones. Huffing and staring at the crumpled villain, she turned to Tsuyu. She stared at Ochako and said, Midoriya seems to have a strong influence on you. I'm not sure if that's good or not. Looking back to the villain groaning in pain and not getting back up. She helped to pull the needle out. Yeah, well, I kinda like his influence. Let's go back to camp. Tsuyu asked. What about her? She looked back and said, leave her. We need to leave. We don't know how bad it is out there. Also worried for Izuku. Back with Izuku, more and more students came out of the forest. Some were carried by others, but no one was dead yet. Aizawa went out to the forest to find his student and so did Vlad King. They arrived and were checked over by Tiger before going through the portal. It was slow. Mandalay was about to go through with Koda when something landed near them. Muscular, missing one arm and looking around with a feral look in his one eye. How was he still standing was a mystery, but it wasn't a mystery that he recognized Koda immediately. He smiled with sick pleasure and ignored everything around him in favor to end the child whose parents took his eye. Koda was again terrified of the looming man. This was it, he thought. Your fight is with me. As Izuku landed on Muscular back by the portal he tore open. Izuku began to rip and tear out muscle but kept on growing back. Muscular was trying to reach his back but the muscles didn't give him flexibility. So he shrunk some and grabbed Izuku and threw him away. While Izuku landed, Shoji tried to tackle Muscular but he was too strong and punched him away. Izuku used a portal to get back to the fight. He went low and tore a leg off at the knee. Muscular howled in pain, but Izuku didn't let off. He jumped on his back again and began to tear his still attached arm. When he was done, Muscular was unconscious from the pain, blood loss and probably the concussion. He looked around and saw everyone was alright while Class 1B was looking at him like he was a villain but he didn't care. Covered in blood, again he checked on Shoji. He was alright with a broken arm and some ribs. Izuku helped him Thursday a new portal to the arriving ambulance on the other side. More and more students came out, some with the help of Aizawa or Vlad. Aizawa freaked out a bit when he saw Muscular's body but calmed down when he saw no one dead and Midoriya covered in more blood. He was reassured by the class president that Shoji was the only injury and he was alright. So he returned to the forest. Sometimes the same villain with blue flames tried to attack but with Todoroki's and Izuku's portals, he didn't last long before he melted into goo again. Just as the heroes finally decided to pass through the portal from UA, Ochako arrived with Tsuyu. Izuku rushed to her and picked her up in a big hug. She hugged back with the same relief filling him. He set her back down and looked her over, seeing the cut on her arm and nothing else. Ochako in turn looked at him covered in blood. But he moved alright, so it wasn't his good. "You're drenched in blood again?" she said, hugging him again. "Yeah, Mom is going to be pissed at another ruined set of clothes," he said, and she laughed. "I'm alright too, but whatever." As Tsuyu left the reunion of brutal fighters to themselves, they followed Tsuyu closer to the portal. Izuku never went through the portal, so it stayed open the whole time. More and more heroes came through, people with quirks suited for the woods and finding people. They strapped the now normal-sized muscular to a gurney and carted him off. The two other villains named Spinner and Magna were also arrested and taken through to a transport. Soon after, both classes were whole, with many going to the hospital because of smoke inhalation, but still all alive. Aizawa looked tired and a little burnt, but also alive. He found Izuku sitting on the stairs being checked over by a first responder and Ochako leaning on him, refusing to leave his side. It turns out that being thrown by a muscle-enhanced monster and landing on the ground, you get really bruised. 2 ribs were bruised and he needed low-priority healing. Aizawa approached the 2 lovebirds and plopped down after the first responder left. "Do your parents know?" asking his 2 students. He leaned back, tired and angry at the attack happening. "Yeah, Mum and Dad were worried of course, but relaxed a bit when they heard I was with Izuku and everything passed already." Ochako spoke first, still leaning on Izuku. "Mom cried a waterfall but knows I can take care of myself. So there is that, and she was annoyed that I ruined my favorite shirt," he said, watching all the people work and run through his portal. "Well, I'm glad you guys aren't dead." As Aizawa got back up to get back to work. "Thanks, I'm glad you aren't dead either," Izuku said, smiling at him. He left, hiding a smile in his scarf. Once everyone essential was in the camp, Izuku and Ochako were sent back through to close the portal and get to the hospital for a more thorough checkup. "Hey, can I see your phone again?" As they were loaded onto a van to head to the hospital, Izuku looked at her and stared at her with narrowed eyes. "Why?" Suspicious. "I left my phone at the camp with my other stuff." She avoided the question. "No, I don't think so." He decided. The last time he gave her his phone after a villain attack, she texted Rumi. She stared at him and tried to lunge for the phone, but Izuku pulled it away before she could snatch it. She was practically on top of him when the van stopped and the door opened. The one who opened the door was none other than Mirko. She stared at the 2 in their position and then slowly closed the door. "I'll let you 2 finish up." "It's not what it looks like," they both shouted, red-faced. "And what are you doing here?" Izuku asked, getting out of the van. "Well, when I heard your class got attacked again, I called Inko to see what hospital you guys were going. Since I know you wouldn't call me," she said, jabbing a finger in his chest. They all headed inside, many of their classmates on the same floor, many already out with their parents. Rumi stayed in case of villains attacked again, but he didn't say anything. They were both looked over and cleared after some cleaning and healing. The actual hero lookout was there and didn't know what to do with Mirko there doing his job. But she left with Izuku and Ochako. Izuku checked up on all his classmates and then left when he saw all of them in good hands. Tore a portal home and they were all crushed in a hug by Inko. She quickly looked them over and hugged the 2 again. After all the tears were dried for the most part, Ochako asked if it was alright if her parents came over. They were worried and waiting at her empty apartment. Inko agreed immediately and told Izuku to portal them in. 2 people came through skeptically. They never went through a portal before. But they rushed through when they saw their little girl. They caught her in a crushing hug, but she endured it since Inko's hugs were bone-crushing and this was just back-cracking. After they looked their daughter over, the father looked at Izuku. Still in a shirt completely drenched in blood, Maku freaked immediately. "Holy F dash. What the hell happened?" Izuku looked down and saw the ruined shirt. It looks like he was a medic in a war movie. "Ah, don't worry, it's not my blood. I'm alright." He tried to reassure the father of his girlfriend. Kana, her mother, on the other hand, didn't even bat an eye at the blood and hugged Izuku. "I'm glad you are alright and thank you for taking care of my little girl." Inko came over and then she also saw how messy the kids were. "Ochako, dear, why don't you take a shower?" "Izuku, you can go after." "Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. Please call me Inko." I'm Kana and this is Mako. It's so nice to meet the mother of the son who stole my daughter's heart. It's a shame we had to meet in this situation. I was hoping I would meet you to plan the wedding, but now we can get started early." With stars in her eyes, Inko mirrored her and quickly became friends with her. Rumi came up behind the 2 embarrassed teens eating a carrot she took from the fridge, looking at the 2 women gossiping like old ladies. "What the F is going on? Is that Mirko?" Mako asked, ignored by everyone. "Let's go before they start to pull out the photo album." Izuku said while pulling Ochako along. Rumi got called away but promised to check up on her adopted younger brother and his girlfriend later. Izuku and Ochako took a shower and cleaned up separately. They found Kana and Inko on the couch talking and laughing like schoolgirls. Meiko was on a recliner with tea enjoying the peace. Izuku sat down heavily on another couch with Ochako seating herself next to him and leaning her head on his shoulder. They were still thinking about what happened at the camp and how bad it could have gotten. To their knowledge, no one in their class or the other class was seriously injured. While the two were quiet and deep in thought about what happened, the adults in the room noticed. Meiko was watching them with worry about how much more they had to go through before graduation. And the two mothers thought about how to distract the two. Food was immediately thought up. "I'm guessing you two haven't eaten yet, let us cook something up," Inko said, getting up. "Yes, that sounds great. Let's see what we can make," Kana said with enthusiasm while they headed into the kitchen. The two smiled at their mothers getting along and cooking together like old friends. They all got comfortable and ate a good meal made up of katsudon and lots of mochi for dessert. The food got their minds off of what happened for the most part, but it always popped up at random times. Izuku was getting past it quickly, only worried about how the rest of his classmates were doing. Ochako on the other hand had a life-and-death battle that ended with Toga possibly crippled on the forest floor. While being close to Izuku made her more resilient against gore and violent fighting styles, it was the first time she used them on a human. While she did understand that it was necessary, she didn't have to like it. A while later they all sat down to watch a movie and digest the meal they just had. It was getting late when there was a knock at the door. Both families tensed and looked over at it. Izuku was the one to open it up with a hand behind the door ready to tear through the door, and whoever it was. He didn't have much to worry about since it was even more tired than possible Aizawa and a police detective, the same one from the USJ interview. "Oh, Aizawa and detective. How can I help you?" Izuku asked, relaxing a bit. The detective had a look on his face that Izuku couldn't place it. "We are here to take statements from all the students and you were next. We also have some things we need to tell you. Is your mother home?" Aizawa asked in a neutral voice. Izuku opened the door and called inside that it was their teacher and a detective to take their statements. Inko smiled somewhat strained and welcomed them inside to the kitchen table. Upon walking inside they saw Ochako and her parents. "I'm sorry I didn't know you had guests. But I suppose it would save some time to take Uraraka's statement while we are here," the detective said to the room. They all agreed to get this over with, the sooner the better. They all moved to the living room with the teens taking 2 kitchen chairs to sit down. They started with Ochako and asked her some questions. "Where were you when the attack happened? Who were you with? Who did you fight? When did you get back?" So on so forward. Her parents squeezed their daughter's hand when she told them about Toga and how she was taken down. Izuku was pretty proud his girlfriend took out a villain on her own but comforted her when her hand shook a bit. They soon finished up with her asking about their classmates. Aizawa told them that most were home and safe but a few were still in the hospital from a smoke quirk. They moved on to Izuku and it took a bit longer to tell them his point of view. From encountering Muscular and saving Koda to having to fight him again at the evacuation portal. The detective asked mostly the same questions but he looked a bit more serious about it. Meiko and Kana were both a bit pale at his story and his opponent trying to end a child younger than their daughter. Inko seemed proud of her son for protecting someone so valiantly, but the look on the police and teacher told her there was more. "Thank you for telling us about this. My quirk is lie detector and it didn't go off at all, so thanks for that. The next part I'm going to tell you may be hard but you must know. The villain, Muscular, that you fought died at the hospital from a combination of blood loss and the severe concussion he had. You will not get into any legal trouble because of this. It was a clear act of self-defense to protect a child and the attack at the camp puts credence for that." The detective finished talking and waited for Izuku's reaction. The Urarakas were shocked and saddened that such a young man needed to end someone. Inko seemed anxious, while she didn't care about the villain. She was worried about how her son would take it. Izuku for his part just waited for them to continue. Seeing that they were finished he spoke. "Oh, alright. So what is the plan for Yue? When are we expecting to return for classes?" He asked, not caring that a monster like Muscular was dead. As far as he was concerned it was like ending another Nomu. Both the detective and Aizawa were worried about his reaction. They both thought he might be shutting down or trying not to think about it and change the subject. Aizawa first spoke up. "I'm sorry you had to take a life, but there is therapy and help you can find. I know it is hard but avoiding it won't help, Midoriya," he said in a soft voice, almost like a parent. "Oh, don't worry about me. I don't regret ending Muscular. Like I said back at the USJ meeting with all the other teachers, I am going to be as safe as I can while being a hero, and if that means ending a monster, so be it." he finished in a relaxed tone. Inko was relieved that her son wouldn't be traumatized by this. Mako was somewhat worried about the boy's mental state if he was willing to end so easily. Kana was with Inko, thinking he will be alright and that her daughter will be the safest that she could be. Ochako already accepted that her boyfriend might end up ending someone. Both because of his quirk and because they talked a lot about their beliefs and what they were willing to do. Aizawa looked at Midoriya for a long time, trying to see a lie but nothing. Looking over to the living lie detector, the look on his face confirmed that Midoriya wasn't lying about being okay with ending someone. He readjusted himself and moved on. Well, alright, for Yue I don't know yet and we will be in touch about that. For now, stay in your home when possible and take care of yourselves, he said as he stood up to leave. The detective followed with a tilt of his hat and left with Aizawa. Well, alright then, back to the movie? Izuku said, standing up. The rest agreed and got comfortable with Izuku and Ochako leaning on each other again. When they were all tired, Mako and Kana both decided it was time to head home. Ochako of course didn't want to leave, but Izuku compromised. He would go to their home and have a portal waypoint for Ochako to visit her parents whenever. So that way Ochako's parents got a day with their daughter and she could come back with him whenever she wanted. After Izuku used a portal to get her bag back at the camp for her phone. So a few hours later Izuku and the Uraraka arrived at their home. Mako patted his shoulder with a smile and Kana gave him a big squeeze goodbye. Ochako was last with a pout. She didn't want to sleep alone. He assured her it was just for a bit and to have fun with her parents. They said their goodbyes and Izuku tore a portal back to his room. He shouted that he was back and flopped into bed to sleep. The next day Izuku awoke with Ochako in his bed wrapped around him. He just stared at her in complete confusion. Wasn't she supposed to be back with her parents? How did she get here? He shook her awake to ask how she had gotten here. While not welcomed, he was still confused. She woke with hair sticking up everywhere. What? She asked, rubbing her eyes. How did you get here? He asked simply while patting her hair down. She looked at him also in confusion. I asked in the middle of the night to portal me here. As she grabbed her phone to show the text. Izuku stared at his phone and the text messages. He must have torn a portal in his sleep. I do not remember this at all, but whatever. Hugging Ochako around the waist and laying back down. The door suddenly slammed open by Inko with her phone in hand. I'll ask Izuku. Imig, never mind Kana, she is here. Yeah, she is alright. Yeah, alright, I'll send her over. She hung up the phone and raised an eyebrow at them. It's her fault, I was asleep, Izuku said, giving all the blame on her. She, of course, resorted to violence and punched him in the ribs. He crawled away and opened a portal to Kana waiting with the door open. She raised an eyebrow at the scene of Izuku on the floor holding his ribs and her daughter on his bed with bed hair. Your daughter is physically abusive. After they all got cleaned up and ate breakfast in their homes, Izuku asked Ochako if she wanted to visit their classmates in the hospital. They set out from his house and got there in 30 minutes. Izuku was going to portal there, but someone might think it was another villain attack and decided against it. They walked up to Yaoruzo's hospital room. She was one of the ones who inhaled the smoke from a quirk and was knocked out. It turns out she was awake and most of their classmates were there already talking to her. Everyone greeted each other and Ochako went up to Yaoruzo to hug her. They all chatted and spoke about the attack at the camp. The 5 taking remedial lessons were guilty for not being out there to help where they could. Izuku reassured them it was alright and everything turned out alright. Most of their classmates headed out after a bit. When most were gone except for Izuku, Ochako, Todoroki, and Ida, Yaoruzo spoke up, telling them about the tracker she put on a Nomu that was at the camp and it left when the villains left. She told them the heroes have the tracker and were planning on rescuing Ragdoll. She was taken when the attack was going on and she was far from everyone else. Izuku congratulated her on her forward thinking. But noticed Ida had a look in his eye he didn't like. It reminded him of when he rescued him from Stain. He waited for everyone to leave. The only ones in the room were Izuku, Yaoruzo, and Ochako. When he was sure they were alone, Izuku spoke up. If Ida asks for another tracker for the Nomu, give it to him with another tracker installed in it, then call me when he has left the room. She was shocked at what I just had said. What? Why would he ask for another tracker? He had told Ochako everything about Stain and how Ida went vigilante to end him, so she picked up on it quickly. Ida had a look on him that made me wary of him. Just make sure you can track Ida's location and he will be alright. She looked confused but agreed she would. And with that they left, wishing her a good recovery. I doubt he would ask me for that, but I will listen to you. She trusted him and his judgment had not let anyone stray yet. They left with a hug goodbye from Ochako and headed home. On their way home she asked, "Do you think Ida would go and do something like that?" Holding his hand the whole while. I sure hope I'm wrong, but I didn't like the look in his eye when Yaoruzo mentioned the tracker. He said subtlety, looking around for dangers. The continuous attacks on his class have made him a bit paranoid. For now, let's just enjoy our time off of classes and train when we can. He continued, bringing her into a hug. She giggled and enjoyed the feeling of his arms around her. Yeah, alright, but it looks like you have something else on your mind. Looking at his thoughtful look. Yeah, if the heroes are doing a rescue operation on a villain base, portals could be very useful to them. I was thinking of calling Eraserhead and offering my help with transportation. I don't think I have seen any other portal quirks in Japan and only a few in the world. He said, worried about her reaction. She went quiet and they continued walking. Ochako knew he was strong and capable of taking care of himself, but she still worried and didn't like the idea. But he was right about his portals and how useful they could be to an operation. Please be careful and don't do anything stupid, she said, hugging him tightly. They got home and Izuku went to his mother to tell her what he wanted to do. She was not happy about it and it took much convincing for her to relent. So finally he went to his room to call Aizawa to offer his help. Being the class president gave him the perk of having all his classmates' numbers including his teachers. It rang 4 times before a tired but alert voice answered. Midoriya, what's going on? Don't tell me you had another villain encounter. This is number 5 this year. He sounded exasperated. Now hold on here. Only the mall one counts since it was outside classes and the rest couldn't be avoided. And no, I wasn't attacked. He defended himself, forgetting why he was calling. Alright then, what did you need? Relieved his student wasn't bloody once again. But that relief ended when he heard the next few words. I want to help in the operation to rescue Ragdoll. No combat, only transportation, he said with determination lining his voice. It was quiet on the other end for a long time. Izuku didn't say anything and waited. With a long sigh, Aizawa spoke again. I will bring it up next time I get the chance. I will contact you again if it is approved to not. Alright, I'll be waiting. With that, the call ended and he noticed 2 women peeking around the doorway to his room. A bunch of eavesdroppers in this house. Izuku and Ochako spent some time training and relaxing on the beach while waiting for school to start again or Eraserhead to call back, whatever came first. Izuku couldn't tell if his quirk improved at all since he couldn't test it properly, but it seemed that Ochako did have an improved time and weight limit on her quirk. They tested this by having her float boulder at the beachside and it looked magical. Rumi stopped by and checked in on them. She was a bit hesitant when she spoke to Izuku. She found out about Muscular and didn't know how he would react. Once she saw he was alright, she went back to her usual self. She sparred with them and abused Izuku as a good older sister figure would. She did get upset when Izuku mentioned that he offered his help with the operation, probably because he didn't ask her to get in. Another day passed when he got a phone call from Aizawa. Come to UA, we will talk about your role in the op. And he hung up like the mysterious ass he is. He was already good to go and kissed his mom and Ochako goodbye, then tore a portal to the area past the gate of UA. Aizawa was waiting there to take him to the office. He scanned Izuku up and down, expecting a new scar or something since they last met. He nodded and they walked through the door. They arrived at the office of the principal. Inside there was more than he expected. The same stand-in for All Might was there. Yagi Toshinori sat next to the desk of Nizu. He still looked sickly. Mr. Midoriya, thank you for arriving so quickly. The principal asked with a smile. Yes, please. He didn't see the harm in taking it. As you know, this is very unusual. While we do let students participate in raids and other hero business, they already have their provisional license as a learner's permit for heroes. But you don't have one, so we will be treating this like an impromptu internship. On this internship, you will be required to use your quirk to move heroes and other personnel to and from the combat zone. You should not be in any combat at all, but plans go out the window once we start. So instead you will not fight unless you are in danger. That is a direct order. You will open portals where a hero asks and help wherever you are needed. Everything understood? Nizu rattled off everything he was required to do. He understood everything just fine. What he didn't understand was why was All Might's representative here? Was AM going to be involved? So why? So he asked a question to see how he would respond. Yes sir, I understand, but if I may ask, who is he? As he pointed to the blonde man. Yagi got nervous and quickly said, I am one of the planners of the operation to rescue Ragdoll. Izuku stared at him for a moment, then asked, so you're not All Might's representative? Why would he lie and why is he so nervous? Ah well dash. Before he could finish, Izuku tore a portal with one hand to get his notebook, where he has much information about heroes and their major workers. Like Endeavor's public relations specialists who are needed more than they should be. Izuku doesn't remember anyone in his All Might notebook, but he will check anyway. When he opened a portal, Yagi flinched to the side, like he was expecting a portal and a hand reaching to his neck. Izuku froze and stared at the man who, as far as he knows, never fought. Unless he had seen Izuku fight, but he doesn't think so. He looked at the man who looks like he made a mistake, to Nizu, whose smile was strained, to Aizawa, who had a hand over his eyes. From everyone's reaction, he isn't All Might's representative, is he? Or he is, but there is more? He asked, retracting his hand from the portal. Yes, and we are leaving it at that. Are there any more questions about your role in the op? Eraserhead said next to him. What will I be wearing, and should I have the portal waypoints before we get started? Hospitals, evacuation points, or jail cells? He asked, not taking his eyes off the sweating man. Aizawa kicked forward his suitcase with some effort and said, You will be taken to the locations necessary tomorrow right before the op. Nizu and I will not be part of it. We will be doing a live interview when this will happening. This is a lot of trust we are giving you, please don't make us regret it. He said, looking right into his eyes. Izuku nodded and picked up the case with no effort. I won't let you down. And he tore a portal to his apartment. Small Might sighed in relief just as Aizawa hit the back of his head. Really, you couldn't be more obvious? What? He scares me. Those portals and offensive power are terrifying. I like to see you fight him. He muttered the last part. Back with Izuku was setting down his case, and Ochako and his mother looked up from their tea. How did it go? Inko asked first. I will be doing an internship mission tomorrow. But I think we should keep this to ourselves, he said to them while sitting down. They all grouped up on the living room couch and relaxed. Tomorrow he will be busy, so they spent their time watching movies and eating junk food. It got darker out and everyone headed to bed. Ochako decided to stay the night with no surprise to anyone. In bed, she said to him, Please be careful tomorrow, I don't want to lose you. I will be, I promise, he said, hugging her and falling asleep. The next day came and there was a knock at the door at noon. Izuku opened it to see Endeavor with his usual scowl on his face. It seems I am tasked to bring you to get your portal location. Let us go, he said, stepping back and waiting for Izuku. Izuku didn't say anything to him and went back inside for his suitcase and to tell his loved ones he will be leaving already. There were hugs and kisses goodbye. Ochako held on especially long until she broke it off. He met up with Endeavor and they got into the car waiting in the street. They took the car to his agency so Izuku could change and headed to the locations. While there he got many looks of confusion and curiosity. He even saw Shudo, but he didn't seem to see Izuku. Once changed into his hero suit, they left once again. His suit didn't change from the internships, it still had all the scratches and dents. He liked it, it gave the armor personality. The first stop was at a hero-specific hospital and then a regular hospital for civilians. Both were in the distinctive Kamino, which was confirmed by Endeavor that is where the villain base is. Next, they stopped at a large park close to a police station they decided on for an evac point for civilians. The second evac point he will see when the raid is in motion, it will be for heroes and raid personnel. After Izuku got his points to Portal 2, it was getting dark and closer to the raid. The number 2 hero and Izuku barely spoke, and only when necessary. They both agreed, though it was time for lunch, as they dug into the meal they had brought in. After eating, they left to go meet up with the rest of the heroes that will be participating in the raid. They arrived at a large police station and headed into a large room filled with heroes and police. Before they entered, Izuku knocked on Endeavor's arm. Hey, should I take off my helmet in there? Or is it rude to leave it on? He just looked at him, gave him a scoff and walked in. F you too then. He decided to leave it on just in case. He sat next to the burning ass and waited for the briefing to start. In the room he recognized Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, Tiger, MT Lady, and Kamui Woods. The only one he doesn't recognize is a short old man with yellow gloves, boots, and a cape with a white suit. He seemed grouchy. The curious boy looked to Endeavor, but he didn't look at him so he could discreetly ask who that was. Soon the same detective who interviewed him earlier this week came up to the podium to start the gathering. Thank you all for coming. As you know, we are here to launch a rescue operation on the lair of the League of Villains. The person we are rescuing is Ragdoll. She was kidnapped while an attack on a training camp for UA classes 1A and 1B was taking place. While the attack happened, one of the students, with the help of another, placed a tracker on Anomu, and we have the possible location of where they are keeping her. Some information about the League: the former leader was Tamura Shigaraki. Now behind bars, after he attacked a UA student on their own at an outing, he was subdued before the police arrived with minimal injuries to the student and area. Here he was interrupted by the old man. And who was this brat that took him down? He asked. The detective's eyes flickered to Izuku for a split second before going back to the old geezer. The student's name is Izuku Midoriya, first year at UA's hero course. There were some murmured words between the heroes and some police. The old man who asked the question caught his eyes flicker to Izuku and followed his glance. Moving on, even after Shigaraki's capture, the attack continued on the training camp. This means either there is someone behind Shigaraki or they planned it beforehand. All Might will show up at the beginning of the raid in case of the man behind the curtain shows up. He took a serious look in his eye when he mentioned the man behind the curtain. How odd. The rest of the villains under the League of Villains are Kurogiri, Dabi, Twice, Toga, and Compress. Both Kurogiri and Dabi must be taken out quickly. Kurogiri can teleport many people with a black mist, and Dabi is a powerful fire quirk user. Twice can make copies of others and possibly himself. Compress can compress items and people by physical contact into small blue marbles and be released at his will. Toga can drink the blood of others and change her appearance but not their quirk. She is also supposedly injured severely at the training camp. He continued to speak. MT Lady was the one to speak up next. How severe are we talking? A broken leg or more missing leg? She asked curiously. She was slingshot into the ground by a student and by their account, they didn't get back up. He said, this time successfully not looking at the green-armored teen. The room got quiet and there was a quiet Jesus heard. Izuku also checked silently, which caught the attention of both the detective and the old man. The old man was looking at him more and more. The final expected villain you most likely will encounter are Nomu, bioengineering creatures with multiple quirks and a single-minded purpose to follow their orders. The first Nomu appeared at the USJ with the first showing of the Love, to end All Might. It was ended by a student by tearing it apart multiple times until he tore the head off, which finally ended it. Again the room went quiet at that. They were informed about the USJ but not the specifics of how the threat was dealt with. What the hell is up with this batch of hero students? And who was the student that ended that Nomu? Kamui Woods was the one to speak up. Izuku was starting to get embarrassed at all these heroes talking so much about him when he is in the room with them. Even Endeavor was side-eyeing him. Isn't that the same Izuku Midoriya who won the sports festival this year? Edshot spoke up for the first time. Yes, it is. As I was saying, the Nomus are captured if possible and ended when not. They are as close to mindless beasts with deadly quirks in all of them. We will be splitting into two teams, one going after the bar where Dabi and other shady characters have been going in and out of, and the second team going after a warehouse where the tracker is leading us towards. Team Bar is made up of Kamui Woods, Edshot, Gran Torino, Endeavor, and All Might. Team Warehouse will be Best Jeanist, MT Lady, and Tiger. He finished looking over the heroes. Someone spoke up again. You're missing the green-armored mystery. Where will they be placed? You do seem familiar though. MT Lady said, pointing at Izuku. Yes, this is Rip and Tier. He will be in between both teams helping where he can. His main role will be helping get a person from A to B the fastest possible. That includes evacuation once we get ragdoll and moving units quickly. Izuku stood and bowed slightly to everyone in the room, still not saying anything. Now I remember. You took out Stain the hero ender. Yeah, I saw it on the news. UA first year student takes. MT Lady stood and pointed at Izuku before trailing off. Everyone was now staring at Izuku, who was standing up slightly, shuffling his feet. I have a 100 that under that helmet is Izuku Midoriya. Gran Torino said, now interested in what was happening. Izuku obliged and took off his helmet and waved at all the heroes and police staring at him. Hello, he said with a smile. After the room calmed down, the detective spoke once again. I know this is unusual, but his ability with portals will be an invaluable resource. If Sheik goes down, how will he defend himself? Sure, he can teleport to one of us, but that isn't viable in the field. Kamui Woods spoke up. Izuku wasn't sure if he didn't want him to participate because he was young or just forgot about the USJ. I was the one who tore the Nomu meant for All Might at the USJ apart. My quirk is to tear anything I get my hands on. I tear space to open a portal. I tore a Nomu in half. I ripped off Muscular's arm. Same difference, different methods. He lifted and lowered his hands in a scales motion. The room got quiet, and this time it was pretty deafening. I'll be fine. My main objective is to help with portals however I can. Plus I got permission to defend myself if needed. The people seem more concerned about how flippant he was about mutilating someone. Yes, Rip N Tier has portal locations for him to evacuate civilians and heroes to when needed. He will report to Endeavor and will have connections to my communications so I can send him where he is needed. The detective said to the room. Izuku scrunched up his nose when he heard he will be under Endeavor. He didn't seem any happier than he did. The old man snorted when he saw their expressions. That's all I have. The raid begins in 1 hour. The detective said, looking over the crowd one last time. The two hero teams split up and went to their locations. Izuku quickly tore a portal between the two locations for easier access. Once he got that done, he headed back to the detective's side, where Endeavor was watching the warehouse on a computer. The area around both the bar and warehouse was cleared out discreetly from civilians. That way it wasn't contained inside either building. They wouldn't have to worry about any collateral damage that couldn't be built again. Endeavor won't be attacking directly at the bar, and he complained about it like a child. He was there so any villains that managed to escape in the initial attack would be able to catch them. Izuku was distracted by the live interview with Yue. It was Aizawa looking spiffy as hell, Nizu and Vlad King. They were apologizing to the public for failing to keep their students safe and so on. Izuku thought they have been doing great with everything that has happened. They continue with getting questions from the press. There were many questions and allegations about Yue's reputation and ability to teach its students. One did catch Izuku's attention. This is a question about what has happened at the Yue training camp. You permitted your students to fight back with quirk use. Why did you want to have them fight? The voice said. It was have them defend themselves or die trying to escape with no way to fight back with everything they had. Aizawa said, not looking pleased with the question. Another voice came out. So you approve of one of your students being responsible for the death of one of the villains? A woman said. Hey detective, have you announced that Muscular is dead yet? Because if you haven't, you got a leak. He asked the man also looking at the screens. Izuku only got quiet curses in response. I guess that's a no to the release. That death, while unfortunate, is better than having a dead child they were trying to end. The child of the water horses who Muscular ended before. That man was closer to a monster than he was human. My student protected everyone he could and was a hero in my eyes. Aizawa looked angry now, and Izuku was beginning to tear up at his words. Your student Izuku Midoriya, the winner of the sports festival and the one who took out Stain the hero ender, was responsible for the death of Muscular, and you approve of his actions of ending the man? She continued on, but now it seems she just wanted to release information about him. Hey detective, that leak is getting kinda big. You're gonna need some Flex Seal. Starting to get worried about the loud cursing coming from the usually composed man. Some of the heroes were looking at Izuku, some in horror and some in pity. He waved at them to not worry. The woman who leaked all of Izuku's information was taken away from others by guards. But not before she shouted out. The same Izuku Midoriya, who is responsible for the death of the Nomu in the USJ incident. She was gagged and dragged away. You need to replace the pipe, it's such a bad leak. Izuku said to no one in particular. The others looked at him in bewilderment. He got his information leaked out and he was cracking jokes. We do not appreciate shouting out information about specific students. If it happens again, there will be consequences. Nizu said, getting up to look down at the reporters. Izuku Midoriya is one of the best students I've ever had. Anytime there was danger, he evacuated everyone he could before neutralizing the threat. He will become a great hero and I can't wait for the day it comes. Aizawa said, defending him like never before. There weren't any more questions about Izuku after that. Izuku was crying in pride at what his teacher said about him. I'm gonna need to get him a coffee mug. As he wiped the tears away. We start in 1 minute. The headset sounded out in Izuku's ear. He put his helmet on and locked it in place. Time to get serious. He opened a portal to the warehouse and waited for the raid to begin. He was in charge of getting Ragdoll out of the area as soon as they found her. MT Lady began the party by smashing her giant foot through the warehouse. Heroes rushed in and found Ragdoll quickly enough. She was unconscious and non-responsive. He was called forward and he tore a portal to Tiger, and his teammate then tore a new one to the hospital. Once that was done, he was called by the detective for a portal to the bar. He was ordered to portal the villains to the civilian evac point to take them to jail. There were only a few villains left and they were sent through with Kamui Woods still in their grasp. The police were waiting on the other side to put Quirk suppression cuffs on all of them. Toga seemed healed but still pretty battered up. Kurogiri and Dabi were both unconscious and Twice was rambling off about something. Once they were clear and the portal closed behind them, sheet hit the fan. There was a louder boom from the location of the warehouse, and then Nomu began to appear out of some kind of sludge all over. One was right on top of him and Izuku didn't wait to cleave it in half. He was in danger after all. All Might jumped away after Endeavor told him to check on the other team. Izuku began to rip and tear into any Nomu he saw. They were attacking the police and heroes without any pattern. What Izuku didn't know was that the people who created the Nomu were getting upset that he has been ending them too well, and programmed them to attack a certain scent. That scent came from Izuku, and once the Nomu began to scent it, they all focused on him. Ayo, why are they all going after me? He shouted out as he didn't stop tearing any Nomu that got into his reach. One after another, Izuku tore limb from limb and head from neck. Other heroes and police tried to help by thinning the numbers, but the friendly fire was a concern. Izuku was not visible from all the Nomu swarming him. Sometimes blood was sprayed out, but no one knew who it was from. The detective was getting close to panic from watching his charge get swarmed by bloodthirsty Nomu, and then he gets the report All Might is fighting someone who is holding their own. Soon after all the Nomu sent were dead, the form of Izuku was shown on top of a mountain of torn-apart Nomu. He was breathing heavily and absolutely drenched in blood, some of his own and much more not. He looked like a god of war standing on top of a little mound of corpses. Everyone was in shock at the scene before them, even Endeavor was somewhat speechless. Once Izuku saw he was in the clear of enemies, he stumbled off the mound and got into a clear street. He needed to tend to his wounds and help where he could. The warehouse raid seemed to go off the rails and All Might was sent to help. The detective and Endeavor ran up to him. The detective was first to speak. You need to get cleaned up before that blood infects you or something. Already planned for just the thing. And Izuku tore a long narrow portal to the ocean and stood in front of the saltwater pressure washer. He asked the armor to be waterproof for a reason. Once cleaned, he took the first aid kit from Endeavor and bandaged many cuts on his arms. His armor looked all scratched to hell but still holding together. Once finished, he looked up. All right, a portal to the warehouse? Endeavor nodded and he went through with him. The police were still in shock at what happened before them. Many words were spoken like monster and the like. But they were all glad the teen was all right. At the warehouse it was a war zone. The whole area was flattened and in the middle, All Might was fighting a villain who seems to pull a new trick every time. It must be the mastermind behind the laugh. The supervillain seemed to have more than one quirk, which makes sense. How else were they to create the Nomu, with a man with quirks to give out like candy? Get those out of here. I'll help All Might. Endeavor ordered before blasting off into the fight. Izuku began to tear portals close to the fallen heroes and drag them through, all the while a wind from the clash was battering him. Once he has gotten all of the heroes from Team Warehouse, he opened another portal to the hospital. There was medical personnel already waiting for just the situation and they began putting the heroes into stretchers. With that, Izuku began to look for anyone else trapped in the debris. He pulled out about 5 people before the wind stopped. Looking over at the fight, it didn't seem good. Endeavor was nowhere to be seen and All Might was smoking. He seemed to deflate and shrink into Yagi Toshinor. So that's why he flinched when Izuku tore a portal in front of him. The supervillain was monologuing at All Might. He seemed to get bigger once more and get ready for another fight. But even Izuku could see he wouldn't win, so Izuku needed to help where he could. Looking at the mask on the man, it seemed functional with a whole system on his back. From his position he could see his back. So Izuku pulled his special move and tore a portal to the villain's back and speared his hand forward to his spine. The villain seemed to sense the portal form and the hand shoot forward because multiple shields made up of energy and other materials covered his back. Once done, the villain thought the threat dealt with. For the moment his attention went back to his archenemy. He was about to attack again when he felt all the shields protecting him break and get torn through. The next thing he felt was pain shooting through his back, then he felt nothing below the waist. In his moment of distraction, All Might took the opportunity to smash him once more with everything he had. Izuku tore through all the protective barriers the villain put in place. He tore through them all like a hot knife through butter. He felt and saw when he severed the man's spine at the waist. He involuntarily arched his back to get away from the pain, and then Izuku pulled back when he saw All Might rear his fist back. Izuku ducked down to the ground and tore his hand into the ground. The strongest air gust blew past him, stronger than the midterms. Once the air cleared, All Might was standing over the villain's prone form. He had shrunk down to Yagi but looked steady on his feet. Izuku heard cheering from far away and felt relief that he didn't need to fight that monster on his own. He would have lost definitely. He got back to looking for people trapped under rubble and didn't stop until All Might put a hand on his shoulder. Oh hey All Might, how's it going? Or should I call you Yagi? I've connected the dots, he said, taking his helmet off to wipe the sweat from his eyes. Small Might chucked at him and said, "Thank you for still looking for victims, but you need rest and to get those injured looked at," pointing at a weeping bandaged wound. "Alright then. I'm glad you survived your fight," Izuku said, now feeling his adrenaline crash and feel every wound and bruise on his body. The sun was beginning to rise when Izuku stopped and headed to the medical center. Many civilians were being looked at and some looked serious. Izuku told the medical personnel about his quirk and sent the worst off ones through to the hospital. After that, the detective found him and ordered him to go through a portal to the hospital himself. "You've done enough and you need to get checked out. We got people to deal with this. Good job today," he said, patting his armored shoulder. He sighed and followed orders. He went through a portal to the hero hospital and got looked over after they pried off his dented and slashed armor from his body. It will need a repair job. He got checked in and they looked him over for any injuries. His armor did wonders to protect him, but his arms were uncovered and sustained all the cuts and bruises. He had many more bruises around his body from the armor failing to take all the impact. But all in all he was alright. Aizawa walked through the door with Nizu on his shoulder right as the nurse finished bandaging him up. What happened to your spiffy suit? You look dapper in that with your hair done like that. Izuku spoke first. Shut up, problem child, and who uses a word like spiffy? How are you feeling? The detective told me you did a very good job out there. Aizawa shot back and asked while looking him over. Under his armor he always wore a black tank top and leggings, so it was more comfortable while wearing it. He had his shirt off and showed many little bruises covering his torso. I'm fine. Would have been better if those Nomu didn't swarm me like a pack of starving dogs a steak. He said, annoyed they all targeted him. The two UA staff heard about the swarm of Nomu targeting their student. They were worried about what that could mean, but less so since the one supplying the quirks is captured. Yes, we saw. How peculiar, they all were attacking their own and then you appear and they all attacked you, leaving wounded police and their backs exposed. Nizu said, speaking up. Yeah, it was weird. Wait, what do you mean saw? Izuku asked, worried about the answer. Someone captured you in a video at the end of the Nomu attack and posted it online. Congrats, you are famous now. He pulled out his phone showing a pause of him standing on top of the mound of dead Nomu and police and heroes looking at Izuku. In a word, he looked badass. Well, sheet. This on top of that reporter leaking my exploits, he said while rubbing his face. At that moment 3 women burst into the room, startling the 3 guys inside. Izuku shouted, F-. And getting ready for a fight when he was tackled in a hug by Ochako and his mother. He was taken down to the ground by them and Rumi was standing over him. You don't look that bad, Rumi said looking down at him. Izuku groaned at the impact of them on his chest. Ochako and Inko got of his chest and Ochako used her quirk to set him upright. They checked him over just like the doctors did not long ago. Once satisfied, Ochako punched him in the ribs hard enough that it bent him over. Why? He wheezed, trying to get air into his lungs. What do you mean why? We saw you on the news, running around pulling people out of danger in a war zone. While proud, it was incredibly dangerous. Not to mention the video of those Nomu swarming you. Ochako said, mothering him more than his own mother. She just stood back and took a few pictures of Ochako berating him. Hey, that wasn't my fault. They all went for me for whatever reason. And that was what I was supposed to do, he said, defending himself. She deflated a bit. Well, it still was dangerous. And hugged him again, not caring he was shirtless. Aizawa cleared his throat, startling everyone but Izuku. They all forgot he was in the room. While this is a touching reunion, we still have to debrief Midoriya and have him get checked out of the hospital. The girls agreed and they headed out of the room, passing a tired-looking detective. Since he was in an impromptu internship, they are treating this as such, which means an interview with a police official. Izuku got dressed in clothing, Rumi left and they sat down to get started. Everything was pretty straightforward since he was close to the detective most of the time. After the Nomu attacked, the questions were more direct. What did you do when you went to the warehouse area? Yeah. Pulled the heroes on the ground to hospitals and looked for civilians or anyone else under rubble and got them out of there. Izuku responded. Did you do anything else while in the area? He asked, not expecting Izuku to pause. He was thinking about how to respond without saying he went against orders and attacked a villain. He couldn't think of anything. The man repeated the question, now fully focused on him, and so was Aizawa and Nizu. I maybe speared the main villain in the back to by all might an opening, he said quickly. It was quiet for a moment, then the Aizawa asked, You what? In a dumbfounded expression. To be completely honest, I didn't think All Might was going to win. So by that logic, I would have been in danger if he didn't win and didn't break your rules of engagement. So I nudged the fight into his favor by spearing his lower spine. He said proudly of his logic and hoped he doesn't get in trouble for this. So that's why he had that injury. We thought he landed on a piece of rebar or something. The detective said quietly. What the F- problem child? Aizawa said while looking at him and shaking his head. Nizu by contrast seemed pleased by the development and didn't say anything. So am I in trouble for that? Izuku asked, still not sure if he is in the clear. Nope, by your logic and the rules placed on you, you didn't do anything wrong, Nizu said before anyone with a pleased smile. They got back onto the interview and finished up soon after. The detective thanked him for his help and headed out to find his friend and tell him who he has to thank for winning the fight. Izuku got discharged and meet up with his loved ones to head home. He was dead tired. The suitcase with his banging up armor wasn't helping. Luckily he had a gravity manipulation girlfriend that could help him with that. Izuku was the first out of the doors of the hospital to come face to face with a wall of reporters snapping pictures and shouting put questions. Izuku took one look and immediately turned back around. Nope, not dealing with that today. And tore open a portal to their apartment, breaking the hospital rules of no quirk use. The three girls and Izuku ran through before someone yelled at them. Once through, the green-haired teen sat down and let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was going to close his eyes, Ochako ordered him to take a shower and get into his bed if he wants to sleep so badly. He dragged his feet all the way there. But the hot water on his body made it worth it. It may be mid-morning, but Izuku didn't care and fell asleep on his bed before his head hit the pillow. Izuku woke up sometime in the mid-morning, which confused him, and he fell asleep around this time, and now he is starving. Getting up, he felt completely refreshed but sore all over. He walked into the living room and saw Ochako and his mother sitting on the couch relaxing and reading a book. How long have I been asleep? He felt his throat dry. About a full day. You fell asleep after the shower and stayed asleep for more or less 24 hours. His mother said to him, looking up from her book. Not even Ochako could wake you up, so we left you be. That didn't seem healthy to Izuku, but he didn't care at the moment. Only food and water were on his mind right now. After a whole chicken and a liter of water, he was satisfied. After letting the food settle, Inko spoke up. I received an email from UA to all the parents. So I'm guessing your parents got one too. She pointed to Ochako. It says that UA is planning to become a boarding school and a UA representative will show up sometime today. She finished looking at the two. It was quiet for a moment before Izuku snapped his fingers and said, That reminds me, I need to get a nice mug for Aizawa because he was so nice on TV last night. 2 nights ago. Oh, that's right. Ochako corrected him. You already know I would never stop you from being a hero, but do take care of yourself. Inko said, hugging Izuku and dragging Ochako into the hug when she was in arm's reach. About an hour later, Ochako needed to go home because the UA representative was with her parents. So Izuku tore a portal to her front door and spooked the hell out of Small Might. Aizawa didn't react, but Izuku saw him tense for a second. Oh hey Aizawa. Yagi. Good to see you are well. Izuku said, stepping out of the way for his girlfriend to give him a quick peck on the cheek and walk through. Patting his chest, Small Might responded. Yes, it is good to see you as well, young Midoriya. Giving a smile and nod to Ochako. Aizawa only gave a slight nod and knocked on the door, and it opened a minute later after Izuku closed the portal behind him. He then grabbed his coat and was about to leave to find that mug when his mother stopped him. You should probably cover your face and hair, she said while sitting on the couch. What's wrong with my face and hair? He asked, patting his hair and face with a worried tone. She laughed and just gave him her phone with the video of the Nomu swarming him. He looked at it and then at his mom. He looked again and noticed the view counter. Way too many for his comfort. In only 2 days. He will get recognized immediately and then probably run screaming. He said and went to look for a mask and hat. Once that was done, he left for the store. He found exactly what he wanted, a box set of a comically large mug with a bigger thermos. The only problem was that it said, "Number 1 Dad," instead of something like teacher or hero. Good thing Sharpies exist. He left the store with a great gift for his teacher and permanent markers. When he left the store, a large gust of wind blew his hat into the air, then like Team Rocket blasting off, it was gone. His first mistake was to speak. Well, shit, I like that hat. The second was to stand there enough for people to notice his now visible hair. He felt a pat on his arm. Looking down, he saw it was a girl about 10 years old looking up at him. Are you Izuku Midoriya? She asked, not scared like he expected them to be. Ah, yes I am. Can I help you? Taking off his mask now that it was redundant. He crouched down, now noticing the people murmuring around them. Slightly nervous, he looked at the girl. He noticed she had tentacles for hair and they had barbs. That's pretty cool. You were so cool. I watched the sports festival and when you took out Stain. And then when you were ending all those monsters. You were so cool. Can I take a picture with you? She raved excitedly, her hair mimicked her expression and waved around. He was surprised such a young girl liked that sort of thing, but to each their own. So he gave her a beaming smile and gave her a nod. She pulled out her phone and took a picture with Izuku cheek to cheek. She squealed and hugged him while saying thank you 1,000 times. She ran off to a woman who had the same hair in a ponytail. She gave him a grateful smile and left with her child. After the girl left, more and more began to follow, asking him for pictures and asking questions about him or his armor. He kept everything about himself minimal, stranger danger and all that. After 15 minutes he was trying to escape from the throng of people. One woman basically threw herself on him. No thanks, I have a girlfriend. He picked her up by the shoulders and placed her on her feet. Showing his strength only made it worse. In the end he ran into an alleyway and hid, then tore a portal to his sweet safe house. Inko watched her son walk through the portal. His hair was showing and disheveled, his jacket was barely on him and he looked somewhat haunted. She thought the worst and they mobbed him. The loving mother she is, she hugged him and sat him down. There were so many. It was only one then another then another. I didn't think people would react like this. He said, confused at what happened. It's alright, my boy. Some people will just be like that, but just stay strong. She said, trying to comfort her son. It started with a little girl asking for a picture. When she left happy, another person took her spot. They all were so eager to meet me, I completely thought it would have been the opposite. He shook his head. Inko froze and then with realization burst out laughing. She laughed so hard she was on all fours trying to get a lung full of air. She was wheezing and tears were coming out so hard, Izuku thought she might pass out. It's not funny. It was alright at first, then it got weird with girls hanging off of me, he said, trying to be serious. Inko only laughed harder at what he just said. About 10 minutes later she was holding her stomach in pain and still on the floor, a chuckle slipping out every once in a while. Izuku was at the kitchen table grumbling while he struck out the dad on the mug and thermos. Writing above the crossed-out words it said, "Teacher," in Sharpe. Once done with his amazing gift for Aizawa, he sat down and read through the hero news. Most of it was about Kamino and All Might's smaller form. They also talked a lot about his retirement, which made sense. He has been the #1 hero for 40 years or so. Some theories popped up about what his quirk is and how it affected him. Izuku wrote the most interesting ones down in his notebook. At some point, Izuku tore a portal for Ochako to come through, but he doesn't remember when. He only realized it when he found her on his lap and used her as a desk to write in his notebook while she played on her phone. Time flew by until there was a knock at the door. Inko opened it and Small Might and Aizawa were behind it. They welcomed them in and sat down in the living room with tea. The gist of it was dorms were being built and if Izuku wants to go to UA he needs to stay in them. Inko listened but already knew she would sign the papers. All they needed was to pack and get their things into the dorms. Once that was done, Yagi stood up and looked at Izuku. He began speaking. My friend, the detective, told me about what you did and I must thank you from the deepest part of my heart. There was a moment when I didn't think I could win and the burden of having someone else fight that man weighed heavily on me at the time. But you allowed me to win the fight once and for all with your quick thinking. So once again thank you. Yagi didn't notice Izuku shake his head frantically at the beginning of his speech because Small Might was bowing the lowest he could in respect of his help. Izuku, what does he mean by that? Ochako, silent until now, spoke up. Inko was also curious about what Yagi was talking about. I may have left out a part when All Might and the Big Bad were fighting. Izuku said, not looking at the two. Such as? Inko prompted him to continue. Like when I speared the Big Bad in the back with my hand to turn the tides. He was hit hard in the ribs but he was expecting that and blocked it. Haha. He didn't block the next punch to his open side and it connected to his ribs. Look at what you have done, Yagi, Izuku said from the floor. And you didn't think you should have mentioned it to us? As Ochako and his mom loomed over him. I forgot, he said simply. He heard a huff from his beloved and she pulled him up. Don't leave stuff like that out next time, she said, less angry now. Well, now we're done. Here, from Koda and the Pussycats. Aizawa said, holding out an envelope to Izuku. He opened it to show a handwritten letter from Koda saying thank you and another letter from the others giving their gratitude. He teared up reading it and showed it off to the two others. Oh, and here I've got something for you too, Izuku said, wiping his face and handing Aizawa the box set. It's a thank you gift for taking such good care of me and for what you said in the interview. Aizawa looked at the mug and the thermos. He turned his back to everyone and there was the smallest of sniffs before he turned back with his usual blank expression. Thank you, Midoriya, I will put this to good use. And they headed out. The two teens began to pack up their rooms. They boxed everything they needed and had the movers go through the portal to make life easier. They even offered Izuku a job because of his quirk, if hero life didn't suit him. Once everything was sent to UA, Izuku gave his mother a goodbye hug. You better visit, it should be easy for us to stay in touch so don't forget about your mother, she said while hugging him. Of course I won't forget, he replied, keeping his tears behind his eyes. And while I do want grandchildren, I don't want you two to have to abandon your careers for a careless mistake, she said, looking him in the eyes. Mom? Oh, hush, child, I know what I am saying, she rebuked him. Ochako was in a similar situation with her parents. Izuku opened a portal for her and she was with her, them saying their goodbyes. It was less hard since she was living alone at the beginning of the year until she basically moved into her boyfriend's apartment. Inko more demanded her to stay as much as she wanted. Once they got all that out of the way, she walked through the still open portal to Izuku and waved goodbye to them. She wiped her tears away and waited for Izuku to finish his goodbyes. Once done with her boy, Inko gave a big hug to Ochako. She already sees her as a daughter and gave her the same goodbye as Izuku, much to their embarrassment. Once done, they walked into the portal to UA dorms. The first thing they heard was Kirishima yelling out at Izuku. "Midoriya. Bro, you're famous now. And I screenshot you in that video and made a poster. You look so manly. It's too much." He continued to shout and draw the attention of everyone to Izuku. Kirishima pulled out a poster of a frozen image of Izuku covered in blood, standing on a mound of Nomu corpses. Jiro looked at the poster and immediately wanted one herself. "Where'd you get this done? I want one." It looked very metal and would fit in with her decor. Yaoruzo looked at the poster carefully and began to print one out of her arm. "Here you go." She gave it to a delighted Jiro. Tokoyami, Mina, and Todoroki also asked for a poster and they paid for a favor each. Izuku was now fully embarrassed at having his classmates have posters of him. He tried to ignore Ochako sneaking off to get one herself. The whole class was talking amongst themselves, happy that they were all together once again. Many were talking to Izuku and how he was able to join the raid at Kamino. He told whoever asked the truth. No one told him to keep his mouth shut, so he did. Kaminari asked for the whole story and Izuku was about to tell them when Aizawa approached from the gate with the gifted mug in his hands. "Good, you're all here. Before I give you free reign over this building, I've got an announcement. You have a new student joining the hero course. Shinso Hitoshi will be having extra training with me until he is caught up. Do treat him like one of your own," he said, taking a long draw of the mug. He stepped aside to show the boy, somewhat nervous at being the center of attention. He looked like he now has some muscle mass and could put up a fight now. "Nice to meet you all," he said, bowing slightly. "Jesus, Aizawa, you just throwing him into our chaotic class without any preamble?" Izuku asked. Many of his classmates nodded and some argued against the word chaotic. "We aren't chaotic. Can be orderly when we want," Yaoruzo said first. "Of course we can, but with everything that has happened, something is bound to go wrong. It is part of the course," Mina said, still holding her new poster. "We just had bad luck is all." Hagakure agreed with Yaoruzo. "No, bad luck is stubbing your toe. We have been attacked by the same group of villains 3 times if you count them all." Tsuyu countered Hagakure. "Midoriya, how many times have you encountered a villain since the beginning of the year?" Sato asked him. He took a moment to count on his fingers. 5 if you count the Kamino raid and the internships," he said, nodding. "That green murder machine is our leader and he is pure chaos." Shiro waved frantically at Izuku. "I resent that." Izuku shot back. Shinso looked at the arguing class and then at his favorite hero. He just watched with dead eyes as he drank coffee from a mug that said "Best Dad," with Dad crossed out and Teacher above it in marker. He may have made a mistake. This class is insane. Once the argument died down, Izuku stepped forward and waved at the class. "Welcome to the class, Shinso. If you need anything, let me know," he said, holding out a hand to shake. Shinso took it and nodded, still apprehensive about what was to come. Behind the class president there was a chant building. One of us, one of us, one of us." Mina, Kaminari, Shiro, Hagakure, and Dark Shadow waved their arms in the air like some dark ritual. "I swear," Aizawa said, walking past his insane class. He showed them around one of the rooms, where the utilities were and the food setup was. If they wanted something specific, write it down and go shopping for it later as a class. They were given a card for groceries and any necessities. Izuku immediately took it and put it away before any of his classmates got too shop happy. Once done, Aizawa left them to their own devices. Everyone split up to organize their rooms and settle into their new homes. Shinso was across from him, so any issues with the new guy were near the class president. Izuku set everything just like he wanted and lay down on his new bed. Getting up, he moved to their new classmate. The door was open and he knocked. Shinso was about done and he looked up to the doorway. "What do you think of your new class so far?" Izuku asked him. A bit loud for my taste. "Hey Midoriya, I wanted to say sorry about what I said at the sports festival. It was one way to get my quirk to work on you, but it also was resentment for hero students. People in middle school saw my quirk as villainous and I was angry at the ones who could make it. So I'm sorry," he said, sounding earnest. "It's no problem, I've got an idea of what's that like. My quirk was weak when it first came in like everyone, but they made fun of me when I tried to show it off. So I get it in a way, but in the end there is no hard feeling. Izuku said, brushing past wrongs aside. I'm glad. By the way, what is your quirk? It's like two different ones but not like Todoroki's fire and ice. He asked while sitting on his bed. Oh, simple. I can rip and tear anything I put my hand on. No super strength, just pulling things apart. The portals are me tearing space to another location. He showed a portal off by tearing one near Shinso. That's pretty hardcore, he said, sticking his finger through the portal. Thanks, here's my phone number so you can join the class chat room. It gets chaotic very quickly, but you can find everyone's number there, he said, holding out his phone. Thanks, but back to the portal. If it closes with something still going through, what happens? Shinso said, fascinated by the green portal in his room. It gets cut off, he said, shrugging. You test that on a person? Shinso asked, chuckling darkly and looking at him. Izuku for his part looked away without saying anything. You're joking, Shinso said, pulling away from the tear in space. It surely must be a joke. I'm hungry, let's go break in the kitchen. Not answering Shinso, instead opening a new portal to the living room. He found a good place for his portals to open and put green tape on the floor to show the portal space. Tsuyu was already down in the living room and watched Izuku put the tape down. What are you doing? She asked. At home we have a place where I always open a portal, so we didn't place anything there. Like an off-limits area for my portal to open, he said, finished with his tape work. Seeing their newest classmate still didn't come through the portal, he closed it and opened it again in the marked place. Before Shinso could say anything, Izuku grabbed him and pulled him through. See, no harm done. With a pat on his shoulder. Has anyone seen Yaoyuruzo? I need something to patch a hole in my wall, Kaminari asked. Really? We haven't been here a day and you punched a hole in your wall? Izuku said, berating his sheepish classmate. This class is pure chaos, Shinso said to himself. One of us, Tsuyu said from the couch and eating a sandwich. After asking everyone in the dorm if they knew how to patch a wall, Izuku resorted to watching a video, and with the help of Yaoyuruzo it was done before dinner. For dinner, everyone agreed to a simple stew for the whole class. Their new classmate was quiet and trying to get a feel for his new class. You alright, bro? Kirishima asked Shinso while everyone was eating. Yeah, just never been in this sort of situation before. I do have a question about our class president, he said, lowering his voice. Yeah, what up? The gym rat asked, getting closer. He seems alright, but earlier he was showing me his portals and I jokingly said if he cut someone apart with it before and he didn't answer. He asked, apprehension in his tone. Kirishima waited for more and waited. When nothing else came, he tilted his head. What was the question? Has he actually used it on anyone? He asked bluntly and with no little exasperation. Kirishima stared at him, waiting for a punchline or something. When he saw nothing but seriousness, he asked, You don't watch the news or listen to the rumor mill, do you? Kirishima was trying to keep his face blank but was cracking a smile. No, I only read up online after big things happened. And I don't like rumors, so I tend to avoid them, he said, not liking what he was hearing. The red-haired teen snorted and looked at his new classmate. Now, I'm not bullying you, but this has to be considered the new guy hazing. What are you talking abo? He was cut off by him pulling out his phone and showing him the video of Midoriya taking out Stain and then ripping a flying Nomu in half. What are you guys talking about over there? The class president asked, looking suspicious. Just showing some clips of rip and tear, Kirishima said with a shrug, next to a wide-eyed Shinso watching the phone. Maybe we should ease him in slowly, Izuku said, standing up and making his way to the two. He was stopped by Sato and Shoji. It's for the best, he is already in the deep end of the pool, Sato said with remorse. Shoji nodded in agreement. Guys, please don't do this, Izuku said with no little whine in his voice. It's best to rip the band-aid off, Mina said, looking forward to Shinso's reaction. They didn't say anything and only held his arms. Izuku surged forward towards the Kirishima, indoctrinating Shinso. Holy hell. The two started to hold him back with effort and they were losing. All the while, Kirishima showed the next video of rip and tear against the swarm of Nomu at Kamino. Shinso didn't say anything and watched, eyes glued to the screen before him. He never even noticed the battle of strength happening a few feet away. Kirishima did notice and got nervous at the slipping feet of Shoji and Sato. A tongue wrapped around Midoriya's waist, but Tsuyu was being dragged forward as well. How the hell is he so strong? Kaminari asked, looking at the display of might. The final video was put on and it was the interview with UA after the attack at the camp. The whole while the rest of the class watched as Izuku step by step got closer to his objective. When he heard, Your student Izuku Midoriya, the winner of the sports festival and the one who took out Stain the hero ender, was responsible for the death of Muscular, and you approve of his actions of ending the man? From the reporter who leaked his information on live TV. Izuku stopped fighting and the force of everyone pushing back sent the group to the ground in a pile. Noifengui. Rip and tear is him. Shinso said, standing up and pointing at the sprawled-out class president on top of a pile of students. Izuku got up and nodded his head. Yeah, I wanted to ease you into the idea of me ripping a living being apart so you wouldn't freak out or get scared. He said with a sigh and watched for his reaction. Shinso didn't say anything and thought about it for a moment. Well, it's alright, I guess. But you don't do any of that in class fights, do you? He said, shrugging. Izuku smiled and felt relief that it wouldn't cause problems. Everyone still has all their limbs and digits, right? He said, looking around the table and still on the ground students. They all waved their arms to confirm. The chant started again. One of us, one of us, one of us. Most everyone joined with their dark-sounding chant. You are all insane. Shinso said, feeling closer to the class than he ever has before with any other classes. Kaminari had to clean all the dishes after dinner as punishment for breaking the wall, while the rest of the class sat in the common room and watched TV. Once he was done and joined them, Mina had the thought of showing everyone rooms to each other for fun. Most of them agreed. Tokoyami didn't want to, but he was pushed aside when his turn came. It was a fun idea and made everyone feel more comfortable in the new building. Hey Midoriya? Can you open a portal to any place you want? Shinso asked, still curious about the portals. Why are you so curious about it? I don't mind answering any questions, but I'm curious myself. Izuku said back to him. I always liked the game Portal and your quirk is very similar. He shrugged. Alright, for your question. I can open a portal to anywhere I've been personally or within line of sight. He said, trying to cure Shinso's curiosity. That's awesome. So you can go back home whenever? Wait, doesn't that mean you can open a portal to anyone's room now? Everyone's eyes snapped to Izuku. What do you take me for? I would never do something like that unless it was an emergency. He said defensively. Ochako's eyes narrowed to a point and dared him to do anything funny. I trust Midobro. He is the manliest man in this whole school. He would never do such a thing. Kirishima said, backing Izuku. Soon the rest of the class agreed. Well, I wouldn't mind a midnight visit. Mina said, trying to tease Izuku with a sultry tone. Ochako's glare seemed to burn Mina because she flinched and waved her hands. Just a jekcheka. The time came for everyone to head to bed and then to training classes. Since the training camp was cut short, Aizawa decided to continue their training on campus. Izuku and Ochako fell asleep in the same bed as always and drifted off to sleep. Izuku awoke sometime in the middle of the night. He was thirsty. He disentangled himself from Ochako and headed to the kitchen. He was disoriented for a moment because he woke in an unfamiliar environment, but he remembered quickly after. He decided to walk downstairs to get used to the feel of his new home. Izuku was half asleep when he reached the bottom floor. He went from close to sleepwalking to fully alert when he heard something move close to him in the common room. Without hesitation, he speared his hand toward the noise. He only managed to prevent separating Shinso's head from his body when he shouted out. Friendly. It's Shinso. The tip of his fingers was a few inches from a pale Shinso on the couch. Izuku looked around the room and relaxed when he saw no danger, pulling his hand back. What are you doing up down here and in the dark? Izuku asked a shaken purple-haired boy. I'm an insomniac. I prefer being in the living room when I can't sleep instead of my room. Shinso could only think how close to death he was. Oh, alright then. Sorry for almost taking your head off. He said awkwardly. He's never had a sleepover and didn't know how to say something like this. He and Ochako had a few awkward encounters while living together, but nothing like almost ending each other. Yeah, thanks for not doing that. He was slowly calming down. Not knowing what else to say, Izuku moved to the kitchen and grabbed a glass of water. After he was done, he headed back to his room. Well, good night. He called out to the indigo insomniac. Izuku got back to his room and wrapped his arms around a snoring Ochako and fell asleep soon after. Ochako woke up first in the morning and headed out to get ready for school. She was sure Izuku woke up when she moved but tried to go back to sleep. With a kiss on his forehead, she left his room. Shinso across the hallway was also leaving right at that moment. Just in time to see Ochako leave the class president's room in one of his shirts by the size. He blushed thinking of what that could mean. He tried to apologize because he didn't know what else he should do. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He didn't know what to say. Don't worry about it, Izuku is my boyfriend. We like to sleep in the same bed. Ochako said, now only realizing what this looks like. Living with the Midoriyas lowered her guard and now she is walking out of a boy's dorm in an oversized shirt of his with nothing but her underwear. It would look trashy to anyone with half a mind. She decided to change in his room from now on. She headed to her room to get ready and forget this embarrassing start of the morning. Shinso could only think. They were right, this class is chaos incarnate. Most of everyone met up in the kitchen, grabbing pancakes that Sato decided to make for their first morning together. Izuku with his signature messy tie was fixed by Ochako like a ritual. Midoriya, why don't you learn how to tie a tie? It's not that difficult. Yaoruzo asked with a mound of pancakes and a delicate teacup before her. It's an excuse for Ochako to be close to me, he said, shrugging and taking a bat in the arm from said girl. Like you need an excuse, she said, blushing slightly at everyone's attention. Shinso raised his hand like he was in school and asked, "Are they the only people in a relationship in our class?" Everyone but one person said yes. They heard a no from the cook himself. "What, you guys just never asked?" Sato said in his apron. "Since when?" Mina shouted, angry for not being in everyone's business enough. "Like last year, she works at my parents' bakery," he said, shrugging and holding out a picture on his phone with his girlfriend. All the girls and some boys crowded to see a picture of Sato smiling with flour on his face with a petite orange-haired girl also smiling. "Alright. Who else has a secret lover?" Mina shouted, looking at the rest of the class. No one spoke up except for Izuku. "Aizawa is going to have our asses if we don't leave in 5 minutes," he said while looking at the clock on the wall, not stopping from eating the delicious pancakes. Everyone froze, looked at the clock, and began to devour the breakfast. Then as a group sprinted to the classroom. Izuku was already there in his seat with Ochako in hers. "I would have opened a portal for everyone but you all ran off," he said while getting dirty looks from them while they got in their seats. Like the dead rising, Aizawa got up from the sleeping bag on the floor to look at his hell spawn of a class. He didn't say anything as he stared and drank from his newest mug. Some students saw the mug and what it said, then quietly snorted. "Alright, Bratz camp was cut short from just a few villains attacking. That doesn't mean you get to slack off. We are continuing your training, specifically for you all to get your provisional license. We had a meeting and decided to move your year forward and push you all for this exam, which you usually do in your second year." He stopped and filled his now empty mug with his new thermos. Someone snorted loudly at that. "Is something funny?" he said, looking up and staring at everyone. No one said a thing. "Pussies," he said softly enough only Jiro and Shoji heard, and their classmates wouldn't believe them if they even tried. "So get suited up and head to Gym F." He pushed the button for the cases and he left. "Didn't someone die at the training camp?" Shinso said, dumbfounded at everyone's nonchalant way of thinking. "If you are around Midoriya long enough, something is bound to die or lose an arm at the least," Zero said, laughing. "Yeah, I almost died last night by him," Shino said, his voice getting higher at the thought of his new class being okay with almost being ended. Everyone looked at Izuku for an explanation. "He startled me," he said in his defense. "See, there's your problem. Don't startle the green murder machine and you won't almost die," Jiro said while getting her case. "What the F is wrong with this class?" Shinso said loudly to himself while holding his head. "It's too late now. You were indoctrinated last night. You are part of this crew with Midoriya at its head with his woman on his side," Kaminari said, pointing forward and walking to the locker room. "Midoriya was right. I should have been eased into this chaotic class. Instead I'm drowning in the deep end with the big kids," Shinso said, dejection in his voice, and followed the rest of the class to the locker rooms. Izuku's armor after the Kamino raid was dented to hell and had many new scratches all over from the Nomu. His helmet needed a new visor and had any sharp edges ground out. His chest piece was the most damaged with dents. The metal was very good at protecting against blade and claw, but with enough effort was battered. The support department added a metal-like web inside the armor to keep it from collapsing like it did before. The only downside, it was a bit heavier now. Once he put it all on, he truly looked like he went to hell and fought to get out again. He left with his helmet in hand. Once everyone got changed into their suits, they met up with Aizawa with ectoplasm and Cementos next to him. "Alright, we will be working on ultimate moves today. Something that you would use to turn the tides of a fight. It doesn't have to be offensive, just keep that in mind." He looked at his number one problem child. "Midoriya, do you have anything like this to show as an example?" He tossed his helmet to Kaminari, who was standing the closest, and walked forward. Kaminari dropped it, not expecting the heavy weight. "Holy hell. It's heavy as sheet." He picked it up with some effort. Izuku ignored this and looked up at the roof covering the building. "Well, I can't open a tier to the moon like last time, so that's out." "What do you mean, to the moon?" "No portals to the moon," Aizawa and Shinso said at the same time. Izuku walked up to a person-shaped pillar Cementos made just for this. "I guess I need a name for it, but..." He tore a small portal to the fake enemy's back and shouted, "Severed spine of justice," and speared his hand into the pillar and through it. Most of the class flinched and imagined a real person being in the place of the concrete. Or something like that. Izuku said, tearing his hand out of the pillar in the portal. He turned back to Aizawa with his hand on his face and most of his class either trying not to laugh at the name or trying not to imagine it on a real person. Ectoplasm was with the former and Cementos only stared at the hole in the pillar. Yes, thank you. You all will be working on ideas of something like that but with less lethality. Aizawa said, voice muffled by his hand. What else did I expect? He said to himself. The class was spread out in the gym trying new ways to use their quirks and developing an ultimate move. Shinso was with Aizawa giving him his own personal hell training. Ectoplasm was split into many clones and helped where he could, whether it be as a target dummy or advice. Cementos was just going around and fixing everything he could. Izuku was with Kirishima after he called him over for a spar. We never fought before, have we, Midoriya? They were in a sunken arena just for fighting. Ectoplasm clone was watching over us. No, we haven't. Before we start, I'll like to test something just so we know in the future. Hold up your arm and harden it as much as you can. Izuku requested. While he did want to spar with Kirishima, he also didn't want to go overboard and maim him just because he can take a hit. The other teen shrugged and did as he was told. He focused everything into his forearm and waited. Izuku went up to his arm and poked it with his finger. He felt resistance like when he speared the big bat at Kamino. But it cracked his hardened skin and it began to leak blood. Oh, you just poked me. And you did this. He looked at his arm and then at Izuku. You're overpowered, bro. Hey, now we know I won't use my quirk on you and it's all training. Someday you will be harder than ever before. Izuku said, trying to encourage his classmate. They separated and squared off against each other, then they charged at the same time. Kirishima came in with a hard right hook at Izuku and he dodged while punching at his hardened abs. Kirishima grunted at the impact, surprised he felt such a hit. He looked at Izuku and his knuckles were bloodied. Izuku thought, I'm not gonna do that again. They went back at it and Kirishima threw punch after punch. Izuku dodged what he could and took the rest on his armor. The only way Izuku could hurt Kirishima was to use his quirk on him. So he did, gently with pokes. His hand rushed out in a palm strike and his pointer finger poked him where he would have hit. Izuku had to hand it to Kirishima, he had endurance. But Izuku won at the end with Kirishima bleeding from cracks on the skin all over. Bro, that was awesome. Kirishima said while taking in gulps of air. After he caught his breath and some water, he thanked Izuku and asked for another spar but from someone else. A lot of the class was watching from above the ring. Yairuzo called Izuku over after he got out. Before he said anything she handed him a piece of metal. It was heavier than it looked and he just looked at Yairuzo. Use your quirk, I'm thinking of different metals and I want to see this holds up. Izuku shrugged and felt some resistance like Kirishima but more. He just focused and it tore like any other metal in his hands. She looked at the metal and then gave him another piece lighter than the last. He tore through that one much easier. She looked at him with incredulity. At least tell me which was tougher to tear apart. She asked. The first one definitely, it needed me to focus on it more. I know the second was steel because I'm so familiar with it, but the other one? He said, handing the pieces back. Tungsten, the hardest natural metal in the world. Also, I wanted to see if you could use your quirk on it. I was curious to see if you had anything you couldn't sink your hands into. She said, somewhat disappointed. I'm not sure if I have in a long time. I've trained my quirk from wood all the way to scrap metal, steel mostly. The toughest thing I remember recently was my fight with All Might in the midterms. I don't know if I could tear his bones or not, kinda hard to test. He said with a whimsical tone in his voice. Midoriya, we have been classmates and I mean this without any hard feelings. But you sound like a psychopath talking about All Might's bones like that. She said with a constipated look on her face. Yeah, I should keep interviews short before they lynch me or something. He said, rubbing his face but ending up hitting his helmet. They separated and went back to testing their ideas for an ultimate move. Izuku had moves that could be used as an ultimate but nothing new. Redirecting an attack with a portal to the neck then subdued, and his newest favorite spear to the back. And naming them was out of the question, he was terrible with names. The end of the day came and Izuku only trained his body since his quirk couldn't be trained unless he had some really tough material, but Yairuzo already tested that out. So his body, it was, the faster and stronger the better he could rip and tear. Everyone left but Shinso almost needed to be dragged back to the locker room. Aizawa's training did a number on him. They went back to the dorm since classes technically haven't started yet, but training definitely was mandatory if anyone asked. Izuku and Ochako flopped on the couch per usual and Kaminari grabbed the remote before anyone else could. Ah, cartoons today. And turned it on, then Tsuyu snatched the remote with her tongue and switched it to the news. Kaminari pouted and sat down. The news was showing a phone video of Izuku with the little girl taking a picture followed by him getting crowded around. As you can see, one of the most spoken about people today, Izuku Midoriya, seems to be crowded by fans by the looks of it. He is the winner of the first year's Spore Dash. The news lady was cut off when Izuku tore a portal to Tsuyu and snatched the remote from her. Yeah, cartoons sound good, Kaminari. He switched it back to a kid's show everyone watched when young. Look at you getting all famous. Hagakure teased. What, you didn't want us to feel bad for being the first to be swarmed by fans? Mina added, hanging off the back of the couch and on his head. To be honest, I was shocked they were so happy to see me. I was expecting to get looked at like a villain or something. And no, it's just embarrassing to see myself on the news, he said with some heat in his face. Well, I'm happy you are looked up to like that little girl was in the beginning, Ochako said, leaning on him and taping Mina with her quirk to get her off. Man. She began to float when she grabbed the couch to hold herself down. Todoroki spoke up. I mean, they look up to my father, why not you? I say you are 100 times better than my father. While he sat on the ground watching cartoons. Thanks, guys, Izuku said, smiling at his supportive class. Zero in the back was trying to lasso Mina down from the roof without sticking the tape to the ceiling. The rest of the week passed like this with the class training and headed to their dorms for food, more training, or sleep. The last day of their training was almost done when Vlad King interrupted them. Alright, it's our turn for the day, he shouted out with 1B behind him. We still have 10 minutes, go wait somewhere else. Aizawa, not caring much for his faculty member. Oh, the Jiri Dash. Monoma was cut off by Kendo slapping her hand over his mouth and dragging him into the class. She was there when Midoriya tore into Muscular like an animal and was not scared to say she was terrified of him. If he has one bad day and Monoma decides to run his mouth, it might be his last. Izuku didn't see the group, but he heard the annoying blonde before someone shut him up. Seems someone finally learned, he said to himself slightly too loudly. The rest of Class 1B was also scared shitless of the class president of 1A after hearing on the news and from their classmates what he did. Vlad, on the other hand, looked at him like he wanted to take him to jail right then. He doesn't approve of what Izuku did and he didn't hide it. Izuku was now positive that Vlad King was talking shit behind his back and definitely to his class, seeing how some looked at him. Izuku stared at Vlad about 20 feet apart. Without his helmet on, Vlad could stare into the eyes with no remorse. Izuku shrugged like he didn't matter and went back to training. Vlad didn't like that. Show your teachers some respect, he growled out. He looked back at him. No. Like he was offered a food he didn't like. Maybe I should teach you why you should, he said, still growling and approaching him. Vlad, a spar. I haven't fought a hero since Mirko. Aizawa was about to intervene but was cut off by his number one headache. Vlad stumbled at what he said. Mirko was a feared combatant and he forgot Midoriya went with her. But he was stubborn and said, yes, why not? Eager for a chance to put some fear into the one who put fear into his students. Aizawa was conflicted at this point. Should he stop this or maybe let Midoriya fight? He didn't know who would win, a pro hero or a natural at literally ripping people apart. It was decided by a text he received from his boss. Let's see what happens, it said. Both classes crowded around the edge of the fighting ring. All three teachers with 1A were close in case they needed to step in. They prayed they didn't. Izuku clapped his hands. Alright, first to draw dash, he was cut off by Vlad charging him with an axe made of his blood. With an overhead chop, Izuku dodged while tearing the head from the blade. At the same time he punched Vlad in the face, knocking him back and breaking his nose. I win, Izuku said. Vlad was shocked at Midoriya's speed. Vlad's quirk gave him enhanced strength and speed. Izuku also knew this, but compared to Muscular, let alone Mirko, he could manage. Vlad just charged again with claws made of his blood. He slashed at Izuku and he dodged again, but Vlad grabbed him by the chest plate but couldn't pick him up fast enough to throw him as he wanted. Instead of picking him up, he got a headbutt to the already broken nose. While Izuku could have put his hands on the recovery hero and finished the fight, he didn't. He waited for Vlad to straighten. When he did, it was with a spear of hardened blood. Izuku did his ultimate move number 1 and redirected the spear, coming right at his chest to Vlad's calf. It penetrated straight through and Izuku closed the portal, cutting off the weapon. While Vlad looked at his leg in pain, Izuku put his hand on his head. And you're dead. Good fight, Aizawa. Next time we should fight. Aizawa didn't react like anyone else. Ochako was the first to make some noise. Good match, Izuku, she said while clapping. That brought him out of watching a 16-year-old kill a pro hero. While he and Ectoplasm jumped down, Izuku tore a portal to Recovery Girl's office. She jumped at the tear in space and looked through it to see a battered Vlad. What happened? She moved forward to look at his injuries. "Oh, we spared," Izuku said from the other side while ectoplasm helped Vlad through the portal grudgingly. "I see. Well, come on, let's see your injuries too." She sighed at this mess. "I didn't get injured," he said simply. Recovery girl looked at him critically. She thought he was hiding his injuries, so it seemed like he won without sustaining anything in return. She continued to stare at him until he relented. He sighed heavily and took off his helmet and then his upper armor. The armor thumped into the ground and sunk a few millimeters. He twirled around and posed for her to take a look. Still not looking convinced, he pulled off his tank top with a heavier sigh, forgetting there were 2 classfuls of eyes watching. Many girls blushed at the scene and looked away. A few didn't until they felt the piercing glare of Ochako. Many boys admired his statue-like muscles. All right, put your clothes back on," she finally said, still not believing he won against a teacher without injuries. He must have taken it easy on the student, but seeing it was Vlad King and Midoriya, who he doesn't hide his feeling about, didn't seem possible. Back with the student, many were very shocked at the outcome. 1B was scared of him because of his ferociousness, but even more so because he showed the ability to beat a trained hero. 1A knew Midoriya was strong and fast, but to beat a hero was another thing. "Aizawa, how about that fight?" the scariest student asked his teacher. He just turned his back on his class and walked away. "Put some clothes on, problem child," he was heard before leaving the gym. Izuku counted heads as everyone was loaded onto the bus. He got to 19 and was confused until he remembered the class was 20 again. He got in and sat down next to an already asleep Shinso. They arrived soon at a large building with many buses loading. They got off and looked at the many other schools. Izuku surveyed for any standouts but was interrupted by Aizawa speaking up. "All right, listen up. You all will be going there and getting changed into your suits. After you will group up in the meeting area and the proctor will explain the exam. Also, don't embarrass UA," he said, looking over the class. A chorus of "Yes, sir," was heard, and Izuku took over for a quick speech or something motivational. "We have all trained for this to the best of our abilities. There will be many new factors we will need to overcome, and we will do just as we did before. This is just one more day and we will get through this one way or another. If that means literally, then so be it." The speech was heard by others and they paid attention. "So are we ready to kick names and take ass?" There were many surprised laughs at the ridiculous rally call, and they cheered anyway. Izuku saw the tension leave their shoulders and he was glad it worked. With a vicious grin, Izuku was satisfied with his work. "What did I just say?" Aizawa was heard in the background. Before another voice was heard getting closer. Aizawa seemed to recognize it and grabbed Izuku by the shoulders. "Portal me anywhere now." Izuku, with his instincts telling him there was no danger, looked at the man gripping his shoulders and shrugged. He tore a portal to the beach, and before Aizawa could fast walk through, a body tackled him in a hug. "Eraserhead. So good to see you. Let's get married," a sea foam green-haired woman said with Aizawa in her arms. Mina squealed at the proposal and Aizawa looked for help with his dead eyes. So Izuku threw him a line. "Dad, are you cheating? What would Mom would think?" The class froze at Izuku's proclamation and tried to keep a straight face while hiding giggling. "You know how she is. She will end you then her after hearing about this." The woman, hearing this, immediately let go in a panic. "You never told me you were married. And with a kid." Aizawa shot Midoriya a grudging nod and told her. "I'm not, and this hellspawn isn't my kid. Class, this is Ms. Joke." She looked at him and then recognized him immediately. She still felt nervous but hid it behind a smile and laugh. "Oh ho, good one. Trying to protect your teacher, are you?" Most heroes read the reports of the Kamino raid and what role Izuku Midoriya played, and the video showed his abilities very well. "Well, let me introduce you all to Ketsubutsu Academy's best this year, my class." A gray-uniformed class approached. A boy with a similar face and hair to Izuku introduces himself with a smile. "I'm Yoshindo, nice to meet you all. You must be Izuku Midoriya, I've heard a lot about you." Izuku didn't take his hand and tilted his head while looking at him. He had one of the fake smiles he has ever seen. You need to work on that smile more. Especially the eyes show more emotion than a face does. He lectured him to be better. Ms. Joke was watching the interaction with some trepidation. Shindo's contorted into a frown then went neutral. No one else said anything. Izuku waited for anyone else in the class to say anything, but no one did. If they wanted to be fake and not try to be friends, Izuku wouldn't deal with it. He shrugged and turned his back to the class. Once he returned, Yaoruzo spoke up. "Was that wise? Shouldn't we try to branch out and make allies? I don't want to make allies with people who don't show their true intentions. I'm sure you have seen enough of that sheet with sitting in meetings with your family and their business partner." He waved her concern away. Yaoruzo thought about it and nodded his agreement. Well, that didn't go as I thought. That Midoriya isn't what I expected. Ms. Joke said to herself. Aizawa heard and snorted a laugh. Alright, let's make UA proud. Plus dash, ultra. Another voice joined the rest of his class. Startled, he forcefully held back from swinging his arm behind him where the voice came from. Turning, he looked at the teen a bit taller than him and with a shaven head. He had a smile on his face and seemed very enthusiastic. Sorry? I've always wanted to do that. I love UA. The shaven boy said with a genuine-looking smile. Nice to meet you, Class President Izuku Midoriya. He held his hand out for an introduction. The boy stiffened a bit but shook hands with Izuku. Name's Inasa Yurashi from Shiketsu High School. He said with the same enthusiasm but had stiff movements. Oh, so you are the infamous Izuku Midoriya. You're like pretty hot. You from around here? A blonde asked while looking him up, down and all around. I'm Kami Atsushimi and I'm single. She said, getting close. Well, I'm not, and nice to meet both of you. He picked her up by the shoulders and set her farther back from him. Ochako narrowed her eyes at this Kami from his side. Well, good luck to you all. Izuku finished and was about to walk away when he saw Inasa's glare at Todoroki, something to note. He set to the building and down to the changing rooms. While changing, he asked Todoroki about Inasa. You know him at all? He gave you a glare that seemed personal, clipping the shoulders on his armor. He was supposed to be first in the recommended entrance exam but dropped out and went to Shiketsu instead, I guess. He said and shrugged. Well, keep an eye out for him. Izuku warned and grabbed his helmet to wait for the rest of his class. The whole class was together again and Izuku pulled them all to an alcove to speak to them. What's going on, Midoriya? Yaoruzo spoke up for everyone. I'll keep this quick. While changing, I realized that UA televised the sports festival every year. So anyone smart enough would have watched it to see what we could do. He said to the class. They shuffled with uneasiness. Before anyone could complain. But that won't stop us. When we are pros in the field, it will be the same. Everyone will be watching us and try and fight us. But we won't let them have it easy, will we? He said to them with seriousness. There was a weak agreement. Izuku didn't take that. Won't we? No. He smiled his feral grin. That's right. Now let's go out there and kick names and take ass. He put on his helmet and the class followed with confidence that they could fight an army. They walked with heads raised and shoulders straight into the designated room. With Rip and Tear leading his class, it was an intimidating experience for everyone else. They stood and waited for the proctor to give out the exam. A man that surpasses the tiredness level on Aizawa walked onto the podium. He explained with many yawns that the exam will have a 10% passing rate instead of the usual 50%, so out of 1,500 people here for the exam only 150 will pass. There was a lot of murmured complaining but his class held strong. This changed nothing. The proctor went on about being more selective because of All Might's retirement and needed more quality than quantity. He finally go to the exam and it was a form of dodgeball. Everyone put 3 targets on their body and if all get hit with a ball you're out. To pass you need to get 2 others out, simple enough. His class got the targets and they put them wherever they wanted. Izuku decided on vital parts of his body. On his heart, head and where the femoral artery should be. Yaoruzo looked at him with a funny expression and Izuku shrugged. Training to avoid getting hit there. He said. The arena was opened and it was huge, bigger than the stadium for the sports festival. With many different areas for anyone to have the home advantage like a forest, urban area, industrial and plains. His class stuck together and moved to a high mound in the plains made of stone. Yaoruzo, can you make communication devices? He asked as they still had time to set up before the exam started. Sure, but this position is not a good idea. We will be a target. She said while handing out earpieces. We will be targeted anyways, but this will be perfect for my plan. The whole place will come after us since they have info about us. So we are right in the open and have them attack us. Right as they move forward, I portal teams of us behind them while we look like we take cover on top of the mound. I say 2 teams but I'm open to ideas. He spews out his plan as they all look on. That's pretty good, 2 teams sound good. Yaoruzo said and with that, the rest agreed except for 2, Todoroki and Shinso. Are you sure you want to go on your own? Yes, I may hit a friendly with my attacks. I'm more a sneak attack guy and I train more for a place like a city or industrial area. They both explained. Alright, I'll open a portal for you 2 to get to your desired areas. They pointed where they wanted to go and Izuku obliged. Opening a portal to a water tower in the distance for Shinso and one in an open plain for Todoroki. Izuku will lead Ochako, Ida, Kirishima, Jiru, Hagakure, Mineta, Kaminari and Tokoyami. Yaoruzo will lead the rest of Mina, Aoyama, Shiro, Kirishima, Shoji, Koji, Ojiro, and Sato. They agreed to have balanced teams with selected roles. Capture will be Mineta, Tsuyu, Shiro, and Ochako. Recon they have Shoji, Jairu, Hagakure, and Koji with his animals. Heavy hitters are Midoriya, Shoji, Sato, and Tokoyami. Mobility is only Ida and Mina. Damage over time is Kaminari, Yaoruzo, Ojiro, Aoyama, and Kirishima. With that they settled and waited. Jiro and Shoji both listened and located where the others will attack from. Yaoruzo built some defensive structures and smoke grenades for the counter. On the stands Aizawa watched his class dig into a bad spot. He knew this and his students definitely knew this. So they have a plan for chaos, of course they would. Midoriya really became a war leader when he was needed. He rallied his class with that speech when they arrived and even Aizawa had goosebumps. He was sure he gave them another before they went into the exam because they held themselves with confidence that only pros had. Seems I didn't have anything to worry about with Midoriya. That seems like a terrible idea to defend. Especially with the UA crush you told them and yet they do something like this. You must suck as a teacher. Ms. Joke sat next to him and laughed while shaking his shoulder. Yes, I'm a terrible teacher. And it's true I never told them about the UA crush. They will figure it out sooner or later. He pulled out his thermos with the best teacher, Dad, on it and took a big drink of coffee, relaxing to watch the chaos. I'm the worst, I never gave them an encouraging speech or battle plans or anything like that. Ms. Joke felt that unease she felt when she met Midoriya. She looked down at the field where UA was and the exam started. For different schools attacked UA, one of the classes was hers. As soon as the attack started the mound started to smoke, obscuring what UA was doing. They continued to attack, 1A was split and got behind her class. Within moments her whole class was eliminated and so was another school. Rip N Tear was in the middle of the fight and he was merciless. In the end Rip N Tear stood with his classmates with all their targets green as passes. He held a student with one hand and tapped the ball against the target. With that done he dropped him and walked to the exit with his team of classmates. Ms. Joke didn't know what to say about what she saw. Yes, they learned all that on their own. Well, most of it anyway. Aizawa still comfortable in his chair with his favorite thermos, feeling smug. Izuku ordered everyone to forget about the targets and go for a knockout or incapacitated them. Once they took out any threats, tapped the targets and done. Once the exam started with a buzzer, all the schools arrayed before them attacked. Yaoruzo built the defense only to hold them back until they were out of there and it worked perfectly with smoke covering their exit. Izuku tore a portal behind one school for Yaoruzo's team and they ran through and attacked the unsuspecting class. Once that was done Izuku tore another, right behind Ketsubutsu Academy's class. No reason, just Izuku being petty at the fake introduction. His team went through and ambushed them. It wasn't a fight, it was a slaughter. Jairu started it off by disorienting them with her quirk and then Kaminari gave a controlled shock to stun the further. After that they went to work knocking out anyone they got close to. The last one standing was Yoshindo and Izuku made quick work of him by grabbing him and knocking him out with one punch. Still held up by an arm, Izuku looked around and was happy to see no more threats standing. With that he tapped the targets and dropped the unconscious boy to the floor. His team was in high spirits after that successful ambush. They met up with Team Yaoruzo and congratulated each other for not losing a single classmate. A couple of bumps and bruises but those healed quickly enough. Ochako was very happy at being able to fight so openly like that. She was holding Izuku's hand on their way to the exit when he spoke up. Did I see you hit someone with another person while they were 0G like a baseball bat? She was about to respond when Tsuyu spoke up from nearby. Nothing as bad as what she did to that villain at the camp. You're a bad influence on her, Midoriya, she said in her blunt manner with a quirked up lip. Hey, he's a bad influence on all of us. I mean, I saw Kirishima backhand someone while hardened. I'm sure I saw a tooth fly, Jairu said while twirling her earplugs. You don't think we will be disqualified for excessive force, do you? Yaoruzo asked worriedly. Izuku thought for a bit before shaking his head. Nah, excessive would be kicking someone while they were down or taking a limb off. Anyone take any limbs? He asked looking around jokingly. Did you? Ojiro shot back at him. Not that I recall, he said looking back like he would see something. The class laughed at their dark humor and were one of the first to the exit. Oh yeah, Shinso Todoroki. If you can hear us, the whole class had already passed. We will be waiting in the exit room. Understood, Todoroki said. Shinso was more verbal. What? Oh. It's only been less than 10 minutes. Izuku didn't respond and sat on the bench as it creaked under his weight. He snacked on what Ochako managed to stuff her arms with at the snack table. With his helmet unlocked with a hiss, he rested until the next part of the exam. tapped the targets and dropped the unconscious boy to the floor. His team was in high spirits after that successful ambush. They met up with Team Yaoruzo and congratulated each other for not losing a single classmate. A couple of bumps and bruises, but those healed quickly enough. Ochako was very happy at being able to fight so openly like that. She was holding Izuku's hand on their way to the exit when he spoke up. "Did I see you hit someone with another person while they were 0G like a baseball bat?" She was about to respond when Tsuyu spoke up from nearby. "Nothing as bad as what she did to that villain at the camp. You're a bad influence on her, Midoriya," she said in her blunt manner with a quirked up lip. "Hey, he is a bad influence on all of us. I mean, I saw Kirishima backhand someone while hardened. I'm sure I saw a tooth fly," Jiru said while twirling her earplugs. "You don't think we will be disqualified for excessive force, do you?" Yaoruzo asked worriedly. Izuku thought for a bit before shaking his head. "Nah, excessive would be kicking someone while they were down or taking a limb off. Anyone take any limbs?" he asked, looking around jokingly. "Did you?" Ojiro shot back at him. "Not that I recall," he said, looking back like he would see something. The class laughed at their dark humor and were one of the first to the exit. "Oh yeah, Shinso Todoroki. If you can hear us, the whole class had already passed. We will be waiting in the exit room." "Understood," Todoroki said. Shinso was more verbal. "What? Oh. It's only been less than 10 minutes. Izuku didn't respond and sat on the bench as it creaked under his weight. He snacked on what Ochako managed to stuff her arms with at the snack table. With his helmet unlocked with a hiss, he rested until the next part of the exam. The fight was about to start, with a manic gleam in his eye stained through 3 knives at Izuku, but instead of—
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.